Hey everybody! I just hit record on that. We were goofing off leading up to this. So today we are talking about the Xbox Game Showcase from about a week ago. Which this will probably go up tomorrow because I'll still have to edit a thumbnail and everything like that for the video. But with me today, I have my good friend Devin, who has been in a couple videos. He's been in Billy Hatcher and Pokemon Stadium 2, the Game Feeder. He's in our most controversial video, which is the Sony showcase. Yeah. And then he was in most episodes of the Squirrel Cast. Yeah. So, Devin, we're going to jump into this thing. We did a test run of the recording for a little bit right before this. Was there anything that I said in that first recording that I didn't just say right now? I don't think so. But basically, we're going to be discussing that Xbox Showcase. Oh, I didn't do a reaction to it. It was the day that the top 10 DLC characters I want added to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was added. There'll be a link up there. Please go watch that. That's the video I put the most amount of time into. So please go watch that. Anyway, but we're going to discuss Microsoft, Xbox. And Devin is a bigger expert on... Oh, uh-oh. You might have disappeared there for a second. Devin is a... That's fine. Devin is a bigger expert on Microsoft and Halo, especially, than I am. And this was actually his idea. Yeah. Well, more than I am. And yes. This was actually your idea. So, yes. This is your baby. So, let's get into it. I'm
very proud of it already.
Okay. So, let's see here. So, the first game, which I believe is going to be the game that we discussed the most, was Halo Infinite. So, Devin, I guess let's start overall general thoughts, or what do you think?
I was hoping you would go first.
Oh, you were hoping I would go first? Okay.
Yes, because if you guys can't tell, this is completely unrehearsed.
Oh, yeah.
We each brought some talking points, but we haven't told each other what they are. So this is all fresh live reactions you're seeing. And like you said, Darren, like I've played the campaigns, I've read the books. And in fact, they're all like, you can't see it on the camera now, but
I see
Halo: The Fall of Reach.
Fall of Reach. Yeah,
right. But like, I have all the books here in my cabinet right now as well. There are some digital only ones, but still. Yeah. You played a lot of Halo with me back in the day, but I didn't know like to what your attachment was, to what extent. Do you have all the Halo games? I know you like to collect games at least.
I don't have all of them. I don't have Halo
Halo
Wars.
1, do you have it?
I have Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4.
ODST?
I think... Do I have ODST? I might have bought ODST. I know I have Reach.
ODST, and then there's Reach.
Yeah, I have 5. I have the Master Chief Collection.
Yeah.
And, but I don't have Wars or Wars 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Or,
what about Spartan Assault or Spartan Strike for the mobile phone?
And I have, the anniversary edition of Combat Evolved.
Yeah, and then Halo 2, but all that stuff's on the Master Chief Collection as well.
But the ones I've played the most of are 2 and 3, and I've dabbled in 5. I really have. Mostly multiplayer. Same with 4, multiplayer through the Master Chief Collection for the most part.
Yeah. So I guess what I was saying is like, all I remember from when you would play the games, because like I said, and you just admitted, like you do collect them, you know a lot of them.
I have them,
and you have experience with it. So it's not like you don't know anything about them, but like all I remember is like whenever we try to play campaign, if I could ever get you to actually play campaign, all you do is just kill the Marines. I guess for that extra challenge of them betraying us.
I don't know. It was more just like, I want to do what we're not supposed to do. You know,
I guess
it was sort of thing.
That's the difference between us right off the bat. That I think should be made clear is like, I'm not an expert, but I at least played the campaigns and paid attention to them.
That's why I said you're more
supposed to do.
That's why I said you're more of an expert than I am.
with that being said, why don't you just tell me what your overall impressions were in just a few words, and I'll try to keep it to a few words what mine were, and then we'll go into further detail.
Okay, so I think the biggest takeaway from it is that it looks different. It definitely looks like it has some things going on with the art style. Master Chief, I guess, seems like shinier, but it doesn't look as like realistic. Is kind of how I felt. Um, I'm gonna. I don't have too many, but I'll put in what I have here. I put this little suit teaser thing they did at the beginning where they're building Master Chief's suit.
The Become trailer? Yeah.
Sure. I thought that was sick. I thought that was cool.
Definitely agree.
And then, but then as soon as that ends, it seems like there's an immediate dip in quality.
I mean, that home screen menu to start the demo was pretty cool.
And then, see, I'm not familiar with campaign or like what happened in Halo 5, but it says 167 days after we lost. I didn't know we lost. And then, or if this is like a full like soft reboot or whatever, like it. I do.
Is it a continuation of Halo 5? Is it a soft reboot?
Yeah, right,
according to 343? Yes. It's both.
I thought that Master Chief's design looked good. You know, I personally like it. It reminds me of Halo 1, really, which I think has been the general consensus on the internet, at least like from that artwork we saw before the show, where it was just I liked the design fine. It's not as realistic, but I liked it. Okay. It moves good. It moves fluidly. Like the way
the gameplay.
like it's gameplay more that when I wrote that I was talking about like the cutscenes when Chief was walking around and the guy was walking around.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the combat was smooth. You're talking about the cutscenes looked good from a cinematography standpoint.
Yeah. I put that I think the bearded guy is going to die.
Me?
No, but the guy in the cutscene, I'm like, this guy is not gonna make it through this game. That is.
Will the Chief not make it through this game? You know, who knows?
I feel like we say that every game.
We do, but like it's been 20 years.
Let's see. I don't remember what I'm actually gonna have the Xbox showcase here. I had something about coming out of the menu. But now I don't.
You're talking about the world map when they come out of the world map and there's that weird sort of textures that kind of, or the shading that kind of like.
Yeah, there's some shading stuff that's like bizarre, and I have it pulled up over here. Oh, we tried to do a screen share so we could so I could have it pulled up. But
well, by this point, everyone knows what you're talking about, so don't feel too bad about that. Like it has like millions upon millions of views at this point.
Yeah.
The video was actually taken down multiple times, I think, because like day one, it was #1 on trending or something. And I didn't even get to see like the like to dislike ratio in some of the initial comments because I was at work. But then I did notice it was racking up, already millions of views. It was in like 3 million views, right? Mm-hmm. And then I got an error when I tried to like load the comments and whatever. Granted, I was looking on my phone, so it might have been just my phone or internet connection or something. I tried refreshing it, all that stuff. But the next time, like the next day, when I tried to look at that video again, it had only like 999,000 views. Whereas, like I said, the day before it had millions. So they obviously took it down and re-uploaded it. And that's the common tactic we've seen on YouTube, especially when some, thing comes out when it comes to video games or movies and it's controversial. They don't outright make it disappear, but it resets sort of like all those likes and comments and all the hate that gets thrown at it. So that's why I think it was interesting about like watching that video on YouTube over a few days.
Yeah, and right now, this is from Xbox. The Xbox Game Showcase English with captions. It only has 110,000 views, which is very low.
Well, that's the with captions one. You notice that on their channel they have all different languages, captions, sign language, Brazilian. I'm talking about the 8-minute, 58-second or whatever gameplay video. not the entire showcase.
Are you talking about the? Okay.
The gameplay demo. Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've just been watching it through the showcase.
Yeah, that's the difference.
But
so like in a few words, like if you could only say one sentence, overall encompassing what you felt about this, what would that be?
Let me look at. Well, I only have like 4 or 5 more points. If you want me to just go over those.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I noticed some of the audio clips for some of the enemies seem like it's the exact same. I might be wrong.
Really? That's something I didn't notice. Maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention.
I feel like one of the who are the bigger guys?
The brutes?
Yeah, I guess the brute. Yeah, I couldn't think of their name. It sounded one of their audio clips. I was like, I feel like I've heard that before.
Like in that same demo?
Like like I had heard it in like Halo 3 or something. Like I had heard it. Like
you mean reusing assets from the previous game?
That's what it sounded like. I might be wrong.
I didn't get that, but you might be right.
I could be completely wrong. I liked that there was a grappling hook. Or at first I was like, is there a grappling hook? Because he like tries to grapple an enemy, and then he doesn't, and then there's a grappling hook. Which it seems like every first-person shooter is trying to incorporate grappling hooks.
That's part of where the criticism comes from.
Yeah. And then the popping of textures, specifically the fog. Like the fog just randomly like pops in at the top of those mountains.
When he's riding the elevator up to the top. I mean, everyone was quick to point that out. And it's not. It was distracting. Like it's people who don't care about graphics are like, oh, that was noticeable.
Yeah, and when this is like your premier showcase game for the Xbox Series X, that's not good.
Yeah.
I thought throwing the explosive barrels was cool.
The fusion coils?
Yeah. Fusion coils, that's what they're called, yeah. I thought picking it up, like, I was like, yeah, I mean, Master Chief should be able to do that. He's got a power suit.
If you're going to have a grappling hook.
Well, it's not that, but if you have a power suit that is supposed to be this, like, or whatever it's called, I don't know, the armor.
Armor. You can just call it armor.
Armor, okay. And then there was kind of, like, a break, and it went to, like, the person talking, and all
Chris
I had...
Lee.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, he's the one in charge of this project at 343 Industries. That's I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. This one said larger I just wrote down larger campaign. It's supposed to be bigger than anything that 343 has done.
Halo 4 and 5 combined.
Yeah, and
which
then
isn't saying much.
And then he said the frame rate is good, and I agreed. I thought the frame rate was fine. Graphics, not as much.
Yeah.
So that's all I have. That's honestly all I have for Halo. So
really, what else do you want to say about it, though?
Oh, just my general thoughts. I've always been more of a gameplay guy. So if it plays fun, I'll probably enjoy it fine. I of course want to see more multiplayer, which they, like we said, we said before the show, they did announce that it's going to be free to play, which I think shows why the graphics are the way they are.
Can you extrapolate on that? What do you mean?
Well, just
free
like
to play making the graphics look bad. I don't get the correlation.
Well, like when you think of like Fortnite or PUBG, their games.
How dare you make me think of those things?
But like the graphics aren't like stellar,
Right, they're simple because if it's going to be this huge like rendering stuff and field that you're in and all these different moving pieces, if they're simple, they're easier to render in game or something without graphical issues. So that's what you're saying?
Yeah, and I don't know, it just that's something that's just kind of been a trend with free-to-play games, is it's never been like these graphical powerhouses,
So you're saying it doesn't bode well for a game like Halo to be free-to-play, and that's where the concern comes from? Because I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about it. It's not... I don't play a lot of free-to-play games. Halo would probably be one I try, obviously. Like, it's... That's how I feel about Halo. Like, I always give Halo a shot. I haven't stuck with Halo for a long time. But also, I think my friend base isn't on Halo games as much. And also, I don't play as much as I used to. Just video games in general.
I mean, you're not alone in that at all.
Yeah. But overall, it didn't blow me away, which I feel like a Halo game should. And I know with 343, I mean, let's be real. When Bungie left, Halo, basically Microsoft was like, well, we need Halo to continue because it's one of the only franchises we're known for. So Halo must go on. So, and I know that pains Halo fans if, they wanted the series to wrap up, but I just they announced what, 2 trilogies? Probably 6 years ago, right? They announced they were going to be
that Halo 4, 5, and 6 was going to be their trilogy and the end of the Reclaimer saga, which has a lot of implications. And people have talked about when Halo 4 came out, when Halo 5 came out, and now Halo Infinite. Again, they're that's why some people are saying it's the end of the Reclaimer saga. Master Chief is, if I remember, the character's been called the Reclaimer the most. And there's a lot of weight behind what it means to be the Reclaimer and all that, and all the extended lore and stuff. But so people are saying if it's the end of his saga, does that mean it's his end? Totally.
Yeah.
And canonically, I mean, depending on when you want to start count technically and whether or not you include cryosleep in his age and all that, which I think kind of does, but without getting too technical, the Master Chief's old for a Spartan 2. Do you know how many Spartan 2s are left from the original program when many of them died initially, I read about in, the Fall of Reach there? So there's all these other talking about Halo is difficult, right? Especially when it comes to the story. If you can't tell, I'm a dum-dum, so that makes it harder to talk about because I can't put it in the best words. I'm just making fun of myself. Don't worry.
Okay.
Self-deprecating humor gets used, dude.
Oh.
But no, I'm not dumb. I just
I'm just messing with you. You're good.
But but what I'm saying is even for people who are very well versed in this stuff, it is tricky. And like you said, it wasn't it was perfectly clear when Bungie had control of the franchise, but ever since they left, the waters had become more and more muddied. And like you said, there were a lot of people, including higher up executives in Microsoft. And I'm not just pulling this out my butt. I actually watched interviews and things like that where it was, an idea at the time for some of the higher ups in Microsoft to say, okay, Halo had a great, fantastic, outstanding run. It made with Halo Combat Evolved, and I'm speaking just tip of the iceberg here, what it did. Halo Combat Evolved introduced us as a reputable console maker, because before then Windows was just Bill Gates's computer stuff, and those weren't even in the living room most of the time, right? And with the big old Duke controller from Microsoft, no one expected it to actually succeed. So anyway, so they established Microsoft as a contender that is nothing to scoff at. The game almost single-handedly, again with Halo 2 in 2004, it showcased what Xbox Live can do and made it even more of a threat. And then with Halo 3, we got file share and Forge, and story-wise, and again, I'm just speaking surface level here. There's so much I could say about all these games, but I'm not gonna waste too much time. With Halo 3 especially, not just the extra features we got, but with how if the story was kind of getting a little too chaotic and crazy with all the different characters introduced in Halo 2 and all that stuff, Halo 3 was kind of a nice tying everything in a neat little bow, but still leaving a few loose ends to where especially with the ending on Legendary with Halo 3, which basically it's kind of
can spoil it. I don't.
No, I'm not worried about that. The game's old, and I'm just saying at the end of Halo 3, if you play on Legendary, there's an extra couple of seconds of cutscene in which the remaining half of the Forward Unto Dawn is drifting towards what looks like a Forerunner shield world, and you just see a silhouette of its little Dyson sphere opening and coming out, and that's why it sets the stage really well for Halo 4. But what I'm saying is, from game to game to game in the main trilogy, just speaking about that, we got improvements, and part of that has to do with, right time, right people, right place, right attitudes, but also you got to remember, we're also more young, impressionable kids.
Right,
But
right.
on top of that, um, technology was going through in just real life this rapid
Mm-hmm.
expanse. Like it went from the average American home had just one TV to
Mm-hmm.
one TV and a computer, the kind of TVs and microchips and processors and whatever that we can do, semiconductors and all that. Age of the internet, like YouTube and Facebook, we
Right.
were around before those were a thing, not to like date ourselves here, but like it's because of those things that we were really,
Right.
really spoiled. And the new technology influenced video games to enable these games and the developers and the publishers to be able to do more things.
Uh-huh.
And, age of the internet and stuff as well. So ever since that, I think that's part of why just the cultural phenomenon that it was and the
Mm-hmm.
times we lived in is why a
Right.
lot of people still think that we just aren't able to reach that peak again
Yeah.
because that rapid expansion of technology kind of
I,
ended.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, we're kind of more like, sure, technology's expanding with like smartphones and everything, which came out like right after.
5G and all that
But
stuff
that
now, yeah.
as far as like gaming goes, it's more just been all right. We're gonna keep making it look better. You know, we've hit a lot of the things that I'd say the way off topic, but the most innovative thing
Yeah.
to be is the Switch right now, being able to take it on the go. Uh,
It was a
yeah,
very distinct idea, yeah.
but for me, in that time between Halo 2 and Halo 3, we went from standard definition to high
Yeah,
definition,
right?
and yeah, our TVs got smaller. Well,
Yeah.
they were
Remember
still
those little
fat for a
tube
little while, but
TVs? Yeah.
then they got, we stopped doing the CRT TVs. And then of course, like you said with Xbox Live,
Cathode ray tube. Yeah.
I think Halo 2 is like the premier, like when you think of playing console games online, you think of Halo 2. Like
Like if you'd
that's
walked into anyone's house back then and see what was in that disc tray.
yeah, like we were playing Halo 2 well into the 360 being out.
Yes. Yes.
Until Halo 3 came out, and I've said it before. I prefer Halo 2. Like
Yeah, and I prefer Halo 3, but we can still be
yeah.
friends,
At least in terms of multiplayer, I liked Halo 2. Like, or I guess in terms of
Yes.
like Halo 2 had its like weird
Every game has had its quirks, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the sword just lunging way too far.
But that was part of the novelty.
But that's why
yeah.
it's like the reason I loved Halo 2. But sorry.
Yes.
So yeah, no, I totally understand. And I think that I'll get into something later when we get further into other games that kind of explains like my thoughts on how gaming is right now.
Yeah. So before I go too far off on like this whole Halo thing, let's like leave the bulk of that for after you talked about the whole like rest of the conferences. You have notes on it.
Oh no,
does that sound good?
We can go ahead and talk about Halo. I think we should just leave it all,
all Halo all the time.
Yeah, because that way when I do like
I like it.
When I do chapters on YouTube, then I can be like, this is Halo Infinite. This is our Halo Infinite discussion. That sort of thing. So, say whatever you want to say about Halo. Let's go ahead and,
Oh, boy.
Show the notes.
Show the notes. Gotta show up.
Now,
you know how nerdy I am, dude? Like, when I was writing these, I didn't mean to do this. But eventually, like, I started realizing, you know how, like, so just talking about like cinematography and editing, right? When like in Halo 3, there would be a new mission that you started, right? There'd be a cutscene, and then the transition between cutscene and gameplay, the upper and lower borders would be black, and there'd be like some, kind of cryptic or badass, saying like the horse you rode in on or something. Trident or like, whoa, like what are we about to do? Is this the name of the operation? Like as kids, like that added a cool factor. And of course, other people who make YouTube videos and open letter rants and, regaling us with the history of Halo and all that, if you didn't already know it, they oftentimes, repeat that. And they make little like chapters, not like you were talking about, but like I was talking about with how Bungie would make their games. And to be fair, 343 Industries did make those little like titles to some of their missions.
Well, they want to. They want to continue Halo
And yet, look at their behavior. Anyway,
we'll get into
again. I'm not gonna. This isn't supposed to be like a let's all hate 343 kind of rant. I'm just trying to stay focused on what I saw in the demo. Not even like the Come trailer that you were talking about, which I have my own thoughts on, other than just, yeah, it was cool. I have so many thoughts on just that. And of course, the kind of montage trailer that was a minute or two long after which we saw the demo. That was also including some new footage. It showed off a new like grenade, the shock grenade with lightning going out of it.
Oh, I didn't even notice, to be quite honest. But
it's totally forgivable that someone would have missed that, because after the demo ended and Chris Lee started talking, like people were like, okay, like we're too razzled to process anything right now for the rest of the showcase.
Yeah.
And then of course we got a little bit of extra dialogue in the background from the main antagonist, who I swore I thought I was right when his name was Escarum, by the way it was written, but it's actually Escharum. But I mean, some people have well, not some people, I'll admit I did, but I'm pretty sure this has crossed other people's mind, if I'm being reasonable here. You know how people made fun of like how his face kind of looked like a meatball, or just not good altogether?
I haven't, excuse me, I didn't see as much about that guy. I saw like,
how could you not? He monologued for 2 minutes.
No, not that. But I've mainly seen memes of like, I guess people are calling him like Chuck or something like that. It's just one of the guys.
No. Craig, I'm talking about the brute banished leader at the end.
Yeah.
We'll get into Craig later. Don't you worry.
So that guy, he kind of went on, and I was like, oh, this is just like not impressive at all.
Generic. Like villain with like no build up or backstory. Now, granted, this takes place in the middle of the campaign, according to post demo interviews.
Not to be fair, I thought like maybe he had been around since like 4 or 5 or something like that. I have no idea.
We've ever seen him.
Okay.
You know how the Banished are like, you know, they're not the Covenant, they're the Banished, right?
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, that's what these characters are. And the first time we see the Banished, and again, I totally forgive you for not realizing who they were, because just like the Covenant, they're a conglomerate of the exact same species, just different leadership and all kinds of other stuff. So I totally understand why, especially people like you who obviously have an experience with the franchise, just may have been off it for a while, maybe not played Halo Wars or Halo Wars 2.
Definitely
probably have no idea what's going on. So anyway, the Banished actually first appear, at least if you're just playing the games, in Halo Wars 2, which was released in 2017. So
Jesus.
Yeah, so technically we've had, and that was a real-time strategy spin-off game.
Halo Wars 1 was Bungie, right?
That was Bungie, and Ensemble Studios is the one who did like the heavy lifting and like actually developing the game under the guidance of Bungie, under the guidance of their publisher.
Bungie
Microsoft.
Was still the Halo.
They were still the Halo
at the
guys.
time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, a lot of people. Well, again, not a lot of people, not some people, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people, is what I should say, didn't see that War Master, War Chief Escharum guy and want to call him like War Master Escrotum, because that's what his face looks like. And like, I'm sorry, that's the one nickname I'll throw, but otherwise,
it's fine.
You know, like, but a lot of these nicknames or insults or whatever are merited, they're deserved, and they're legitimate criticisms, but they're also just kind of funny, so it's fun to say.
I mean, it's
and I think that's
culture.
And that's just what it is. That's exactly all it is. And this has existed before the internet, but especially the internet exaggerated and aggravated and amplified all this stuff.
Of course.
But let me just try to focus here on the very first scene of this demo, just the demo. The first point I have was actually the very first thing when they pressed start, which was a black screen with some text. It gave us a date, like you said, the 20th of May, 2560, 167 days since we lost. Now, as a grammarian, okay,
I should have
167. Known. Yeah, 167 days after we lost. To lose is a verb, but it's a certain kind of verb called a transitive verb, meaning you have to lose something. So you lost your mind, you lost your car keys, you lost your marbles, you lost sight of what made Halo Halo in the first place. You know, things like that.
So
So
go ahead.
I think you were right, because I was very surprised to hear that you kind of were able to piece together. Not because I think you're like unintelligent, but just I was wondering if most people who had no idea what was going on going into this would know what was meant by 167 days after you lost. And as you rightly surmised, it was 167 days. Apparently, we don't know this to be true, but it seems like after the Banished under this War Master guy defeated what was left of the UNSC forces. But
Gotcha.
I think they intentionally left that out to try to not reveal too much. You know what I'm saying? So, but what really aggravated me, like that's okay. Like I could, that's a nitpick, right? What actually had me genuinely dismayed when I saw this, as the very first thing they showed to set up the context was the date. Like you said, 2560 takes place after the events of Halo 5 Guardians, and Halo 5 Guardians, especially at the very end, takes place in the year 2558. And the reason why this is significant and why I was dismayed to see this was because I was hoping that 343 Industries would finally do away with this interstitial periods that they put between their mainline games. And they relegate the very important, sometimes very critical, crucial, pivotal plot information, like why characters are back to life, why characters went from being gunnery sergeants in the ODST squad to, I don't know, a Spartan 4 with Fireteam Osiris. Like, say what you will about Bungie. They've made their fair mistakes and had to pay for them, but they at least put themselves in the shoes of their players going like, okay, when I last saw this guy, he was such and such. How am I going to transition him to, showing him here when he shows up, right? And 343 Industries doesn't like to do that for whatever reason. And any relevant plot information, or not like relevant, but stuff you would really like to know, is relegated to what they call transmedia, which is really just a less scummy way of saying merchandise. Because you have not just novels, not just comics, not just mega constructs, not just Boomco blasters, game cabinets at Dave & Buster's called Fireteam Raven. Coloring books for adults. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. It's all equally canon in 343's eyes, by the way, which is different than how Bungie viewed it. And I won't get into that because there's a whole can of worms behind that. But I wouldn't be surprised at this point if they told us what happened between the events of Halo 5 and Halo Infinite on the back of an inscription of a Cortana body pillow. Like, it's just that ridiculous now. And I'm not even being like that exaggerating or dramatic. This is how they tell stories. And like, even when Bungie tried this, when they went off to make Destiny, do you remember Grimoire cards and how you like?
This sounds familiar.
Anyone who's watching this video probably knows what Grimoire cards is, but basically it's the same thing. You relegate important plot information to anything outside the video game itself. And even if you write a really great story, if you have to piecemeal it together and pay for those piecemeals, like those books cost, not just in like, 343 saying give me money for this. Like, obviously, if you write a book, the cover art costs, the editors, you need to get paid, the authors need to pay the bookstore, the shipping costs, all that. So like, I understand from a business perspective why they do it. It makes them money even if the game sales are low. But this is just par for the course for what 343 Industries has done since they took over. And it's really aggravating. And every time they've released a mainline Halo game like Halo 4 and Halo 5, they get flamed for this. And it's a major criticism, especially when they say they respect the legacy and they also are trying to be welcoming to newcomers. I would hate to be a newcomer to Halo right now, because where do you even start? Like, even if you start with Halo Combat Evolved, people go, oh, well, read the Shadows of Reach or read the Fall of Reach. It technically released a month before the game, or play Halo Reach because that game is a prequel to Halo. Like, so when I saw that date, I'll let you talk, sorry. But my last thing is, when I saw that date, just to wrap it all up, I was dismayed that they weren't going to give us that kind of storytelling that really made the, original trilogy consistent, and this trilogy under them terribly inconsistent. So go ahead.
Oh, no. My main question, I guess, was if you're someone who is strictly playing Halo 1 through 5 and then Infinite. Like,
may God have mercy on your soul.
Would you still be able to follow any of it? Like
it depends.
And
on
it
the
seems
person.
like Halo 1 through 3, you'll be okay, right?
There are still some plot holes though in 1 through 3. Like
there is
people
still some
treat
plot
1
holes,
through
right?
3 like. Do you remember Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, so in Halo 1, you got to realize they didn't realize when they were making that game that there was even going to be a Halo 2.
Right, of course.
So
Back to the
they
future, basically.
Yeah. So they had to do a MacGuffin kind of thing for Johnson because, especially if you played on the legendary mode at the Maw, the last level of Halo Combat Evolved, he dies in a thermonuclear explosion gripping an alien's ass. All right, like
nice.
This is the end, baby.
Yeah,
me, you know, or the alien grips his butt, whatever. Either way,
Yeah.
the point is, like, he's obviously dead, right? And what Bungie did when they realized, A, we're going to get a second Halo, we have job security now, and B, when they really, really liked the voice actor that played Sergeant Johnson, and he was a fan favorite, and they knew he had to return somehow, they're like, well, we kind of killed him off. And so it's like, in Halo 2, Cairo Station is the first mission, right? And you're getting yelled at by Master Guns about, you know how expensive this equipment is, son? You remember that part?
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah. And anyway, Johnson comes to fetch you to go to, like, the award ceremony. And when he does, they're like, Johnson, like, when are you going to tell me about how you got off of that first Halo installation? And he goes, sorry, Guns, it's classified. Like, they owned up that they messed up the plot.
Yeah.
But, you know, this goes back to what I was trying to say earlier, where with Bungie, what you saw in the video games, whether it was a terminal or a cutscene or in-game dialogue, it was the truest canon. Now, there are books like Contact Harvest or The Flood and all these other games that happen like in between.
Like the Fall of Reach?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that one doesn't have anything to do with Johnson, I don't think.
No, I'm just messing with it.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. But, like, you know, they at least owned up to it and they made something respectable out of it. Like, it wasn't that jarring. You can get from that context of the situation that, oh, there was some actual secret mission that went down that somehow allowed Johnson to escape. Also in Combat Evolved, and this is the last, like, anachronism or whatever that I'll get into. I swear. I'm sorry I'm taking up so much time.
Oh, no.
So much I can say about this stuff,
please,
you know?
please don't worry.
All right. Well, in one of the do you remember in Halo Combat Evolved, and it's okay if you don't, but there was this level where you're introduced to the Flood. And how you're introduced to him is, you know, Jenkins, one of the Marines, his helmet, you take out his device that records what he sees, and Master Chief puts it in the back of his helmet.
This was in Halo 1?
This was in Halo Combat Evolved, yes.
Yeah, I don't think I made it that far when I streamed it the one time.
Right? Oh, dude, you didn't make it past... Yeah, you definitely didn't get to the Flood level.
No.
But I'm just remembering if you remember.
But I know of the Flood. I remember, you know, watching friends play and seeing the Flood and all that. Yeah.
So when we see Jenkins's playback footage, essentially, of when the Flood attacked his squad, his squad consisted of like him, Mendoza, and some other Marine. That doesn't play a big part in the role or in the plot point here. But there's also Captain Keyes and Sergeant Johnson. So all of them are seen in this videotape getting attacked and swarmed by the Flood, and they're all presumed dead or captured or who knows what, right? Because we don't know what the Flood is yet at this point.
Right.
So Captain Keyes was assimilated by the Flood and made into like this proto Gravemind. Remember, you have to punch his skull in to get his neural lace, and
I don't remember, but
well,
yeah, go.
Most people do if you play the games. All right, I know it's a 20-year-old game essentially at this point, but
you know, maybe I'll go back to streaming it at some point. Who knows?
But, it's a fantastic game, but I know you don't really like the campaign, and that's fine.
I've always just
obviously
been
I'm a story-based person. I love games for the escapism and getting lost in the lore.
We'll have that conversation probably a little later on.
Oh yeah,
but
so, definitely.
but go on.
But anyway, so like obviously, like Jenkins gets swarmed by the Flood and is assumed to be assimilated and made Flood food. So is the other, you know, Marines in his squad, and obviously even Captain Keyes doesn't really escape the Flood. So Johnson, we don't see him the rest of the campaign, I don't think, until, like I said, the end. If you're playing on Legendary, he kind of makes a cameo and is fighting over an assault rifle with an elite, and then goes thermonuclear, and he just dies anyway, right? But technically, it's presumed at this point that like he didn't survive the Flood infection either. But Yeah, so if you consider only the game canon to be lore, like, or the truest canon and not the books, here's where you'd be kind of missing out, or vice versa. You see, in one of the books or something, I forget exactly. There's so much, dude.
I'm sure.
Yeah, go even onto like Halopedia for just 5 minutes, and you'll
Oh yeah.
understand what I mean.
Oh yeah. You know, sorry, just a little off topic, but when I was doing research for the Smash Bros. Video,
Oh yeah,
it was all like,
dude.
I don't know if you saw some of the clips I grabbed, but I was like, there was a
Yes.
Ninja Gaiden OVA,
Right?
like there was a Ninja Gaiden anime, and like the only
Dude.
one I could find, it had like, it was in like Russian or something with English
Right?
subtitle, or it had like Russian something. It was very weird. Anyway, I was
video
like,
games are just weird like that.
yeah,
It's crazy, but it's crazy cool.
but that's essentially every, like, any franchise that gets big, they start putting themselves in
it's
everything.
like,
like,
we gotta like really have a story
right.
now, and it's not
Like-
just
like there's like to say Back to the Future again. Back to the Future has a comic, it has a cartoon, it has the video game, which is a continuation from 3.
Yeah.
Like it is, it's like
when something gets popular,
yeah.
I mean, people, it's merchandise, but
And there's probably books that I don't know about. You know, like there's a ton of
the
that's
man,
how
the myth,
is.
the legend, the video game, the plushie, like we know how it works.
Yeah.
But anyway, just to wrap up my point there, is like,
of course,
the plot hole was like Johnson in the books apparently has this genetic anomalous disorder. I forget what it's called, but it makes the flood. Yeah, exactly right. It's a MacGuffin. It makes the flood pass over him and not think that he's food, essentially. And Bungie was livid when Microsoft published a book that had that included, because the sci-fi writer that wrote it wasn't someone who necessarily like had been working on the story originally for Halo, right?
Gotcha.
I don't think so. So they had to retroactively, in a later like Halo mythos that Bungie wrote, make it official in that Halo mythos book that that's not the case, and there was some other BS reason why Johnson didn't get assimilated and survived and all that. So like, you know, that's the difference. That's what I miss, is like, you know, they would have their fair share of plot holes and stuff. But at least, like you were asking originally, could you follow it along from 1 through 3 for the most part and absolutely get taken for a thrill ride? Yes, definitely. It's still stellar to this day for a reason. With Halo 4, 5, and 6, or now Infinite, I guess. Can you say the same? Can you honestly say that the continuity is still there?
Probably not.
Without watching, like you said, if you're just playing the video games, in whatever order you choose.
Well,
as it,
I would go in order.
a typical order, like chronological, or in order of release or something. You know? But you know what I'm saying. So I guess answer.
Yeah, I'm not including Reach or ODST. I'm talking 1 through 3, 4, 5, and 6.
One trilogy to another trilogy.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So anyway, again, I can go on and on, but I won't. Long answer to a short question. No, I don't think a new player really would be able to follow along unless they had even dove a little bit into some of the extended lore, like getting all the terminals in the game reveals a lot that makes you go, what is this mendicant bias? What is this L and D that are having this conversation in these terminals? And that stands for the librarian and the didact, we find out later on. In like, so there's but he goes deeper. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So there were promotional campaigns in real life, augmented reality games like I Love Bees. There was the Adjutant Reflex thing on the Bungie official website. Yeah,
Jesus.
like, exactly. And even as far back as 1999, there are these things called the Cortana letters, which is a whole other bag of wax or ball of wax, whatever.
So it was before Halo came out.
Yeah. They had planned at least some semblance of the rough cut of this story. Because remember, before Bungie made Halo, which originally was called like Blam and Monkey Nuts, and went by it was a third person real time, like they were known prominently for games like Myth and Marathon. And the odd story that I feel like people forget is like Marathon 2 or Myth 2, I forget which, but one of those games has such a game-breaking bug in it that if you uninstalled it from your computer, it would uninstall basically every other file from your computer, essentially bricking it. And so they had to recall and deal with refunds and take the loss on that. But themselves, remember, Bungie wasn't a bunch of 100 employees. This was like a dozen dudes at this point. And when I say dudes, I mean like they're not corporate suits by any means. Like maybe some of them know business, but
right.
And they had to like individually like repackage, re-edit, and resell, paying for it all themselves. It cost them $1 million roughly in 1990s money or whatever. And they almost went bankrupt. So when Microsoft acquired them, they were having financial difficulties because of their own doing, but they owned up to it and they tried to make the best of a bad situation. Now, to parallel that, the Master Chief Collection in 2014 did not work for essentially 2 years, and it was promoted as being like the best thing since sliced bread or the second coming of Jesus. And I have a sinking suspicion that Phil Spencer, who took over for Matt Dobrik because of how terribly
Don Matrick.
Don Matrick, I don't know why I call him that. Anyway, for the transition between the 360 and the Xbox One. You're right.
Okay.
Anyway, when he stood up, and he was already working at a high-level position at Microsoft, but not like the highest head of Xbox games. So when he took up the position, he was like, you know what? Halo's been kind of like our crutch all this time. The Xbox One doesn't really have like a launch title. Halo 4 was supposed to be it, but they said no. I don't know the rhyme or reason for that, but Bonnie Ross herself said this in an interview, so that's where I get this from. But you know, I have a sinking suspicion that because of the declining sales of the Xbox One family at the time, they needed an out and quick. And that's why this game was overly ambitious, because at first Bonnie Ross pitched that it was just going to be like Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary or Halo 2 Anniversary and like just the campaign. Because so far, like that was their pedigree as 343 Industries. That's all the Halo works they had officially produced, I think. And so Phil Spencer's like, no. We need like to go bigger, go home. So like all the Master Chief Collection stories, including your recent Halo 4 game, which is already like 7 or 8 engines, are going to be working on this new engine, the Xbox One, on one disc. And by the way, your newly formed team that's only been working on Halo for like a few years at this point is going to be split between that little project and finishing Halo 5 Guardians. So like the thing is, but here's the reason why I don't like 343. You might say, oh, poor them, right? They were kind of pressured. And again, I don't know if any of that's true or not. This is just what the behavior lends one's self to think.
I gotcha.
So if they had done something to either prime us or maybe not sell it like they were setting the expectations so high, or maybe afterwards at least outright apologized, or maybe gotten some fixes in within like a couple of months. And granted, there were like updates and bug fixes almost immediately, but none of them really did much of anything. And it was largely ignored for a long, inexcusable amount of time.
I remember.
People don't remember that. And again, parallel the way they treated their failed game with the way Bungie, just a group of couple of guys who are relatively new to the game, treated their initially bugged or failed product, right? Like this Master Chief Collection is often cited as not just one of the worst failures to launch in Halo history, which I can't believe I would have to even say those words in the same sentence for Halo, you know? But in video game history, you know?
I mean, that's, I guess when you're talking about big names.
But like still. So this is why people tend to have trust issues with 343. And I have a huge piece of drama, but I want to let you talk first.
I mean, I don't really have much to say. I guess, when it came to the Master Chief Collection, I remember trying to just like get in the same lobby as Michael, and we were in like it was pretty impossible. I was trying to think of who was there before Don Matrick. I don't remember.
I don't know.
Xbox.
I even got Don Matrick's name wrong, so you're asking the wrong guy. Like I said, I'm not an expert on Microsoft or Halo, but I know a couple of things.
I do know. I mean, it's probably because he got Banjo and Smash. But
I mean, hey, whatever does it for you, man.
But
However you learn your history.
But I like Phil Spencer fine, you know.
I think on a personality level, he's a cool guy for someone who's like his age and at the head of a gaming division. You know,
Yeah.
like most of people will seem very out of touch with their fan base when they get to that position, or they've been working as a corporate person for so long. But he definitely seems like someone who enjoys video games the same way we do.
Yeah, and
he's definitely trying to be more pro-consumer, it seems.
Yeah.
Who knows for sure what his true intentions are, but
right.
It seems so far that he's being more pro-consumer than his predecessors.
Yeah, I've always liked and you know, yeah, pro-consumer, basically how he's been trying to like expand the Xbox brand and like try these different things.
Cross-platform, cross-gen stuff.
Yeah,
you buy it on the Xbox One, and if it releases for the Series X, you don't have to pay for a new game.
And it has its ups and downs, because then people go like, oh, well, like, why should I get an Xbox? Like, should I
That's
get a PC?
That's a very valid point.
So it's, it has its ups and downs, but I think, like you said, pro-consumer wise, I think it's a great move.
And he is a great businessman too. Say what you will about him otherwise, he knows the business, right? Of video game production, selling, publishing, all that jazz. So I don't think he'd make these moves without like obviously knowing what he's doing. So I think he very much knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Even though I've heard some people like call him a clown, like he's not a clown. The guy's very smart. So. But again, but anyway, you go say what you're going.
Or I guess what I was gonna say is just like when you look at like Sony and Nintendo, especially, like when it comes to like the online sphere and just like how people are handling that realm of video games, like Xbox does it better than Sony does, because Sony was strictly not allowing cross-platform gaming for a long time. Like it took forever for Fortnite.
They were pretty hardened about that, yeah.
And then Nintendo is Nintendo, and online is like the last thing on their mind. Like they do the crossplay. I don't even know how that works, to be
like
quite honest.
Skyrim and whatever, or what are you talking about?
Or also Fortnite, Minecraft. I think Apex is now on the Switch. I think it is. Or it's coming to the Switch.
I own a Switch, yeah.
Yeah, but
that's why you're the expert on those things if we're talking about experts here.
Well, more so than Microsoft. The only thing I might have you beat on is the Rare properties. That
definitely. Like what do I know about Rare? Like Conker's Bad Fur Day, Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark Zero or something? I don't know.
You're hitting most of them. Battletoads.
How can I forget one of your favorites?
Yeah. Which comes out in 20 days, they announced, but that's regardless. So back to I got it off topic. Back to Halo.
Sorry.
So we were saying.
Yeah, that was the first scene, and I went off on that tangent.
Yeah, and you told me to, or basically you just told me to talk. So go back to what you wanted to say. But I don't have much to say in regards to Halo campaign. Yeah. It's a shame that that they go about it that way, but
Well, here's what I'll talk about then.
Okay.
So people who might watch this video might think that I'm just what's called like a Bungie stan who thinks that like Bungie were gods among men and they're the only people, and like no. Do I prefer their games? Obviously, you and I already agreed, yes. And it's not just...
Most people do. Let's be real.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I went to a website called debate.org, right? And there was a poll there that said, vote this way for if you think Bungie did it better, vote this way if you think 343 did it better. And 90% said Bungie did it better. And this is something you'll see that's consistent on other parts of the internet, but not on Halo Waypoint, because it's heavily moderated.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
I guess what I was trying to say is... oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought. But
oh, no, I'm sorry.
I remember. I was going to say what I would like to talk about, I guess, is people might think I'm coming off as critical, essentially, right? Or that I just love to hate 343 Industries, which I'll admit a little bit of. Like everyone's biased.
Everyone.
And I really don't like some of the decisions they've made, right?
Right.
They're not all bad, but they're not necessarily doing good things to Halo. I don't think.
I think you're pretty much hitting the general consensus, because any discussion I've heard or anything,
it tends to go this way.
If they're a Halo,
it's for a reason.
If they're a Halo fan,
yeah,
they seem to not like 343. And when it's someone more, who's just plays Halo when it comes out, I'm fine with it.
Casual player, whatever. Like you just said, like, you're fine with it, right? And that's fine.
Because I don't, but I also don't follow the story. So that's
yeah. Well, you said earlier, like, if the gameplay's fine, it's probably a good game, right?
Well,
this is or something like that. I don't remember exactly what you said.
Basically, I just say when it comes to gaming, I'm more care about gameplay. But I don't play the story mode. So
and we're just opposite when it comes to that. Like, I definitely know that. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't even do that on your stream.
How dare you?
I know.
I already burped earlier, actually. I think so. You're good.
Yeah. Like, normally I don't care, but like I guess I don't know. I'm just politeness anyway, which is a bad thing.
It's all good, buddy. No worries.
Anyway, no. What I'm trying to say is, like, people might think of being overly critical, but it's not. It doesn't come from a place of hate. It comes from a place rather of, well, I don't have a horse in this or in this race anymore. Like, I uninstalled Halo 5 a long time ago. I can't even tell you the last time I played Halo 4 wasn't even like the Xbox 360 disc. Okay, it was on the Master Chief Collection. Now that it works 6 years later, still there are like black screens and crashes that I'll get. So it's hilarious. And people think it's the next best thing just because it's coming to PC and they're blinded by nostalgia and whatever, I think. But whatever. Hey, if you want to like it, great. And I'm glad it does work now. But moving on, I was on the Master Chief Collection. And I was playing multiplayer. And well, maybe you don't know because it's been a while since you played, but there's a filter for which one of the multiplayers from which game you want to select from, depending on what game you're.
Which has always seemed a little off, but go on.
Yeah, but they made it work. In all fairness, it actually fits. Like, you can find exactly what you're looking for, regardless of how specific or broad it is.
I remember, like, I would try like Halo 2, and then like Halo 2 wouldn't work, and this was
but now it does. I'm saying now it does.
I feel like I tried it like a year ago, but
I'm talking in like the most recent months, not like a year ago. A year ago, you're right. That's the thing, is only recently are people saying good things about it. Only recently has it really gotten to a working state and all on PC. But they're so easy to forget. But anyway, all I'm saying is I accidentally forgot to turn off, like, don't give me games from Halo 4's multiplayer. And I got into a Halo 4 match. I'm like, oh, what is this? And I'm like, oh, I forgot to turn the filter off. So that was probably the last time I've played a Halo 4 anything. And the kind of player I am, I like to play through the campaigns, not just on Legendary to say the prestige of I've beaten them all on Legendary. I like finding the skulls. I like finding all hidden, like, dialogue things and terminals, all the little Easter eggs and stuff, which Halo Reach is full of, man. Anyway, the point is that I didn't even want to play through Halo 4 and Halo 5's campaign again, even for the achievements, which are like the sole driving factor of replayability for many of the Xbox games that I adore. Even those, I'm like, you know what? I'm happy leaving that there. I don't care if it says 99.999% complete for that game when it comes to achievements. I am fine. Like, I got what I wanted out of it, and I left. I guess what I'm saying is, if people think I'm being critical, it's not because I just have a agenda, really, that's like hidden. My agenda is very explicit, right? I just want Halo to go back to its real roots and actually mean it this time. Halo Infinite's being advertised as both a spiritual reboot, something that takes the franchise in bold new directions, and is also respecting the legacy and paying homage to the most iconic, recognizable parts of Halo. And that's not just me pulling those things out of my butt again. That's actually things that 343 has said and confirmed. So either they're lying or they think they're doing what they say, but they're really not. So I want to talk about some things that people are saying are good about Halo Infinite that they've seen from the demo that we both watched, right?
Okay.
So the main things that come to mind. People say it's good that we're on Halo Ring again. They're saying it's good we're fighting brutes again. They're saying it's good that the music sounds awesome, and it's good that blood is back.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess blood's been gone.
Well, let's talk about that because
Yeah.
in Halo 4 and Halo 5, it was mostly fighting armatures, knights, watchers, crawlers,
Oh, that
Prometheans.
right.
They
Of
don't
course,
bleed.
they don't
You
bleed.
had
Yeah.
some elites in Halo 4 and Halo 5, respectively, but even
Mhm.
then, I'm not exactly remembering being able to paint the town purple with their blood, you know, like you could, especially from Halo Combat Evolved. And it was part of the
Right.
gimmick. Halo Combat Evolved is a funny game. It is characterized by humor. Everything from the dialogue and just the goofiness of like exploding for 2001, especially when we
Yeah.
had things like the funniest thing about like GoldenEye for the
Mhm.
Nintendo 64 or whatever on that around the same time was like you could slap people, you know, like slap battles, like
Uh,
goofy things like that
yeah.
resonate with people,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
you know. But anyway, so the blood. People were like, "Hey, man, 343 listened. They brought back the blood." And yes, it is a good step in the right direction. However, they missed the point. You can't splatter the ground and the rocks and the terrain with blood, according to what we saw in the
Oh.
demo. Now, people say, "Oh, well, they did that as a trade-off for stability, right? Because all the blood you got on the ground, yet the computer has to keep track of, and it might lead to like a
Right.
crash." And you know, so okay, even if that excuse is valid, right?
Mhm.
The way the blood works, it doesn't act like a liquid. It evaporates like a mist.
Yeah.
What was the thinking there? On top
Yeah.
of which, like,
Mhm.
I didn't pay close enough attention to this, so this could be something I'm worrying over nothing about, right? And I
Okay.
hope most of these things are things I'm needlessly,
And,
superfluously fretting over.
and you know, it
Um,
is still in development. These things could change, of course, but
but I've been around the block with 343
yeah.
enough times. I know what the typical red flags are,
Okay.
even though they're thinly veiled behind walls of nostalgia this time
Right.
around. But anyway,
Mm.
for people, that thin veil of nostalgia is enough to satisfy them. But
Mhm.
I'm saying, like, when they say, "Oh yeah, the blood's back, it's good," that's that thin veil. When you look
Yeah.
and analyze it and think about it just a little bit, like it doesn't look like blood, and I
Mhm.
hope it's multicolored depending on what enemy you're shooting.
Right.
Like,
Right. Right.
remember the pools of like neon orange, caustic looking blood when you know backsmacked a hunter in like Halo Combat Evolved and whatever?
Sounds
Like
familiar.
different enemies had different colored blood. I
Yeah.
hope
Right.
that stays consistent, right?
Right. I know the
Um,
elites had different blood from
Elites had like blue
the.
blood or something. I don't even
Yeah.
remember what the correct colors were, and I'm probably
Right.
you
I
know
think it's
saying
like
things that are
purple or
wrong.
something. Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
the brutes. I think when they shot a brute in the back,
Maybe it
it
was blue.
was
I don't know.
purple. I
Yeah.
don't know. I
I don't
wasn't really
remember.
paying attention at first,
Yeah.
but when I went back and saw, I'm like, this doesn't look right. It's good they brought the blood
Oh.
back, but you know,
I
they
was
kind of
talking
missed all the
about.
reason.
I was talking about in old games. Wasn't
Oh yeah, in old games. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
was it purple blood or blue blood
I
from
don't remember,
elites?
dude.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
I think it was. So I think they have
I
at least been keeping that consistent. But again,
okay.
this is why there's this stigma about 343 Industries and how they've
Mhm.
handled Halo, where they do, in all fairness, kudos to them for always trying something new and different because the game has to evolve and change is the typical rhetoric.
Right.
But evolving or devolving, you know, that's always the conundrum.
Mhm.
And when they do something that's different for the first time, usually, they do one or two things about it that are right, but they take at least one step backwards as well. And so there's this
Gotcha.
phrase that's a play on words, 3 steps forwards, 43 steps back, that's circulating around the internet. And I think it's a bit mean, but it is
Right.
merited. It is
Yeah. Yeah.
true. And all these things that I mentioned, like the music, Halo rings, fighting brutes, and blood, that
Mhm.
people are claiming are good so far about the gameplay. Like I haven't even talked yet about graphics and Craig. And
Right.
quite frankly, I don't have anything new to say about it, so I'm not really going to. But
Okay.
well,
We can
I
talk
don't
a
know
little
how
bit.
long this is gonna go on. Yeah. How
Uh,
long have we gone on, by the way?
it's been an hour and 3 minutes, just so
I'm
you know.
sorry. I am
Oh.
so
Oh
sorry.
no, you're good.
But like I told you before we did this,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will so anyway, I can analyze all
Yeah.
these different things, and I'm not going into them looking for something to find that's negative. I'm
Mm.
going into these things and saying, yes, this is good. But when people say, you know, it's on the tip of my tongue, I can't quite put my finger on, but something about bringing the blood back just doesn't remind me of the old Halo for some reason.
Right.
And this is why. It's
Yeah.
because it's a thinly veiled piece of nostalgia. And also, a lot of people are saying, and I think this kind of makes sense, the severity of blood that you have in your video games affects your ESRB rating.
Right.
And
Of
people
course.
miss Halo being rated M. But when
Uh,
you make a game rated M for mature,
Has Halo
Well,
not been rated M lately?
it was rated T for teen in Halo 5.
Oh
I don't know
my
about Halo
god.
4. Yeah. Or like Halo Wars was definitely not rated M for
Right,
mature. At
yeah.
least I don't think. That was a
Probably
game
not.
very much tailored to children.
Oh
Well,
yeah. I
or
think
at least
Halo.
teenagers or younger audiences. But
Yeah,
the
okay.
point is, when you rate your game M, you're
Mhm.
as a video game developer, and granted, I'm no video game developer, but
Right.
even I realize, and I've seen this in interviews, not including like this wasn't
Mhm.
an interview I saw with anything like I was searching on for Halo. These are just videos I've seen,
Mhm.
documentaries of the goings on at the ESRB, and people at the ESRB say they know when their developers aim for a certain ESRB rating when they submit a sample of their stuff. They know that if they get a rating back that's like in the higher end, there's a smaller slice of the pie that they can
Yeah.
advertise to demographically, right?
Yeah.
So 343 Industries, they are intelligent, fantastic, prolific business folks.
Yeah.
But they know, even though it's classic Halo to return all that blood and gore and stuff that we miss, and they know fans miss, fans like you and I are a small slice of the pie just because of our age, nothing
Mhm.
else even.
Oh yeah.
They're also, and because like, how many people do you think have actually read a single Halo book and played all of the games? You know, a very small portion, and they
Probably like
admit this.
1%.
But that 1% seems like a lot of people because it is a small yet vocal
Uh-huh.
community.
Right, of
And
course.
anyway, they know that if they make it rated M, there's fewer people they can advertise to.
Mhm.
And they're not dumb about that. And I admire their business acumen, their business aficionados, but I don't think that's necessarily a compliment to call themselves really business minded people when it's such a volt boss from Bungie, who, granted, they had to be business people, they still ran a business.
Mhm.
Um, one of the original one of the original founders, I think it was like Josh Statton's roommate was like a business major in college or something when they met to make this Bungie studio or whatever.
Mhm.
Anyway, they know their stuff. They're not dumb, but again, when you went from just a bunch of passionate nerds who were perfectionists, like
Right.
they never said, "And good enough, ship it." Even
Yeah.
when Halo 2 had a hellish development cycle and they had to
Mhm.
scrap everything for like halfway through
Mhm.
production. They were genuinely ashamed of Halo 2 and were
Right.
genuinely surprised when people thought Halo 2 was like the best game since sliced bread, you know, or
Well,
whatever.
I think with Halo
Um,
2, I remember I even back then
the
like
ball busting ending of the campaign and all that,
people
and
people
the
always talked
gimmicks,
about the
the
campaign and how it
BXR
ended.
glitch.
Yeah, BXR.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Uh
like, yeah. And I
but
guess I'm just saying, like, when you go from those people making the games and it's
mhm.
showing, because your guiding philosophies of game design will manifest themselves in your products.
Mhm.
And people don't like what they're seeing between that transition from then to now. And they just, again, maybe they just don't realize what it is about it that makes it feel not like Halo anymore. But
Mhm.
like I said, when you look at it critically and think of the games critically, look at the history and try to get a holistic picture,
Mhm.
it's granted a little bit difficult to see. The truth is a little bit obfuscated, but if you, pun intended, hunt the truth viciously, you will find it. It's not unachievable. And you know me, I had to add one pun. Sorry, dude.
Wait, I didn't even.
Oh, I said Hunt the Truth,
Oh,
which was in a series of like, they're actually on YouTube still. Really fantastic audio logs that 343 put out as a promotional campaign for Halo 5 Guardians for free. This is one of their
uh,
only transmedia things they did for free. And they had Keegan Michael Key as one of the voice actors
that
for it.
that does sound familiar, but
I listened to those religiously, but none of them had any bearing on any Halo
yeah,
game at all.
yeah. I think I remember you
Oh,
telling me that. But also,
yeah. So anyway,
I don't know how
yeah.
you thought I was gonna get this hunt the truth pod or
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm sorry, dude. I figured it was like from the most recent game, and I thought like you said, had told you about them. Sorry,
I
I
think you,
forget my
I think,
audience.
I think you give me too much credit. Like, I am.
I don't know, dude. Whenever I have any question or ask for any opinions on video games, I usually go to you. So I guess and I know you have like video game books you've read, so I just assume that you know, and I'm sorry for assuming.
Oh no! Don't be sorry. I'm letting you know. Like,
You're like,
dog,
oh, you flattered me, sir.
I'm way out of my wheelhouse right now, dog. Like,
But no,
but,
but this is why I'm trying to lend your like
yeah,
your channel my unique perspective on it.
yeah. No, and I'm
But I think
glad
a
to.
lot of our perspectives do align despite the disparity between how much we
Uh,
know and care about the game. So I think
yeah,
that's interesting. So
yeah.
Anyway, should I go on?
Well, it's up to you. It's whatever
I
points
would
you
very
want to
much
make.
like to, but
This is.
I think we said before this, I don't want to make this just a Devin talks all the time, and I've been
Oh
talking.
no! It's not that. I knew when it came to Halo.
Yeah. Well,
I just wasn't sure. I thought you had like when you said you had like 45 minutes or whatever. I thought you had like a speech prepared. Like,
oh no, I'm corny enough to like label these things with like corny chapter labels, but I'm not.
I thought you were like okay,
that.
okay, I'm gonna speak, and then it was like, well, you see, in 2001, you just went on, like you're
so,
like, yeah. I thought that. I thought you had like a planned, coordinated.
That would be like Bungie
thing.
storytelling. I'm like 343 storytelling. Where it's bad because it's disjointed and no one knows what tangent I'm on.
No, you're good, buddy.
Yeah. So anyway, maybe I'm, I got some. Well, I don't want to say it. You know what I mean. I got some stuff up here. Maybe I don't know.
No, you're good.
Like I said earlier, I'm a dumb, and even a dumb like me realizes there's a clear disparity. So. Yeah. Next thing, I guess, is I'll ask the question.
Okay.
Did you notice after that, first scene where we get the date that kind of dismayed me? Not kind of, it did. Did you notice that there were not one, not two, but three banished anti-aircraft cannons, right?
No.
Okay, well, remember Master Chief saying, I count 3 anti-air cannons?
Oh, no, I actually don't. I more was watching it, like, yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, there were 3 cannons, right? Only 2 of which shot at this Pelican.
Uh-huh.
This pilot is the worst pilot I've ever seen. But this Pelican, which I know is more armored for a UNSC aircraft than, say, like a Wasp or, a Hornet, which
pull this up so I get a better idea.
They take 2 direct frontal hits from AA cannons specifically designed to take out aircraft. And they couldn't even, well, they brought the thing down, but like the windshield didn't even crack. Like, like, is this Pelican invincible or something? Like in any other Halo game, even a Scarab, which granted is a super unit in Halo 2 in the campaign on the level Metropolis, a Scarab takes down 2 Pelicans and kills most of its crew by itself. Gotcha. In Halo 3, there's an anti-air cannon that takes down 1 shot, 1 kill, a longsword, like a super bomber fighter jet from the UNSC. Like, how can... I know the Banished aren't the Covenant, but unless this AA cannon was shooting nothing but stuffed teddy bears and confetti, how in the world did any... Like, even Master Chief would have been, like, a bit shaken up after this, but no. And, okay, there are so many things I could talk about just about this crash landing. But what I'll say about it that aggravated me probably the most, other than this, plot armor, like 343 has a problem with logic. Okay, this is the thing that aggravates me most. I know it's a science fantasy game at this point, but like, come on. Anyway,
I think this comes to a very different. Like, I know you want everything in your media to make sense. I guess to me, I'm like, it's a bit.
I don't. It's like, I'm okay with there being these energy sword things that float in the air. Like I like the science fiction, science fantasy element of it, but like even basic physics, like what goes up must come down.
Right.
Like real, especially when historically, canonically, other things have been shot down by less powerful things. Like it just doesn't make sense from a logic standpoint. Not just because I want it to make sense, but because it straight up does not. Regardless of what I want, And that's what most people would point that out.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like you mentioning this thing,
you wouldn't notice it.
This is never anything I would ever think about ever. So I am gonna be honest with you, and I don't mean to. I don't mean to. I love that you care.
You're right.
I love that you care so much about it.
That's why I say I don't hate on this game because I hate on it. I can't help but notice these things because especially in Bungie games, that would not happen.
Right.
And I don't like when they set that up and they just I think I can tell where it comes from is why I care. I think it comes from 343 Industries, like Hollywood, knowing that flashy, tug on the heartstring, kind of cheap emotional things trump logical, really standalone moments, and they think with their hearts and not their minds.
Right.
And you have to do both. It's a hard balance to strike, I admit. But this has been consistent behavior from them. For example, in Halo 4, at the end, there's a quick time event, which you can't fail, by the way. So there's no risk in
There's
that.
no,
That's kind of silly. But that's how you beat the main villain of the game you've been chasing the entire game,
right.
which don't even get me started on the Didact. But that's this villain.
We're
Anyway,
good.
yeah. As the Master Chief, the last action you can take before the final cutscene starts is you press like the right trigger or something to activate a tactical nuke in Master Chief's hands.
This sounds familiar. This sounds like something
But
you told me.
Cortana somehow is able to instant transmission him away, remove the bomb from his hands, let it destroy the rest of the ship where her splintered, fragmented selves apparently still are.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of her energy that she used to transport him away and ensconce him in this bubble to survive this blast somehow, she disappears before becoming physical somehow and able to touch John's chest and then dies. Or so we think.
Right.
There are so many fan theories as to like, oh, she fell into like some Swiss space portal on the ship and lived and whatever. But anyway, regardless, we are made to think at the end of Halo 4 that Master Chief survived a point blank Havoc nuke blast and Cortana is dead. But somehow he's not at arm's length. Somehow, like, logic doesn't make sense. And Cortana's alive in Halo 5. And we don't know how because unless you read the extended lore and all that stuff, and the only way you're able to tell how she survived in-game, and this was something I missed when I played Halo 5 Guardians, and I'm definitely not going back to the campaign to try to play it, because the campaign stinks. Anyway, on the very last mission of Halo 5 Guardians, there is a single line that Cortana says that says something about how she fell into a slip space hole and wound up on the other side of it at the Forerunner domain, which made her immortal and realized she should become the antagonist. A lot of those things like the domain, which you're like, wait, what's that? And slip space and this, you would be forgiven not to realize, especially when this single line of dialogue at the end of this game was told over comms while other stuff is going on. And like, if you move past a certain checkpoint, she says other dialogue that cuts herself off because it's staged like that. This is why I can't trust 343 Industries when people say like, oh, as long as the story's good or as long as this gameplay's good, I don't care. And so far the gameplay and story looks good. For someone who's been like, I established my credibility with all, like, I have all the books here I've read. I'm not the most, you know, I don't know everything, obviously, right? Some of the things I've said are probably very wrong.
I'd say you know more than most.
Exactly, right? Even some dum-dum like me realizes that this does not make sense. It's a logic problem that they've had throughout all of their main games. And this looks like it's just going to persist in Halo Infinite, especially when, like I said, the Pelican's like invincible. And apparently the pilot is too, because he hits his head and we see it because the camera perspective is, you know, you're basically taking the perspective of the dashboard of the crashed Pelican, right? You're looking at the pilot as he's seated and he slams his head into you. So there's that visual cue, right? Also, he fades in and out of consciousness because the screen darkens, and takes the shape of eyelids, and you hear tinnitus, a ringing of the ears, indicating this pilot has suffered a concussion. But when you look at his face, there is no sign, no bleeding, no bruises, no cuts, no dents. There are these two black marks above his eyebrows, but those were there before the crash. So either that was an oversight that was supposed to appear after he bumped his head, and again, when you look at that, you know, millions of views video that this demo has, one of the first comments is, can we all just appreciate that the pilot finally survived for once in Halo when they crashed? And many people like that he survived for once. I'm saying that's uncharacteristic and illogical. So while it might be cool that he survived, it might just been a plot armor thing. Why would they design it that way? There are other ways, better ways, I would argue, to have this pilot survive the crash if that was your goal, right? To put him in real peril and see him suffer a little bit, but not die completely and come back from it. And again, this is just why, if there's no other takeaway from this, I just wish that for the past roughly 10 years, I had been a fly on the wall during these board meetings when not like the contractors or
Right.
ensemble studios who make these, who do the like some of the back end and front end, the creatives, engineers, whatever. I don't blame them at all. When I say
Uh-huh.
343, I'm talking about like Bonnie Ross, Frank O'Connor, Kiki Wolfkill, and some others who just kind of stayed in power and made and been responsible for these decisions this whole time. For
Uh-huh.
the past 10 years, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall during some of these board meetings when they're like, okay, what should we do about X, Y, or Z thing? And they always seem to choose the worst possible outcome. And it boggles my ever loving mind. And
Yeah.
if they would just tell us, if they would just tell us what went into this thinking, and not like in public relations speak, I mean, genuinely tell us, yes, this was a tough decision, but ultimately X, Y, and Z evidence and what the team thought subjectively uh, brought us to this decision. And sometimes they do that.
Mhm.
Like Sprint was a huge thing that people didn't like being
Right.
included in Halo, and it started in Halo Reach, which was a Bungie game. But when Halo
That's
4
right.
came out,
Yeah.
Josh Holmes, one of the creative directors, was like, this was a very difficult decision for us,
Mhm.
blah, 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 blah. Well, I don't know how much I trust that. I
Yeah.
mean, what follows after this was a difficult decision for us. If you read like the community updates and the blog posts, which I have,
Mhm.
um, they spin it as if everything's relatively fine and things are good. And we heard more positive than negative about this change. Again, like if they get their sources from like Halo Waypoint and not the community at large, and they're trying to pander to their broad consumer audience slice of the
Right.
pie, not we, the Bungie Stan fans or anything who
Mhm.
miss the true return to form kind of games. That's kind of BS. Like that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Mhm.
And so when you can see so clearly right through them, and maybe I can't, maybe I'm very wrong, but when they don't give any indication otherwise, and all we can do is speculate,
Yeah.
it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Uh-huh.
When you, especially when like, okay, I love this. So when recording for, the different sounds that happen, like this, stomping has to be recorded, like it has to
Mhm.
be recorded. 343 Industries has put out these like field recording videos on YouTube. And one of them, well, many of them actually, some, anyway, multiple of them feature prominently this pug, adorable little guy. And they see him like snarling into the microphone and all that. And people are
Mhm.
like, ooh, is that what noise the flood is going to make? Does that mean the flood are in Halo Infinite? Like
Yeah.
all these other things. Also, they in their We Are 343 Industries video
Mhm.
that released in like January, December of 2019 or something. I forget. I don't know. Anyway, within the recent year, they boast about how they donate to charities. They get people to dress up as Master Chief and make visits. They do these Halo community outpost events that are really popular. They have Make a Wish Foundation kids on their live streams,
Mhm.
all that jazz. And yet, all I can see is, hey, look, we're distracting you from the fact that we can't make good Halo games for 10 years straight. Like,
Right.
have pity on us. Look at how good
Yeah.
we are.
Right,
And
right,
other people besides me, I'm not just some tinfoil hat wearing, Mega Man like headphone
Mhm.
wearing guy. Other people, a significant amount of people, have also called them out for this.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do about it.
No.
That's
Um,
ultimately the harshest feeling, is
I
that like I don't want to care. Like I said, I don't have a horse
mm,
in this race anymore, but I just want to see Master Chief have a satisfactory conclusion to his arc,
right.
to his story. And that's the only reason why I keep still caring is like after Halo 4 and 5, when they said this was going to be a campaign only demo that they showed, how are they going to write their way out of the corner they've written themselves into? And
Yeah.
that's why I want to know. And that's why I like following on this stuff. And also, like you and I, regardless of whether you were a campaign guy like you or like
Or
me, or,
mm,
or a more like multiplayer gameplay guy like you,
mm,
regardless of why you liked Halo, if you grew up with it like we did and saw it in its glory days or its heyday, you kind of still care. You can't help
yeah.
but care.
Yeah, yeah,
There's so
yeah.
many
Of
people who are
course.
like, if you don't care about
What
it and you think they're terrible people that make these games, then just don't play them anymore. And it's like,
mm.
I don't. I'm not going to get Halo Infinite, nor am I going to get an Xbox Series X unless like Cyberpunk is just that worth it. But like,
Well, Cyberpunk comes out on Xbox One, so
oh,
should
well,
be.
then there you go. I don't even need to.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. But
Uh,
anyway, all I'm saying is like, if that's the case, I can't help but keep caring.
I think a lot of games aren't they still making Xbox One versions?
Yes.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Halo Infinite is going to be Xbox One, PC, and Series X.
Series X. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've said a lot. I'm going to take a break now. You say what you want to say, because I got plenty I could say.
Well, there was something I was gonna say, but now I've kind of lost it. What were you just saying a few seconds ago before?
About how people say if you don't like it, don't play it.
I remember now. It seems like I'm curious how much 343's decisions are influenced by Microsoft. You know, because
I wonder too.
Because when you think of Halo is undoubtedly,
yes.
Microsoft's mascot, like 100%.
Golden Goose, cash cow.
And the problem with that, it's a game that's mature,
20 years old. It has a history.
It's not that. It's that it's a game that originally was meant for people 17 and up. And I know this is something you kind of said, but take your Mario. Sony doesn't really have a mascot. They did on the PS1, which was Crash. It was,
Crash.
But that wasn't Sony's
Now it's like
it's more like Uncharted,
the girl from Horizon Zero Dawn, or Spider-Man, Aloy, that's her name.
Sure.
No, I just remembered.
Yeah. Oh no, you're good. But
good game.
I still don't have a PS4, so.
I don't either, but I loved watching the playthrough online, and I made me want to get a PS4 in that game. And now that they're making another one,
I actually do want a PS4, but probably for reasons that like no one else wants a PS4.
Like Crash Team Racing or something.
No, that's on Switch, so I don't need it for that. That was when Crash came to PS4. That was the reason. But
well, what's your reason? I'm curious now.
I want like the Parappa the Rapper remake, like the remake
with you,
and I know people are gonna really hate this, but I've played a bit. I've played a bit of Shenmue on PS1.
Yes,
and
dude,
and it's still exclusive to PS4, and I'm like, that Shenmue 3 is.
Yes.
It's so campy, but it's something I just love.
But that's what you like, right? That appeals to you, and it appeals to a lot of other people too. Yeah,
and not that many apparently, but
it did hardcore dedicated couple of fans.
Yeah. But I want to finish 1 and 2. That's a game I'd love to stream. But I might
1 and 2 or Shenmue.
Shenmue.
Okay, yeah.
But
yeah, that game.
So there's anyway, that was a tangent, sorry. So with Sony, then Microsoft, their golden goose is Halo. I'm very curious during the Bungie years how many complaints they got about children playing their games because parents are bad.
Oh, it was in the news. It was. I remember the news stories, living through it myself, and in my memory, it's been rejogged when I've seen it on YouTube videos of people recanting the history.
There's always been the violence in video games thing, right? So when it comes,
ESRB ratings matter so much.
Yeah. No, for sure. And when you said Halo was T, I was like, oh, I didn't really even notice.
I'm probably wrong about which one was T, by the way. I don't actually remember.
No worries. But it's with Microsoft wanting to appeal to everyone. And when it comes
understandably so.
Right. And when it comes to Halo, you're going to be skirting this fine line of stick to Halo's roots or like, oh, but like you said, we could sell
which is
a lot
more profitable though.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not like Halo sold bad though,
No, you can still get enjoyment out of it.
Yeah,
you absolutely can enjoy Halo 5. You can absolutely enjoy Halo 4. And I'm not talking about anyone.
I'm talking about in the Bungie days. When they were for sure M-rated.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure they sold well.
What we valued as kids back then was all that blood and gore and stuff that our parents would let us,
And one thing I'll give parents credit for nowadays, and like our generation is going to be very good about it.
What are you talking about?
people that have grown up playing video games are going to be much more aware about violence in video games and what their kids play and things like that.
Claim.
So, because like
I don't know what I think about that.
Because I mean, my mom knew, but you know, she just didn't care as much. I played Mortal Kombat when I was like 5.
And that is one of those games that definitely made the news for its violent plays.
It's what made the ESRB.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mortal Kombat. It was Mortal Kombat Night Trap and a game called Lethal Enforcers. Those games.
I mean, I saw clips. You know, I mentioned earlier I saw a little documentary on the ESRB. Obviously, like Mortal Kombat was there, and I'm like, oh, that's Mortal Kombat. But like, I've never played or owned well, Garrett gave me a Mortal Kombat for the 360. I never touched. But like, you know, I didn't realize that was like the reason though.
The gaming,
like the main one.
The gaming historian has done a good video on it, and I think I'll send you the link to it. I did here, gaming historian. And if I can, I don't know if I can do other people's videos. Excuse me. But there's a Mortal Kombat. That's why I put in the Smash Bros video, like, Mortal Kombat certainly has a legacy, especially in the US or whatever.
Yeah, and not all of it.
That was straight up like from C-SPAN talking about violence in video games. So yeah,
speaking of which, the Arbiter has been in Mortal Kombat. One of the people from Halo, just saying.
No, he's in
or is that Mortal Kombat or something else?
He's in Killer Instinct.
It's Killer Instinct. Never mind. I'm wrong.
Yep. Same with the guy from Gears, the villain.
Oh, guy.
Lord. Is it Lord? It's not Lord Slug or something like that. It's like Lord
Slug. No, I know who you're talking about though.
But
General Rom.
Yes,
General Rom.
General Rom is in it, and so is Rash from Battletoads. Anyway.
I remember that reveal actually. Yes.
Yeah. So basically, I think 343. They probably don't have as much sway as Bungie did. You know, it's like no. Halo was Bungie's thing. Like, you have the Halo property now. We're gonna like kind of tell you what to do. Like, you don't get to say like, oh no, like the blood has to stay. Like, well,
like it's rightfully theirs. The IP has belonged to Microsoft since 2001.
Right.
Bungie was acquired under their banner, under their fold, whatever. But like, when Microsoft would, as their corporate overlords, as they would call them, try to make them do something that they knew was not good for their vision for the game, which it's not like they had a single unified vision. They bickered about it like children a lot. But at the end of the day, what we got from the games, if they knew that something that Microsoft was trying to make them do or pressure them to do was going to be bad, they would actually have the spine to at least, even if it was professionally and courteously, which I don't know how much it was. Like, they don't tell us about that in the Vidocs. You know, they would at least try to stand up for themselves. No time ever, even in interviews, when Bonnie Ross said she suggested to Phil Spencer that they make the Master Chief Collection just, you know, a separate disc to avoid this catastrophe, or that Halo 4, she said, should have been the Xbox One's launch console or whatever. Like, when her wishes weren't granted, she just kind of went along with them, she makes it seem. Now, again, I don't know the verity of that. I don't know, but the way she makes it seem in her interviews and the way that, you know, other people have talked about it and their behavior all kind of lead me to believe that they really just go along with whatever Microsoft says for the most part.
Well, I'll tell you this. If that's the case, there's probably a reason why 343 was the developer chosen.
Well, Bonnie Ross had been working at Microsoft for years at that point. And had a reputable pedigree.
Yeah.
It's because, and she admits in an interview, she wanted to do this because, like many of us, to be fair, she was upset that Halo 3 was going to be the last, like, you know, she wasn't satisfied with the way Master Chief's story ended.
Gotcha.
And she wanted to continue it, especially since, like you said, and since everyone knows, it was just too good to let go of Halo at the time. So
I would have appreciated
admire her for wanting to do it. But if you're gonna, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna take up the mantle of responsibility or whatever, if you're gonna do that, you better be like
ready,
coming out guns blazing. And if you don't know what you're doing from the start, the safest bet would not have been to try to take Halo in a bold new direction and assert yourself as the new authority. The better alternative would have been to just not copy paste Halo 3 all over again, but take note from what Bungie did well and apply it to what would become the sequel. There is so much more I can talk to about just this one point. But I'm going to stop there.
Well, I guess my little thing I'll add in there is Halo 4 definitely seemed like it was trying to be a direct competitor to Call of Duty.
Everyone knows this.
Because with the loadouts and everything like that, like it was...
Do you know why that happened besides just Call of Duty, though? So this is something that I'm just speculating, and I don't have anything to really back this up except for things I've seen on Halo Waypoint. But they do listen to their community despite what people say. They just listen to the wrong people from it if you're someone like me, right? And I know that's kind of an arrogant thing to say, but hear me out. When Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach and even Halo 3 to a degree, like around the time Bungie was like...
Sorry, I accidentally bumped the microphone and I was like, oh. Okay. So I think we're still good. Yeah, I think we're still good. Okay.
So what I was saying was around the time that Halo 3 or that Bungie was transitioning away from, you know, the franchise, it was making it clear, at least internally, that they were done and wanting to move on. You know, people were complaining around that time, especially with like Halo Reach, that they couldn't get power weapons during multiplayer. They didn't like the idea of bullies being the first ones to get to like the rocket launcher or the sniper and having zone control the rest of the map, and they just quit, right? Those people were the ones who were so dissatisfied that they'd go onto Halo Waypoint and other, you know, ways to voice their concerns, and 343 listened to them. So what did they do as a solution that was a compromise? Well, you know what? If we give them these ordnance drops in the multiplayer that guarantee no matter how much you suck at zone control or whatever, you are guaranteed to get at least one power weapon. It may not be the one you want, but you're at least guaranteed to get a power weapon at some point in the game, or a power up like a speed boost or extra health or extra damage or grenades or whatever. That's part of the motivation for why not only did they obviously copy from Call of Duty, they and they still to this day deny it, but like if that wasn't the reason, then why? But again, that's why I can't help but think maybe it was because so many people complained about unfairness that they listened to those people because they wanted to get like the reward points, you know, the pity points, like, hey, they listened to me. I don't have to be good now to play Halo 4 multiplayer. And now I get power weapons, even if I just sit in a corner for 5 minutes straight. That timer on your ordnance drop eventually will still tick up and you'll be able to get it. That same thing that people hated still happens with the rec packs in Warzone. In Warzone, if you just sit still, eventually you will get at least a level 2 rec or whatever to where you can get some more advanced weaponry. This is just, again, par for the course for what I've seen in the Halo Infinite demo. Again, they didn't talk about multiplayer except for the news that leaked, and they had no choice really but to endorse this leak that people found out about accidentally. About the multiplayer being like, you know, open world and everything and whatever else. So like they haven't revealed the multiplayer yet, but already, especially when the campaign and the demo, the overall sentiment is it kind of sucked or wasn't, you know, it was nonplussing. People were relatively nonchalant about it. When they needed a breakout win for Halo after all it's been through in these past 20 years or so, right? They're like, well, at least the multiplayer. And now how do you feel about that? Especially when Halo Infinite is supposed to be a 10-year roadmap. What franchise in video games has had a successful 10-year roadmap? Destiny? Anthem? You know, like, and here's the kicker. The real kicker is this. When we talked about older Halos, right? And say what you will, and I'm probably betraying myself here for how I said, oh, they're so inconsistent with the way they make their games at 343, right? Well, they've been very consistent about trying to implement a tertiary feature in their games. What I mean is the primary feature for some might be multiplayer or might be campaign, but either way, those are the primary and secondary features. That's all you can do in a Halo game, right? Except ever since Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2 had like Xbox Live with the multiplayer matches being, you know, a far improvement from original Halo Combat Evolved, which was tacked on like 3 days by 3 people before its release, if you do the digging. But which is just amazing. They didn't have to do it, but they gave us multiplayer for Halo Combat Evolved. Anyway, Halo 2 had that tertiary feature. Halo 3, like I said, file share, Forge, Theater. Halo 4, they tried to do that with Spartan Ops. Halo 5, they tried to do that with Warzone. Do you know why we remember things like, Forge and theater mode and Xbox Live and whatever more fondly than, Warzone or Spartan Ops? It's because, again, 343 Industries, they tried to stay consistent. They had their hearts, I truly do believe, were in the right places, but that's all they were thinking with, their hearts, not their minds. More probably the part of their mind that has to do with like being a business aficionado, but not a real like in touch with what video gamers who liked and made these games great and would take a bullet for Bungie in the first place, kind of like, those kind of people who built them up, they're betraying.
Is Forge still around? Was that a thing in 5 and 4? It was.
It wasn't at launch. Launch, you did not have Forge or theater or file share.
That sounds about 100% correct.
But even Halo 4 had like a Forge or a theater mode when it launched. Halo 5 did not. And that leads a lot of people to believe that they secretly like planned to, give us Forge from the beginning. But someone said, wait, what if we make them wait a month so that we artificially expand the lifespan of our game? So that if after a month of Halo 5 is releasing, it's not doing so hot, we need to boost in numbers. Right. Well, let's do a patch where we introduce Forge and we have that extra month to work on it in the meantime while it's cooking. Like,
that's pretty much all games.
Yes.
Yeah.
But never was it in a Halo game.
Right.
And that's why people like me don't like 343 Industries. It's okay if you do. I'm not saying you're not allowed to have fun. I'm not trying to be the fun police, but like, here's the final point. Since this is, if nothing else, here is one reason that you should not trust 343 Industries employees. All right, in around December of 2019, there was there was a leak that came out essentially, where there was a screenshot of what looked like a prototype build for what was obviously a Halo game. And it showed a heads-up display. And in the heads-up display, there clearly, not all of it was very, some of it was blurry, but there was clearly at least a grappling hook icon, or maybe the word grapple or something like that. And people thought, wait a minute, a grappling hook? Halo Infinite grappling hook confirmed? Something like that. Yeah. And in the We Are 343 Industries video that came out a month or two later, someone saw a screenshot during that video, a freeze frame image of what looked like a similar prototype build in 343's own video.
Very curious. Is it confirmed that was for sure like not a fan mock-up that first leak?
No, it's confirmed.
Oh, it's confirmed. Oh, okay.
Because it matched what 343 released in their own official We Are 343 video. It looked almost verbatim the same. Okay. With maybe some minor adjustments. So anyway, it was a leak that turned out to be true. Anyway, the point is, everyone was kind of having this Grapplegate thing where, especially when the 343 video came out, we saw that similar like heads-up display user interface. People were like, oh my gosh, we have a grappling hook in Halo Infinite. And some were excited, but others were like, wait, Master Chief weighs like 1,000 pounds. Like, I know it's probably fun to like grapple onto a Banshee as it's passing over. Like, that's fun, but it's gonna feel weird. And I don't know how they're gonna canonically make that make sense to like have this hulking Spartan do a Batman and shoot a grappling hook up in the air and like hang from the ceiling. Like, so interestingly enough, the man whose name it is who worked on the grappling hook for Halo Infinite is named Jeremy Grapple. I swear to God, his name is Jeremy Grapple.
Well, that's probably why it's in there. No?
So that and Paul Corker, whatever, the guy who's the associative narrative lead, the guy's basically working on the script for Halo Infinite. He's known for the Arkham games, which are Batman. So Batman, go figure. Anyway, plus, like you noted very early on in the video here, that it's like the most trending thing and the stereotypical staple in video games.
Because right now, I'm trying to think. I know Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal added one.
Just Cause, you have Monster Hunter
Just
World,
Cause has been in there.
Sekiro Shadows Die Twice.
What, they all have grapples?
All of them have some grappling hook. There are so many games in the recent 5 years that this game's been in development. It's like kind of the no shit Sherlock.
And then like Spider-Man, I mean that's to be expected.
In
but
all fairness, Jeremy Grapple said he didn't want this to be Halo the Spider-Man edition with the grappling hook. But when you are hanging as the Master Chief, you're gonna feel like it's Halo Spider-Man edition. Despite his best intention.
Someone was like, they added that grapple, so that'll be his up B in Smash Bros.
Yeah. That's perfect, dude. I totally agree. That's awesome. But here's the rest of this, and this is this little piece of drama I said I had earlier. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So obviously, like, people were all abuzz about this grappling hook leak or Grapplegate. Frank O'Connor, who, mind you, used to be the community manager for Bungie back in the Halo days. He made cameos and Easter eggs in the video games. He even authored Saint's Testimony, which is one of the novels.
Mm.
He said on, let's see, I have it here on my phone. That's why I'm looking down. On January 31st of this year, we scrubbed these for accidental leaks, right? Thanks for nothing, 4K. Gray box / Forge thing you're looking at doesn't show anything meaningful, and it isn't even necessary content from Infinite. Sometimes they're just test environments or cutouts of Halo 5 prototyping work. And he has a little GIF of, like, a fun balloon being popped or something.
Oh, gotcha.
So, like, he's very aware to not say, no, this is not a grappling hook, or no grappling hook. Never does the word no show up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is worse than an outright lie. He deceived us.
Right.
And this is not the first time Frankie Boy's been caught with his pants down like this. Wow. Sure enough, and he's one of the head members of 343. There's zero accountability for this. Mm-hmm. And so when the day before this showcase that we just watched, or that we've been watching, or well, you just watched, but I've been watching, right?
Yeah.
In the past week or so, the day before on like official channels, there was the box art or the key art or the concept art leak, and on his forearm was a grappling hook looking device. And when people saw the grappling hook not just being forged in the Become trailer before the demo, but they saw it in action in the demo, no one said, "Oh, Frankie, you liar," which he obviously was, or a deceiver. They never called out Frank O'Connor on that. What they did was they're like, "Ooh, grappling hook," and that was good enough to satisfy them. Like, and even still, there are people who are like, "Wait, that doesn't make sense for a Spartan and all this stuff," but like, they don't care at 343. They will lie. These are the people who will sell you this game, and people still trust them. I just don't understand how people can.
I know this is a very different situation. When you're the actual developer, you probably, I guess he didn't want to, like, obviously he didn't want to reveal it because it wasn't time to reveal.
But then why say anything about it on
Twitter?
Like, why even bring it to light? Because you're doing yourself a disservice. You're shooting yourself in the foot, putting yourself in a situation where you have to deny it. And he could have actually said, this could have actually been the truth, and this was like a grayscale, gray box, whatever that means, things from a test build for even Halo 5 or whatever. But maybe after tinkering with it, even though this wasn't officially like, hey, let's put a grappling hook in Halo Infinite, they're like, let's mess around with the idea, right? And then maybe later on, months later, they're like, actually, this is good, let's make it work.
Yeah, you never know.
But it's still, doesn't it come off as scummy? And if that is the true reason why wouldn't you at least say something about it,
I don't know. I mean, when it comes to game developers, like, there's so much, like, logistical stuff that I don't even, like...
Same here. I'm no game developer, but as the consumer, the person they're doing this for, this only comes off to me as, well, that was a dick move.
Well... Let's be honest.
You made us think we were stupid for thinking we don't scrub these videos for any leaked. Like, do you know how much has been leaked about Halo Infinite already? Between the Banished and whatever. Like,
essentially, to me, it just sounds like a deflection. Like, just like, hey, no, don't talk about this.
It is. But why do anything in the first place to bring attention?
I don't.
Just one instance. This has happened with Frank O'Connor specifically many times before.
I don't speak for any sort of developer.
Neither do I.
I guess that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying, like, I think he was probably bummed that this stuff got out. Let's be real, because no company likes to. Well, no, all developers seem to hate it when their stuff gets leaked.
Leaks.
So he was probably just like, okay, like, I'm just gonna try and, like, throw this over here so people, like, stop talking about it, that sort of thing. As far as, like, why he did it, it was probably an emotional thing, like you've said in the past, where they think with their heart, not with their brain.
I don't know. Maybe he was being logical. Maybe to him, this made the most sense to do, like you said, a deflection. Maybe this was a move. Either way, it's obvious he was intentional because he didn't use the words no, so he knew what he was doing. I don't think he was just thinking with his heart here. I think, and I get it. Like, there are people who are very much likely to see like, oh, poor them. They probably suck. They got something leaked. This has happened before and other developers have this happen too. But like, it still doesn't excuse the following behaviors and how they promoted it or how they obfuscated the truth.
My other thing is NDAs. Now I don't know how NDAs play into when it's their own creation, as in non-disclosure agreements, not being able to talk about it. Because I remember before Banjo was in Smash Bros, Grant Kirkhope, who is the composer for Banjo, and he did the Spiral Mountain remix in Smash Bros. So he knew this was happening.
It's coming back to me now. Yeah,
I had a conversation with him on Twitter where it was like, something was talking about Smash Bros. And I was like, I think this could be the time, Grant. Like, I'm hoping, and he would say like, I don't think it's gonna happen. And then, sure enough, 3 months later, Banjo's announced, and he's announced as the composer. So he clearly knew. He was like, and he straight up lied in order to, and because if he did it,
maybe it's just a part of game developer that neither of us have any clue about, so we should just shut up about it. Maybe Frank O'Connor would be angry to hear me say stuff like this, but maybe he also accepts the fact that sometimes you kind of have to be the scapegoat when leaks happen. Either way,
of course.
This is just something that typically didn't happen when Bungie was in charge.
I gotcha.
And leaks existed, of course, but the internet wasn't exactly as
I was gonna say Twitter wasn't really around. Like, people weren't as easy to reach out to.
And we can play the what if game all day. What if the internet had been around like it is today during that time, right? Who knows? And it's not, again, Bungie was far from perfect, but they definitely were there for us, it seemed, way more than 343 has been. They were more honest, transparent, and open with us. When they had to make a hard decision that they knew would be unpopular, they at least lubed us up before they, like... So it's one of those things that I really miss. And considering this was one of the community managers for Bungie...
Oh, he's a community manager. Gotcha.
He was for Bungie. Okay. And then
he was for Bungie. Gotcha. Sorry.
But he's someone who, again, probably influences some of these terrible decisions. And that's why I wish I was a fly on the wall during these conversations they have, either with the higher ups at Xbox, among their own board of directors within 343 or whatever it's called, the key executives, whatever, who have the most sway or power. And I just want to know. I just want to know why.
But
none of us ever will, and I just have to accept that.
And who knows? Maybe they'll write a book someday.
He did. He wrote his testimony.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Well, Vidocs, I mean, Bungie would talk about, post-mortem, some of their, some of the things that they had to do and why. And it seemed very human and genuine, authentic, sincere. And again, this is why they are good business people. Ergo, they're good public relations people. And in public relations, like you pointed out, you can be the nicest human being in the world, but sometimes you have to lie for the game's sake, and that's the most important thing.
Or due to your contract's sake or whatever.
Or whatever,
I don't know. Still, I just don't know how NDAs play into, 1 year the people making the game. Because with Grant, he was, hired by Nintendo to do that.
Even if we
I imagine there's NDAs, but
yeah, I'm sure. But even if you and I disagree, Darren, and many people, more who would allied with you and more who would allied with me, whatever, even if all of us disagree on the intentions of that happening, you have to admit that at the end of the day, it at least does something to erode brand trust.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I guess I don't think about things like brand trust as much as you do, or something like that.
Important. I mean, why would you, if you know that a McDonald's employee spits on your burger every time you go through, why would you keep going to that McDonald's?
Right.
It's brand trust is important. I know that's a weird example.
But that seems a little...
It's almost tantamount. But I know video games are different, right?
Yeah.
But the same logic still applies. And if I'm wrong, I wish someone could make an argument that persuaded me otherwise. Not because I'm I dare you to change my mind. I'm saying that because I genuinely think that there are possible other perspectives other than my own, obviously, that might be right. I just haven't seen much evidence for them, and I wish someone could tell me why they think.
Mm-hmm. And honestly,
but you made a good case for it. Maybe, like you said, it's just part of being a developer, and we don't know.
And honestly, like, if for some reason somebody from 343 is watching this, like, if you want to
say best of luck to you, that's all I'm saying.
Best of luck, or if you want to input your thoughts and like that sort of thing, feel free to.
They don't even to the most popular videos, dude.
Yeah.
Like, even when they get called out by others.
I know, but or if you're a game developer just in general and you have your
I'd love to see what other game developers have to say. Because we don't know. We're not game developers. All we see is like, the consumer side of things. Right.
Yeah. And also, I'm very curious when it comes to like developers and their Twitters. Oftentimes, they say our Twitter does not represent the company.
It's not
things like that.
Yeah. But in the year 2019, when like even the president, his tweets are taken as law, basically.
Let's be careful where we go. We're not trying to dig into politics, but yes.
I'm not trying to, Darren, but I'm saying, doesn't that make sense where if you're a public figure, and this is why even from a young age, now that we're in the advent of the internet, we try to teach our children to be careful about what you post, because even if you don't mean to, once it's out there, it's out there. If you're a public figure, people take it a certain way, and it will be there as long as the internet exists. So if he has the, maturity of at least a child who's been taught that about Twitter, you would think he would have acted a little bit differently. I have some embarrassing things like old Facebook posts or whatever that I would never want coming to light. But I learned my lesson. This is a man who has been doing this ever since, even when he was in Bungie. So in community posts, he would kind of lie to people. It's bad. But,
I gotcha.
And again, it's not just this guy. But shoot. There was so much more I had to say, but I think we're kind of already close to like 2-3 hours. How bad is it, dude?
We're at an hour and 55 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's less than I thought. But let's talk about
okay.
Let's wrap up. There's so much more I want to say, but let's
wrap up Halo. Because we still
want to talk about
we still have an entire showcase to talk about.
Okay, so concluding thoughts. Go.
Concluding thoughts for you on Halo.
Okay, concluding thoughts for me is it's not for me. And if it is for you, great. But I just encourage you, I implore you to be a critical thinker. Think for yourself.
Yep.
But if you're 12 and you know that if you do your chores all year, mommy and daddy are going to get you the new Xbox and new Master Chief game for Christmas, as long as it's not rated M, like,
or even if it is, let's be real.
Or even if it is, right? Like, there's the problem as far as like if we'll ever see a change in Halo, we're not going to see it ever come back to its roots, because it's the not necessarily dumb, just the unthinking majority who don't think critically about their games, like you said, who notice the details like I do. And maybe that's just because I'm older and maybe like bitter at the world. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not. I'm very happy actually, but like. That's what people will typically say to people like this. You're just an old, bitter, sad person. Like, no, I'm not. I think for myself. I'm not just, see product, get excited for product, regardless of how bad it actually is, and ignore criticisms, buy product, get excited. I don't do that. And I encourage, if you aren't that like 12-year-old who doesn't really have a choice, and just, if you like Halo, I'm not saying don't like, I'm not saying how dare you not think for yourself. I'm just saying if you're capable of thinking for yourself, do so. And I'll end with one anecdote. Okay. Remember how recently I texted you asking what you thought, because I was on the fence about Paper Mario and the Origami King.
Yes.
So I was tempted to make an impulse buy, because the whole like lining the enemies up looked kind of fun. And I've never played a Paper Mario before, so I was kind of excited. It looks colorful, which appealed to the child in me, all that stuff. And if I wasn't thinking critically, that would have been enough for me to essentially waste my time and money. But when I actually looked at the legitimate criticisms of it that were relatively unpopular, mind you, but the criticisms of like, oh, it's not a real Mario RPG because there's not actually an RPG at all. And while the battle system was inspired by like a Rubik's Cube kind of puzzle thing to line up all the I think the director admitted that himself or something. That's why I say it. But even though the only reward you got for, that was like coins, which you're inundated with, even if you never do a single battle. And I'm not really caring about the story that's obviously like supposed to be family friendly, but I do appreciate all the puns. But I'm like, like as humorous and cute as this game is, like instead of going with my, impulsivity to just buy this thing, I'm going to think a little critically, realize, okay, this game also kind of like Halo has a bit of a history. And if all I want out of it is like, this one or two mechanics that will definitely get old after even just a few hours, and I'll probably never touch it again. Like, let's be honest with myself here.
Right.
I don't think it's worth,
$60
the money that I earn, or even if it's on Game Pass and I can download it, I just will choose rather to skip the experience. And that's
if Nintendo had a Game Pass thing,
that's what I mean.
I know what you mean.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, even if, and it's not like I'm trying to I'm not trying to stick it to the man. I'm not trying to say, yes, I'll show Nintendo, I'll show the Mario people, they're not getting my money. Like, I don't care.
How dare you, Intelligent Systems?
I know, right? Like,
but
they make so much money that even if I get 1,000 people to completely boycott a game that powerful, it won't be a blip on their radar. So, like, I'm doing this for me. And I just encourage and implore anyone watching this to just be more mindful thinkers of the products that they choose to consume.
So, I feel like that's a loaded question, so I'm not going to ask.
I will keep it to just a sentence or two if you want.
My question was, what could 343 do at this point to get you to buy Halo Infinite?
I don't think there is anything, because like I said, I no longer care about Halo.
Right.
Like, it's been through so much. Unless, I guess, because this is something I think about, and that's why I came to the answer so quick. Like, I don't think there really is at this point. Like, it's when you make body parts from other places and stitch them together, you get Frankenstein's monster. And likewise, Master Chief is a big green hulking monster, essentially, right? I'm just saying the parallels are uncanny for a reason. And at this point, it's like the ship of Theseus, it's a thought experiment where if you replace the part of the ship over time, is it really the same ship if every single part is replaced? And is there anything that it can do to really feel like that original identity returned? I don't think there is. And that's the conundrum that, by not only 343's fault, but like I said, it's the times that have changed. What we as players on average value has changed. Society itself has changed. Halo has commensurately changed. So that question
100%.
Is there anything they can do? I'm a lost cause in 343's eyes. I don't even want them to try at this point to make what they're trying to do and appeal to the older Halo games, because like they're proving they can't really do a good job of it in my eyes. Can they in others? Sure. Who knows? Time will tell with this game. And speaking of how this game will fare, I think, despite all my criticisms that I've said, and that I have, like, I talked about 3 total bullet points. Okay. Despite all the criticisms,
how many bullet points did you? How many?
I'm not even gonna get into it. It's bad. Okay. Anyway, it's quarantine. I have had literally nothing to do. If you ever want to work, I'm by myself for hours at a time with nothing to do. Like, this is what I think about.
If you want to discuss it again sometime, we can.
I would love to. I've loved this so far, by the way. I know this isn't the way you normally record, and I know that this isn't the core of your channel. Like,
by the way, this took 2 hours to set up.
The setup for this alone. Like, it was part of the journey, and I embraced it. I embraced the stuff.
So it's really been 4 hours of us trying this. But that's funny.
Despite my criticisms and all that, I kind of lost my train of thought. I forget what I was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How this game is going to fare. I remember.
Oh, yeah.
So, despite my criticisms, think about it. The most money ever invested on a Halo game. $500 million at least. That's not including marketing costs, right? Dang. So $500 million. Granted, most of that probably was spent on a new subspace engine, but most investment as far as money, most investment as far as development time. We've never had a Halo that took 5 years in the oven. We've never had a brand new game engine. It's always been some, use or augmentation of an old engine. They made this one specifically, not just for a one flash in the pan Halo Infinite, but to stretch it out over 10 years or more for other games, or this game some more for DLC, right? All that. The fact that, according to Phil Spencer himself, at least a third of the entire world's population has some sort of vested interest in video games. How much do you think that either interest itself or the number of people interested has grown since 2020's pandemic, right?
Oh
On
yeah.
top of on top of that, so they have a larger slice of the pie now to cut
Yep.
into when people are seeking at-home entertainment and subscription services like Netflix, which mirrors Game Pass.
Right.
Coincidence? I think not. Right.
Right.
Again, Phil Spencer's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. Whether his intentions are purely business or purely pro-consumer, that's for us to judge as individuals.
I think it's both.
But again, yes, I think that's probably
Yeah.
reasonable. But anyway, all the development time that is a game developer's dream suite to ask for, the unforeseen events that have accidentally boosted their chance of this game doing well, selling on a brand new console at launch, which hasn't been done since like Halo 3 or Halo 1 or something. And finally, the fact that this game is selling around either November and Black Friday or Christmas time in December, like peak consumerism, right? They will be able to not sell this game fast enough. And that's the thing that if you look at historically, whether it's Bungie or 343, that's always what's happened since Combat Evolved. They sell like hotcakes at first, but when people realize why it doesn't feel like Halo, but they just can't put their finger on it, they realize, I'd rather play the Master Chief Collection. I can't tell you why, but it seems more fun. Or they'll play other games, or
But they already got your money, so
yes, and so it doesn't matter, even if you got it on Game Pass. I mean, if Game Pass Ultimate costs like $15 a month, and there are 12 months in a year, that is three $60 full price games, all of which you probably wind up overpaying for if you don't actually play all that those $60 games have to offer. Like, if you do the math, this is a psychological tactic, right? There have been experiments about this where, like, they give kids in a classroom one marshmallow a day, and the smarter kids are the ones who save up more over time, but it's typically the less intelligent ones or the less able to be critical thinking for themselves kind of kids who will eat every marshmallow every day and not be left with a whole bunch at the end, right? It's psychological tactics that they employ. They hire analysts and actuaries to evaluate the risk management of these tactics, right? I'm not just being a conspiracy theorist here. This is actually how the world works. And I may not be getting everything right because, like, I don't know, but like I know at least this much. And anyway, they obviously know what they're doing is my point. And this game is going to sell commercially well and critically well, especially when we've seen, like, hey, a new Pokemon game, 10 out of 10 IGN. That's a common joke that people make.
10 out of 10 IGN. I thought Pokemon did like what?
You're thinking of the Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha
right?
Sapphire
I know that
review,
one
which
is the
was
too much water.
7.8 out of 10 because too much water. But I'm saying, Pokemon, the new like brush your teeth thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm saying they would probably rate that 10 out of 10 because let's be honest.
I wouldn't say that.
But... No, I'm being hyperbolic.
No,
but you get my point, right? It's not just my,
I'm also just trying to see what Pokemon got on IGN recently. Sword and Shield.
Oh, the recent Sword and Shield. Oh, that's the thing, right? Where, like, again, they gave it a higher score. I don't remember the number exactly, but a lot of people are saying it's not worth it, especially when the developers kind of lied to it. Yeah. So as long as it's new and it's AAA, it's almost guaranteed to get a high score. And I'm not saying that IGN's wrong for doing that. They have their own criteria that they use. And of course, psychologically, again, unconsciously, it's hard to be objective and not favor the hand that feeds you and to bite it instead, even if it deserves it because it handed you poop to eat, So again, I'm not surprised by any of this stuff, but I understand a little bit, I think. Again, I could be totally wrong, but there's been no evidence to the contrary of what I'm thinking of why this stuff happens. So it's going to sell well. It's going to do well at first, but it's going to be just another, hey, this will keep us along for another cycle.
Right.
And especially since another cycle has been expanded from like 3 or 4 years on average. Bonnie Ross herself, by the way, says it takes on average 3 years to make a Halo. Funny how Halo 3 ODST, which was conceptualized, made and marketed in 1 year by Bungie, has done better than Halo 5 or 4, but whatever. Anyway, the point is, I'm just saying, like, it's going to do well at first, but like every other game, history's going to repeat itself. And now that they have 10 years before they've told us that there will be another sequel or whatever Halo 7 gets called, right? And they're going to use this game and this new engine for it as a springboard going forward for other stories that will come later. Like, this does not bode well. And I think it's because all is not well in the land of Denmark when it comes to like the people who are making these games. But it's been this way for so long that it's kind of a losing game at this point.
Yeah.
And if you're someone like me who is this vested and this nerdy about it, the only way to win is just to not play. So again, I'm not trying to stick
War
it to
games reference.
I mean, it might be cliche, but it is
Yeah.
true. That's the thing about cliches is they stick around for so long. They're so cheesy. You hate hearing them because they're true. Kind of like advice you get from your parents, you know.
I get what you're saying.
So I'll shut up finally.
Oh no, you're good. Well, I'm glad we had that discussion. I'm glad you.
Dude,
I know,
yes.
and I know this was heavily Devin discussing Halo, which I figured would be the case. That's why I said it was kind of more. It was more your idea for this because I did not have nearly as much to say as you know, but that's okay.
It feels cathartic to finally get all this.
Yeah, I knew you wanted to get this out, and I know it's not. I know there's still a lot more you could say.
And if like what I've come across as has been ugly, I hope someone calls me out for it. Because again, if there's legitimate criticism, it deserves to be said. All that I've said, you know, maybe, okay, let's change that. 90% of what I've said, the majority at least, has been legitimate criticisms that aren't things that are just something this wackadoodle that you're seeing on this video came up with. These have been consistent outcries from people who are around my demographic for ages at this point as far as video game history goes. So, you know, I say these things just to bring them to light. If they are ugly truths, I'm sorry to put a bunch of ugly in front of your face, but if there is a bunch of ugly, it needs to be addressed. And with other people who talk about Halo Infinite, because there has been much talk lately, and I have listened through rock and metal and time. Sorry, it's the Grave Mind. I love that character. Anyway, there has been much buzz about this, and anyone who comes across as even slightly critical of 343 Industries or Halo Infinite, they're labeled as toxic or Bungie stands or something. And I'm just saying, I'm not that extreme as far as that. Like I've said earlier, all this stuff comes from a place of realistic expectations and just not being a drone and thinking critically about the games that I used to really enjoy, but now I just don't. And because I don't know why I don't enjoy them, I started thinking, why don't I enjoy it anymore? And when I finally put the pieces together, they may not have been the pieces that say you or someone else would have put together, but this is the picture I got. So that's it.
Okay. Well,
but thank you so much for having me.
And well, we're still gonna talk about the rest of the showcase.
Yes,
if that's okay. I don't think we have nearly as much to say about other games.
But I mean, you're my friend, I don't need to. I'm so sorry for hijacking your show for this episode,
Devin. That's why I made it clear that this was your thing that you wanted to do. So and I'm glad we're doing it. It's a fun experiment, and maybe we'll do more of these. Who knows? But
when you get this deep into Halo, you have no one to talk to about it.
I gotcha, and I'm sorry I can't be more receptive to a lot of the things, a lot of the references you're making, things like that.
I think if there were a lot of more people like me who were this invested, I think there'd be a lot of crazy people on this earth. So I'm kind of glad you have the sanity not to go down this rabbit hole like I have.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like me talking about Smash Bros. And
I could listen to you talk about Smash all day.
That's very nice of you. But to most people, most of my friends who have watched my channel, who know especially when they're people who know nothing about video games, so they're just like, oh yeah, I'll put it on in the background to support them. They go like someone said it perfectly the other day. They were like, I don't know what Darren's talking about, but he seems very happy that this obscure thing came back.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what happens when you're 20-something and still care about video games from your childhood.
Yeah, I guess so. So let's pull up the next game.
Let's go. What do we got, Darren?
Okay.
Because honestly, after Halo Infinite dropped, not a single thing.
Now you're probably.
I will say,
go ahead.
The two things that I was hoping about the rest of the showcase that would pop up would be Cyberpunk and some sort of Gears of War 6. But obviously, Cyberpunk got delayed before this showcase, and I knew about that. So obviously, I'm like, okay, I'd be actually surprised if they showed anything about that.
Right.
And I don't know why Gears of War 6 wasn't on the docket.
I mean, Gears 5 came out how long ago? Was it in November?
I don't remember. Can you look it up since you're by a computer?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I could look it up too. I don't know
why.
I'm like,
aren't you? But yeah, Gears
I have
5.
a phone. Like, oh my gosh, what a time to be alive.
Gears 5 came out September 6, 2019. So
within the most recent year. Okay,
yeah,
so give them a break.
It makes sense. Yeah. I prefer it when games come out every couple of years, because when you become an Assassin's Creed or a Call of Duty, you lose me, because it's just like
you can tell there isn't enough time for all that tender love and care to be put in.
Yep.
Bungie was able to get away with that with like one of their games with ODST or Reach or whatever, but like even those games got flamed.
The occasional one, I understand.
A fluke, an anomaly, fine, I can forgive. But like if you make a pattern out of it, I totally agree with you.
You just lose me. You know, and I guess it mainly comes to the fact that I don't have enough time to play games. So then these games.
Really? See, that's where you and I differ.
Well, like, just like, especially a lot of modern games, especially like big open world ones, but those aren't really open world. But I'm just saying, like, I don't play especially new games, because I'm a cheapskate, I guess, and I don't buy games right away. So it's always
that is you wait for there's a bargain or a deal, or you find it at
So with Assassin's Creed, it'll be like, oh, I might have interest in Assassin's Creed. How many games are out? 4? You know what? I'm okay. And that was back in like 2011 or whatever.
Now imagine being a newcomer to Halo.
Right, exactly.
You coming back in after all these years.
Yeah, exactly.
Poor soul.
Which I think I will give Infinite credit on that. It is a smart move probably to name it Infinite, because once you start getting higher in those numbers, Halo 6, and it's, like you said, a big story. There's a story.
Final Fantasy 14-3, like
see, with Final Fantasy, it's different because
that's a whole different animal. I know.
At this point, people know.
Weird.
Well, and people know at this point they're not related,
right?
But with Halo 6,
when there's continuity, like that's why a lot of people think, even when reaching a number past 5, like Halo 6, people are like, okay, has this franchise gone on for too long? I mean, it's made a lot of money, but a lot of people say it's not what it used to be. So should it just kind of finally be allowed to end? If they do, just make sure you send our boy Master Chief out with a bang. That's 343. You can mess up everything else, but if you don't do service by Master Chief in how you make his story end, you will never hear the end of it.
Yeah, like, you gotta have something stellar for that.
If it's a fight scene like in Halo 5 Guardians between Locke and Chief again, oh man, like, history will never forget even past the time that you die. Like, it will be in history books.
I think the galaxy needs to blow up.
Or like Master Chief punches a primordial in the face or something, or becomes a primordial, or anyway, something.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna get into games that. Okay.
Yeah.
This is State of Decay 3.
What did we see of that game? Nothing. But a pre-rendered
cutscene. And you're gonna hear me saying this a lot. But okay. Yeah. So when it comes to State of Decay 3.
Craig.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Craig, but I don't even know anything about
Craig is love, Craig is life. All right. We know.
So there's here's what I wrote down from this. Lady with a crossbow. She hates that wolf. She does not like that wolf. The graphics are clean. There was a zombie.
If those are graphics and not pre-rendered cutscenes that are just promotional.
That was clean. What was shown was clean.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. There was a zombie deer, and there was no gameplay. Now, already, this game I'm going to be biased against, because... And I'll admit it, within recent years, they seem to have slowed down, but it's another zombie game, and I don't care. I don't care.
Speaking of zombie games, Darren, of course, what I'm saying is, like, I agree with you, but speaking of zombie games, so not this showcase, but the May 7th showcase of third-party developed games, there was a Left 4 Dead style game that dropped you on Earth, but it was overrun by dinosaurs. but it played kind of like Left 4 Dead, and they actually showed a bit of gameplay for it. I don't remember what that was called. I don't know if I had to guess, like Extinction Level Event or something, but that game actually looked kind of fun.
See, I didn't even
lie.
I don't even think I
can
watched that
appreciate a
other
zombie game in
showcase.
2020, even though it's shooting like dinosaurs rather than zombies.
Dude,
but
change the enemies. Change the enemies. Make them something else. Like
aliens or dinosaurs or British people, because you're like back in like the American Revolution or something, and they're all zombified. I don't know,
but like I'm done. Like and I'm gonna be real. I didn't play a lot of zombie games, but like, and if you're a long-standing franchise, like I understand Resident Evil, they're not gonna change. Starting from the PS1,
you're already well established as a zombie game. Yeah.
But like, if
you're saying we don't need new zombie IPs, is that what you're saying?
Definitely, absolutely. Like I know
unless they do something to really distinguish themselves. You mean?
Yeah. When did the first State of Decay come out?
Oh, I know nothing about that game, dude.
I don't
talk
either.
About it.
State of Decay. The first one. Okay, 2013. Okay.
So when did the second one came out? Like
2018.
Oh, so 5 years, and now 2 years.
Yeah, and
Decay at 3.
And look, I get. Okay, State of Decay, you've been around a little bit longer than I thought, but there's nothing there. I have nothing to say about this game.
Me neither. So let's move on.
I
mean, the only thing is, like, it would have been nice to see some actual gameplay, but
and
some people, it's good enough to be pretty before it's fun, but I'm the kind of guy that I like it to be fun before it's pretty.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. One of the cool things that was mentioned was that Xbox Games Pass, they said you can play every game that is seen today on Xbox Games Pass, which is neat.
I've said my piece about Game Pass. It is a seemingly pro-consumer choice, but it feeds on people's laziness and arrogance to forget that they're in a subscription service for years, and they wind up over time overpaying. But
welcome to every every service ever.
Yeah. So I'm okay with it. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I hope it's not as parasitic as I think it is, and I'm just paranoid about it. But have I bought Game Pass yet with the Xbox One family personally? No, I haven't really seen the appeal.
Michael loves it.
Maybe it's just because apparently I haven't talked to him in a while, but I'm the kind of person who's not like Michael, who still thinks that if a video game wants to secure any sort of audience, they should show that they've earned it. A lot of the reason that people don't like Game Pass sometimes is because you'll get like Kung Fu Panda 4 on there. And like, I know they're trying to, like, there's an audience for kid-family games, but like most of those games on there, the Nintendo eShop is filled with this stuff too. There are games on there that oftentimes I'm like, there was a first and second of this, and now there's a third. Like, I think what it does, as when you weigh both the pros and the cons, I think they're mostly pros about Game Pass. So I'm relatively okay with it, but it's one of those things where time will have to tell. It hasn't sold me yet, but if there really, really is enough on there, or something that really, really grabs me that I can only get through Games Pass, or I don't mind, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah. And that's
time will just have to tell.
Yeah. And it's not something I've tried out, but I think it's cool that everything here will be on it.
That is cool. Yes.
It is cool. That's pretty much all I can say.
Yeah.
Forza Motorsport, I don't have much to say.
I mean, racing simulator. There's an audience for it. Like, we talked about Halo a lot earlier. It's not the haymaker. It's not. I don't know what their quarterly, budgets and quarterly reports are for throughout the year at Microsoft, but it's not Halo that's making them necessarily the most money. Even though like Halo 5 had microtransactions, and I'm sure they make a lot of money through like merchandise and their partnerships with like Major League Gaming and like esports and whatnot. But there are some games that are just consistently, they have a wide audience internationally. Right? Like sports are international. Racing is international. And even if you make it essentially a copy-paste game every year, stuff sells. So
like
I have
FIFA,
nothing else to say about it. Like FIFA and Forza.
And Madden. And Forza, I don't think is around as much as like your FIFAs, your Assassin's Creeds, your whatever.
In fact, my I just remember this. My girlfriend's brother, actually, I was talking with him about Xbox games just in passing. And he told me, because his mom is pretty like anti-gun, like no son of mine will play any sort of violent video game, but he's like in college.
Oh wow.
Or about to, he's like late in high school, about to be in college. Anyway, the point is, because of that upbringing, I feel like he only plays sports games like racing and 2K and NHL and stuff like that, like our friend Garrett would like, you know. If I was into sports and racing and stuff, maybe I would like those things too, regardless of how the quality was each year. So stuff sells.
Yeah. And I guess the points I have based on that are, it was captured completely in engine. It was cool.
It's beautiful.
I said it was the best looking. I said it was the best looking game so far. Now there had only been 3 games, but
yes,
it was. But no like actual gameplay. Like there was the in-engine stuff, but there was no like here's the position from the car. Here's
I noticed
the game
that too,
being played. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
who cares?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We don't. I'm just saying we don't care. Let's move on. Like other people probably do, but we don't.
Yeah. And that's awesome if you do. It's just not I've never gravitated. I like my racing games arcadey, like I like my Hydro Thunder, my of course Mario
gimmicky,
Karts,
ridiculous
thing like that.
Nicktoons racing.
I'll take stuff like that. I'll take your kart racers essentially, but also like your Hydro Thunders, your Cruisin' USA.
Oh, Hydro Thunder, man! I actually play that on my Xbox One more than like any other Halo game sometimes. Like it's bad.
Oh, is there a bug around here? Yeah, but there's bugs flying around. There's a lot of bugs here.
Sorry that they're bugging you.
Next is Everwild, which is Rare's new game. Now of course I would rather see them do something with one of their many IPs that we haven't seen in a while. Of course Battletoads is being made, so I can't be too
This seemed odd for Rare. Like I didn't see this game and immediately think, oh, this is oozing Rare vibes, you know?
Right. And a lot of the people that worked at Rare don't work there.
Have transitioned.
They're not there anymore.
They're working at Destiny, but they're not the same people that worked on Halo.
It's not the same team. It's the name only. And,
exactly.
And don't get me wrong, there are still some very talented people.
The work might be great. Who knows?
Yeah, and I always wanted to play Sea of Thieves, but I never did.
I never wanted to play that game.
No, I always wanted to support Rare, and also to like I wanted to play it with Michael, and I think it did. Like, it has expanded a lot from when it started.
Had a bit of a redemption, kind of like the Master Chief Collection or No Man's Sky, but
which is a lot of what gaming is right now.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just kind of too little too late, and you hate to see it, but...
What I said here is, I think this is Microsoft going, okay, Breath of the Wild, Horizon Zero Dawn, we don't really have a game like that. That's ours. That's actually ours. So I think they went to Rare and was like, can you make something like Breath of the Wild? Because they're talking... Well, I'll just say what I have here. It has a somewhat similar art style to Breath of the Wild in a lot of ways. Like, and that's not an art style that's like completely
recognizable, iconic, unique.
There's a lot of games with that sort of art style. It seemed more crisp looking than that Breath of the Wild, as it should be on a new system. The Breath of the Wild is essentially a Wii U game. It is a Wii U game.
I didn't know that.
I mean, it came out on the Wii U. Yeah, on the Wii U and the Switch.
I wonder how many people actually know that, since it's only really famous for
for the Switch version. I've always wanted to get the Wii U version just to have,
Oh, you don't have it? I'm surprised.
Kind of like the GameCube version of Twilight Princess. I always wanted.
Oh, dude, I love that version.
I have the Wii version. So yeah.
Those wacky motion controls.
Oh yeah. One thing is it seemed to have a big emphasis on like the spiritual world and that sort of thing.
Yes, and that could be interesting.
It could be interesting, yeah. It's made by Rare. They use the words "lose yourself in," which makes me go, yeah, this is like your Breath of the Wild. This is your attempt. And like the fact that the lady at Rare was saying like the fact that we're working on a game like this, like it was almost like, okay, like this is like Rare's like biggest project in a long time. Like Sea of Thieves was also big, don't get me wrong, in terms of like scope. But
right.
yeah, this seems like this is like Rare's like Skyrim, Breath
Trying
of
to
the
get in
Wild,
on that
whatever.
audience.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting to say that, because when I first saw it, those were not my immediate thoughts. And I think because you very much have your ear to the ground and know a lot more of the history of like Nintendo products than I do, that it's interesting to hear you say that.
Yeah. Hey, it's something I wanted to pay more attention to because it's Rare, and I'm just like, I need to know what the hell Rare is doing, because they're one of my favorite.
That's like,
they're one of my favorite developers from my childhood.
Right. Interestingly, I heard, and I'm probably misconstruing this terribly, but I think the verbiage was something like Rare doesn't even know, like the developers don't even know what you'll be doing in this game yet.
That's probably true. I'm not that far in it. What I do know is that magic flows through nature. There was a bug.
Yeah, I see it. Just ignore it. It's fine.
It's fine. Magic flows through nature, and then I said no gameplay, which unfortunate.
Characteristic of this entire conference, it seems, except for maybe Tetris Effect, Phantasy Star Online 2, and Halo.
Halo, yeah. Okay. All right. I think at this point is when I'm going to bring up something that overall, and just my state of gaming, it's just something that like frustrates me. But
ooh.
Okay, so we're talking about this game called Tell Me Why.
Oh.
This was
Here we go.
It's Don't Nod Entertainment, whatever. What I wrote down is mom with gun, and some incident happened. Let's see. Siblings kept apart. Marianne, and then Marianne on Tombstone. Heavily story driven, of course, and no gameplay. And I want to make sure I'm not mixing this up with. Okay, no, I'm not mixing this up with the other one. Okay, so now this is me showing my age and my appreciation for older games.
Do it.
When it comes to games now, and I know you're a more story-driven person. Yeah. And maybe, how the characters...
But good story.
Well, it's not even that. If you're watching this and you're a fan of the channel, or if you've never heard me speak before, I'm not the biggest... I don't really care about story in games. And that's not even what this topic is about. What this topic is about is I am so tired of just generic, like, person wearing beanie, person wearing hoodie, like, protagonists in games. Like, they're like, just person with a gun. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Halo with Master Chief is very identifiable. When I look at a lot of games nowadays, I'm like, I have no idea what game I'm looking at. Like, and back in old days, a lot of it had to do with limitations. But you had, like, okay, we'll talk about N64. You had a bear with a bird in its backpack. Like, that's Banjo-Kazooie. That is a bear with a bird in his backpack. When I look at games like this, I go, that is a person?
It's fiction.
And
I'm sorry,
that's
it's nonfiction. Sorry.
Yeah, and when games just try to constantly be like this gritty reality stuff, I'm like, there's so much you can do with the medium. Minus, like, hey, let's try to mimic reality, And
well, do you realize, Darren? I agree with you absolutely.
Okay.
But first of all, do you know that Don't Nod also made the Life is Strange games?
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like Life is Strange. Yeah.
And do you also know that apparently, and again, this is probably some piece of news that I'm misconstruing.
I think
this
Square,
is like
Square had something to do with Life is Strange, right? Weren't they?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but go on. Sorry.
But It's fine. I think that I heard somewhere that this is also like a transgenderism story, and that's why this whole
Hey,
focus on the and
that
I'm not
that's
saying there's
awesome.
anything wrong with that, but
Hmm.
like you said, back in our day, or not back in our day, but even now, those kind of stories, they have a particular kind of audience. And since we typically can't relate to those issues, it's, there's certain things about the human
I
experience that can be told in stories in very
I
good
look
ways, regardless of whatever it is. But
and
I think the whole thing is that those games generally aren't as impressionable or impressive to us
I
because
guess.
it's just hard to relate to that.
Well, it's not even that. Like, first off, I did not know that was
I could be
what the game
wrong.
was
I
about.
I, I,
Yeah,
I thought
I
I
don't.
saw an article on it recently, so I
It
could
could
be
be.
wrong.
I don't know. If that's the case, look, I think that's awesome. That I think it's awesome that you can that you can you're trying to give other people their perspective.
Especially since
A
it's a hot
perspective
topic these
yeah,
days.
that's cool. That's awesome. And that is not where my complaint comes into play.
No.
My complaint is strictly coming from game design and just character design, really. Just it I
But those
just
kind of games
the,
that focus on those social issues that oftentimes have to do with like gender stereotypes and whatnot, those are the kind of games that you're talking about that all seem kind of just like
uh,
generic or not very
it
impressionable or impressive. And it's not
I
because of the
guess.
message they're trying to say, it's because I'm saying, as someone who can analyze story like I can,
Mm.
I know that this is just, it's not because what they're doing is wrong. It's just odd, and it's hard to enrapture someone with a story like that typically. But like I said before, there is actually an audience for this. Phil Spencer
Oh
would
no.
not have allowed this game to be part of his presentation
No,
if he
no, no,
didn't
no,
think it
no.
would sell well.
I'm
Like
not
there is an audience for this.
I'm not I am 100% not saying that. And I just stopped on this game, but I can tell
Yeah.
you uh as dusk falls, I
Oh yeah, that one
same
too.
thing. State of Decay 3. That is also what I was saying.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Well, that thing doesn't have anything to do with like. Well, actually, it's like a black female yelling into
yeah.
the wilderness, so
Well,
maybe that has something to do with like social commentary.
maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows? Stalker 2. I
Oh, that actually looked interesting. I have no idea. I had no idea there was a Stalker 1 in the first place.
I
But
didn't either.
what,
Well, or
even
like if
just
I
the
have,
cutscene, yeah.
but yeah, we're
Yeah,
still
what they
going
showed
down the
was interesting.
we're
Yeah,
still going
I'll
down the
let you get to
list.
it.
But I
Sorry.
guess what I mean is when I'm looking at these games, I just go like I can't tell like someone has done or I've heard this. Well, when you can tell a character by their silhouette,
Yeah.
you've made a great character. Like everyone can look at Mickey Mouse's silhouette and go, "That's Mickey Mouse." Everyone can look at Mario's silhouette and go, "That's Mario." When I look at this game or any of those other games I mentioned, I'll go, "That is a human being," and that's it. Like there's no distinct like, and I you can look at like my Smash Bros list. I realize I have a bunch more humanoid characters. Um, I'd say Billy and Jimmy are probably the most like fall into this category, from Double
But
Dragon.
they're also part of retro gaming that most
Right.
people these days wouldn't recognize anyway.
Well, wait,
Okay, I wouldn't. Sorry, I don't know about most people. Sorry, I spoke
or
for
no,
others.
it wasn't even that, but like Travis Touchdown. You can tell. You can tell, like from a silhouette, that's Travis Touchdown. He's got
If he
this
had a
spiky hair.
sword. Without a sword, I wouldn't know. There are plenty
You
of
wouldn't think so?
spiky-haired white males that are in video games.
I don't know. I like even just by like posture, you could probably tell.
Maybe by posture, but I
Yeah,
probably wouldn't be able to tell.
yeah. Um,
I get what you're saying
or
though. When
or
they're
like
when they're looking
Tracer,
like just
like
I don't play
I
Overwatch, but I know I
okay.
get what you're saying. I think a
Well,
lot
she has
of
like a
what
distinct hairstyle and a distinct,
I don't remember
I
what
don't
her
know.
hair looks like.
Yeah,
Anyway, I just remember she has like a portal on her chest or something.
yeah.
Anyway, um,
Or the
what I'm
whole
saying is like,
thing. Yeah,
yeah, whatever. Like it reminded me of like Iron Man. Anyway,
yeah.
what I'm saying is like, I think that's something that's particular to not just you, but people who tend to like those more fictional,
Mm-hmm.
like very recognizable
Right,
characters.
right, right.
Like obviously Master Chief is a human being inside that suit, but like he's recognizable because of his armor. I think what you're saying is human beings. There is there are on average for these games you mentioned, especially, a lot of them they kind of all look the samey, right? There's nothing that stands out about them unless they have some huge deformity, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and that's even a cartoon, but people would probably recognize that. Talking about like Mickey Mouse and stuff, right? That's the thing. Is like with these games and this specific game about what was it called again? Not
Tell Me
the
Why.
brother sister game. Tell Me Why. Yeah. See, I already forgot. When it comes to like Tell Me Why, you're right. I just thought it was like a charming brother sister story before I found out about the whole transgenderism thing. And even I, for the most positive that I felt about it, which mind you, at this point I was razzled still processing what I just saw with Halo.
Right.
But when I saw this thing, I didn't think anything of it except for, well, okay, like I have sisters. I wonder if this game is something I could relate to. But
you know
I
what?
guarantee I probably couldn't because, many different reasons. But I don't know, man. So I'm willing to give it a chance to be open-minded about it. But I agree with you that all these games have a similar motif where they just wind up with characters that look kind of unrecognizable and samey.
Yeah, and when it comes to Tell Me Why, I don't care. Like, I guess, look, like I've said before, I don't really care about story in a lot of games. I guess sometimes when the story is the only part of the game, like the Phoenix Wright series.
Yeah, or like cinematic movies, but they're disguised as video games. Yeah.
Well, that's the only part of the game, and it's like you have to. That's the game.
That's all you get.
Then
it's the story.
It's like, okay, and I think Tell Me Why. I think, don't get me wrong. I thought from what I saw, the story seemed interesting, and if it mentions what you said, I think it could be very interesting.
It can be, but I don't know anything about the game because, like you said, was there any gameplay?
No gameplay.
You just know tidbits of the story.
Yeah, and to me, as someone who doesn't care really about story in games, you're not really selling me. Yeah. I was like, that's cool. I think a mom trying to kill her kids or whatever is an interesting story.
Like, you can't help but wonder, what was the reason for it, right? That's probably the whole point of the game, is to tell me why this happened, right? I know, right? but like, again, that kind of game just doesn't appeal to us, and that's fine. We have our own preferences, and that just wasn't it, Chief. So
yeah, and I don't know it. And this isn't, and I'm not saying that because of whatever you brought up.
Transgenderism stuff?
Yeah, that's not. It was just a
relax.
story.
I'm not trying to make it a big issue.
Oh,
I'm just saying, I read somewhere that I think maybe it's even this other game you mentioned from When Dusk Falls or whatever. Maybe that's the transgender one. Again,
it could be.
Those two games kind of blurred together.
Yeah,
in my mind.
Exactly. When I read this,
because they're both like cinematic.
Yeah. Not one as a clip art style, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Yeah,
which is unique in modern day. Hard to pull off for sure. Kudos to the devs for trying to pull that off in this day and age.
Yeah, but they certainly weren't anything that stuck out to me.
Yeah.
Now, despite everything I just said, Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Why? Like, isn't that already out?
Yeah, it's already out. I've always admired Ori from afar. I've never played it, but it looks unique. Special version for Xbox Series X, 100. He said 120 hertz, but then at the top it said 120 frames per second. All right.
Okay, super powerful, fluid-looking, extra lighting,
low
and stuff,
input latency. I didn't think that needed to be in the presentation, to be honest. They could have just put that on their Twitter. But Ori's well known, and it's known on Switch as well.
Ori and the Will of the Wisp was really good. And the original game was pretty good too. It just took a while to catch on, I feel like.
What was the name of the first one? Ori and the Blind Forest.
Ori and the Blind Forest, and then Ori and the Will of the Wisp is this recent one. And the only reason I could say it's good is because I couldn't help but watch the YouTube playthrough of it, and man, it was pretty good.
Yeah. Next was Outer Worlds: Peril of Gorgon. So it looks like Outer Worlds DLC.
Outer Worlds, I hear, was good but short, and it's exactly what you're expecting. So don't expect anything more, and you won't be disappointed.
It's basically Obsidian, or not Obsidian. Yeah, Obsidian. Well, Private Division. Whatever. They're making their own
DLC
version.
for it?
Well, they made their own version of
Oh, I see.
Fallout, apparently, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, that's
they
what
they
a lot of
did.
people are comparing this to.
Well, Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas, didn't they?
I don't remember, dude. That's not really my franchise.
Obsidian Games, Outer Worlds. Yeah, they made Fallout New Vegas, while Bethesda made Fallout 3.
And 4, I think.
4, yeah. Well,
Mm.
yeah.
And
Besides Fallout New
76.
Vegas, they've made every
And
other
was there
one.
another one I'm missing? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about that stuff. I probably shouldn't talk about it.
That's all good. I just wrote down biggest mystery in the galaxy because that kind of just would jog me. This was before it was revealed to be Outer Worlds. I said the world looks fun, but I said it does look like an Xbox One game, which it is. Not a.
But then again, all of these are so.
Well, I mean, like, not.
It was the quality of an Xbox One game, not next gen.
Yeah.
Which again is the consensus about this conference. This was supposed to be showcasing all 12 of those teraflops, and no one is saying that it really did with any of these games. No. So people are kind of wondering, like, what's up with that?
Mm-hmm. Next is Grounded, which is
we're having fun with that so far.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, essentially.
I just like the opening and how like they didn't take themselves seriously and broke the fourth wall.
Yeah,
if you want the biggest game of the year, wait for Cyberpunk. But if you want the smallest
I have that written
adventure,
down.
Yeah, like it was charming. The presentation of the game, as far as advertising goes, was charming, and that was enough to capture my attention.
It's one of the games. It's one of the games that have captured my attention more than the others.
Yes.
Also, of course, they did have a Rash from Battletoads action figure that they were all standing on.
That they're posing on?
Yeah, and I'm like, well, you got me.
I should have known. I should have known you would have mentioned that. Yeah.
I kept seeing that photo on Twitter, and I was like, what is this? But, and then, I guess it's on Xbox Game Preview on July 28th, which was 3 days ago.
Well, people were playing it 3 days ago. That's why I said people have been having fun with it.
And then on Steam Early Access. So yeah, there are games where you're from a small perspective, but it's something I'm always more open to, Pikmin did it, Chibi Robo did it.
You're right, yeah.
But
what other games has Microsoft done where
Microsoft, I can't think of anything, and unless it was like indie stuff or on the
but stuff that didn't really make front page news.
Yeah. Okay, next is so this was all from Obsidian, Outer Worlds, Grounded, because we had that guy come on, and then next was Avowed. Do you remember this one?
I remember that one.
So basically,
there's not much to say about it.
Obsidian. I said it looks like Skyrim, and then I put literally nothing to say.
Yep.
I have no words.
Hey, there's a game. It is confirmed to at least have begun development ? And that's it. That's all we got from that.
God, look at all these bugs. Yeah. Sorry.
Dude, do you have a window open or something? Do you want to?
No, this is. It's because of my wall unit, my AC wall unit. They just fly. They just fly through. It's obnoxious.
I'm sorry to hear that, bud.
Yeah, that's just how it is down here.
In Australia, that's where you are, right? God. I need a GIF of that or a GIF of that or however it's pronounced. I don't know.
In the Smash Bros. Video, it's been on my mind, obviously, but at the end of character number 1. When they're going into the sunset, you just hear the didgeridoo going, and I'm like, yes,
noise.
Yeah.
So Avowed. It exists, and I think people are relatively glad, but we need to obviously see something more.
It's Obsidian's answer to Skyrim. That's all I got from it, and honestly, it's a type of game that I will never remember about until it's shown in front of me again.
No.
Like, and I've said this before, medieval fantasy stuff I don't normally gravitate towards.
Has the potential to be cool. But...
Has the potential to be cool, but then, like, why, like, I guess Zelda does it differently than the rest, it seems to be more, like, some of the enemies in Zelda are definitely unique. And of course, it's a long-standing franchise, so I give it a pass. But when it comes to medieval games, it's always like, why do all these worlds always look the same to me? You know, like
Oh, that's not an impression I get. I think some of them,
no,
especially if you like pay attention because the devil's in the details. You're right.
mm,
Like medieval ages, you're not going to find skyscrapers typically. It's going
no,
to be like magic, sorcery, stone, and that's
yep, and
wooden
then
things, carriages, horses. Like I get that, but
hills,
like
wooden things. You go suddenly you're in a snowy tundra, and then suddenly you're in a deep dark forest or a
and
deep
those
dark
are
swamp,
valid
and a
criticisms you
deep
got.
like I just
Those are the tropes, but
yeah,
if they're done with enough nuance, other
I
games in
guess
that genre can really stand out for someone who likes those kind of games from
right.
the rest.
But it's just like when I look at it, and I know I'm using my big dumb like generalization paintbrush or whatever.
I mean,
It's
that's what I've been doing this whole video.
but it just goes like, okay, like, do I really? Is this the medieval game that's gonna pull me in? And it's just not. I'd say
Divinity Original Sin is one that's a medieval game that a lot of people thought was good.
I,
I don't know why, but they thought it
I'd
was good.
say, I guess I would consider it a medieval game, but I think Dark Souls does. I
I know
think
nothing about Dark Souls.
I
So I
think it
can't say
does its
anything
own
about
thing
that.
of like differentiating itself because
Yeah.
it's much more just like this is like just the gritty shit
Yeah.
in medieval stuff.
I know it's dark.
You know,
I know it's
I know there's
difficult,
souls.
and I know there's souls, but I know it's
Yeah,
popular
yeah.
and that's probably for a reason.
But that's a
So
game
that's all
that's
I know.
popular because of its gameplay, because it is
Oh.
brutally hard, um,
And
and
people
it's
actually like challenge. Take
yeah,
note,
yeah.
Nintendo. Give
Yeah,
us a
take
hard
note.
mode for Pokemon or turn the tutorial
Right.
off,
Yeah.
please. It's not going to happen, but ugh.
This damn bug. I can see it in the camera. Whatever.
I can't see it if it makes you feel any better.
Oh,
Sorry, bud.
that's good. Okay. As Dusk Falls. This is made by Interior/Night. It's made
Animated
in
graphic
London.
novel, point and click kind of thing.
Original interactive drama. It has a clip art style which is unique, but I don't know if I like it.
It's one of those where we'll have to see how well it does.
Yeah. It's not something yeah. And
I will say
I put nothing to say.
Well,
essentially.
I will say though that I think I'm growing more drawn toward these games that give you multiple perspectives, kind of like a Pulp Fiction or an Octopath Traveler, how like all these different paths kind of coalesce into this interesting intertwined story. I like that in movies, in games. I wish there were some more of those in the games that I like.
And that's something I've always admired. That's something I've always liked. And there is one game later on that kind of does that. Kind of does that.
Think of what you're thinking of.
We'll get to it, and it has a generic human character, but it stood out to me, and we'll get to that.
Adventures of Darren 2.0.
How'd you know?
HD
My new indie game
yes.
that I'm gonna I'm going
single-handedly.
Yeah, I'm gonna announce right now at the end of this at the end of this 4-hour video.
I said develop single-handedly, and I just want to say something since we didn't talk about it with Halo.
Okay.
So that whole time, I tried my best to not talk about the graphics, right?
Oh,
because someone has a hard-on for hexagons, the hexagonal prisms, the hexagonal, shield effects.
Because it's 6.
Oh, right. I know, but like it's a little. Anyway, there's so many things I can say just about that, but. What I will say is we try not to talk about the graphics, right? There's another game being made. It's a third-party developed thing that we saw on May 7th, but it was also in an Xbox showcase, and it also has the word infinite in its title. Bright Memory Infinite was equally effective. Yeah, I never heard of it. Apparently, it's actually a sequel. There's apparently just a Bright Memory game.
What is it called?
Bright Memory Infinite. The graphics on it look next level. I have no idea what we're doing, but it looks amazing from what was shown. And there was actual like gameplay of it.
Oh wow.
This was something put together under the same conditions of like coronavirus or whatever that 343 is blaming. and it was apparently entirely developed by one person.
Yeah.
So how can 343 use the same excuse of, oh, we cry Corona, like Aaron Greenberg said? It just boggles my mind how I'm sure it set them back. I read the community blog posts and updates about how each one of them have been adapted to the challenges of trying to make Halo Infinite and other Master Chief Collection updates
Oh, yes,
during
I
this
did
time.
hear about this.
But
Yeah.
the logic doesn't add up. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, when I mentioned like, oh, if you developed your own game single-handedly, I'm like, I couldn't help but think of Bright Memory Infinite. So I'm glad I got that out of my system, but I'm going to shut up about Halo now, I promise.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, there's so much I can say. I'm sorry, dude.
No, you're good. Then I have, and we are at 2 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh mama. Yeah.
No, we're good.
No one is watching this the whole way through. If you made it to this point, you rock. Like, boom. Like, yeah.
Fist bump.
Thank you, kind. Yeah, exactly.
Next was Senwa's Saga, Hellblade 2. And
I know a thing that I know about that game.
I don't know. A coworker of mine says Hellblade's really good, so that's cool. And it came to the Switch, I think, of all things.
Oh yeah,
I want to say it did. Let me double check.
No, I think you're right.
Hellblade Switch. Yeah, Senwa's Sacrifice. Yeah. But honestly, it said we're working on the game, and then I haven't played the first one. That's legitimately like what I got from that. Oh, your hair's sticking up a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't. It's late. I don't care.
Dang, it's 11:30.
I know, right?
I had no idea.
We started trying to set this stuff up at 6 p.m. and we got it finally working at around 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's even with the compromise of we aren't able to like put the screen share thing up because it made technical difficulties happen. So I'm surprised you've even gone this long. You were like, oh yeah, so about 45 minutes. Like, oh, I'm sorry, dude.
Oh no, we're good. I
know you said you fully expected this, but all right, also apologize for it. What's next?
Next is probably, and this is a genre that's close to me, but it was probably my favorite thing of the show, and that was Psychonauts 2.
Tetris? Oh.
No, Psychonauts 2.
I didn't know you liked Psychonauts.
I've played a bit of the first one, but it's like, okay, first off, you got Jack Black in there.
That was cool.
I love Jack Black.
I admire his work.
And he did Double Fine. They made that game Brutal Legends. I don't know if you remember that game.
Remember.
Yeah, at which Jack Black was the...
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, and he was wearing a shirt, so who knows.
I
said great art style. It looked like at points it had a Mario Galaxy elements because it was like starting at the bottom of the screen and then like running up,
in my mind, that was just the hippie game. It looked like a trip.
Well, and that's the thing. All that was just one level in Psychonauts. Yeah. You're just going into one person's mind, and it's someone's mind that hasn't, I guess, been explored. So
that's one of the games we got gameplay from this conference, right?
Yeah.
There's gameplay. Yeah. Awesome.
I said...
Gameplay, Jack Black, a game that's already relatively well liked. I'm just kind of sad I haven't heard of it.
Trippy art style. I said, like, Psychonauts art style, the first one's already bizarre. I was having a conversation with a friend about it. He said he tried to play the first one, like, recently, and he couldn't stand the art style. That's a game
you can't play it sober. You obviously have to, like... No, I'm kidding.
No, but... And Psychonauts doesn't, like... That one level does not represent Psychonauts. Like, it's just... That's just going to be one section of the game. Do you know what Psychonauts is about?
Dude, I have no idea. It looks like entering other people's minds and their psyche and trying to solve their inner demon problems.
That's exactly what it is, and it's at least in the first one. And like basically each level, each world is just someone else's mind.
Like memory?
Yeah, like I think the first level of Psychonauts 1, you're in like your camp counselor. He's like he's a military man sort of thing. So then when you go into his mind, it's a war zone, that sort of thing.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, it's a really interesting concept, and it's something where I'm like, yeah, like that's something where I'm like, that's cool. That's imaginative. That's fun, and
it's wacky, which is what you like.
Of course, yeah. And
I mean, I like it too. I think a lot of people like that, but I'm like, yeah, at first I kind of wrote it off as like, oh, it's like an acid trip game with Jack Black. Okay, cool, whatever. But now that you're putting this in a different perspective, I'm like, okay, I'm sold.
Honestly, like if you're gonna, I know you love watching gameplays, like maybe look up.
Maybe I would for the first one, but what you're telling me, this kind of deserves me to try the new one.
Or maybe just look up like the story of Psychonauts. I feel
definitely. I try to prime myself with knowing at least a little bit about the characters and what's going on. Yeah.
Well, I know in the game, like in Psychonauts, kind of like how you were saying with like skulls and Halo, there's all these little nooks and crannies where you can find like all these
little sweet tidbits of extra stuff
about the mind that you're in and things like that.
Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sold.
Yeah. So look into that. And maybe it might not be as in depth as Halo or whatever in terms of like
but I gotta like games other than Halo too. Like I can't just like Halo my whole life. There has to be something else.
And also Rasputin is voiced by Richard Horvitz, who is the voice of Sim. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, he also voiced one of the characters in Destroy All Humans that came out recently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, bless your soul.
Thanks.
Just kidding, you don't have one.
No. Okay, you might be able to say something about this. Destiny 2, coming to Xbox Series X and Xbox Game Pass. Access to all current Destiny expansions.
Bless you. Anyway, my friend Chris, whom I actually miss sorely, along with Alex and all them. I wonder how they're doing. I need to talk
if you're watching this, hello.
Yeah, hi guys. I doubt you are, but hello. I miss you guys. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, he is the person who, well, they're brothers. Chris and Alex convinced me around 2010 or whatever, when Halo Reach was the last game we ever played together. And we were all going off to college and all this other stuff. They're like, hey, we'll stay connected through this new game that's being made by the same people who made Halo, and it's called Destiny. And I already, mentioned when I was doing my whole Halo rant that I didn't like the way the story was told. It had plenty of potential.
2014, Destiny 1.
Yeah.
Destiny 1.
Well, yeah, and there was an Xbox 360 version, like beta, that we tried in like 2012,
Gotcha.
I think. So anyway, the point is, they were the ones who persuaded me to try to hop on the Destiny train.
Right.
And I gave it an open-minded shot, but I did have high expectations because of the pedigree of the people making it.
Right.
And maybe it's like you alluded to earlier, where sometimes it's in name only, and the spirit of what made it great in the first place is kind of gone when the people leave. Like, they fired Marty O'Donnell. I don't know why. It seems sort of unceremonious as well. But anyway, the point is, like, he's someone you definitely don't want to fire if you're trying to make a successful game.
Marty O'Donnell
he was a composer for the score of Halo, is what he's most known for. But like, he did so much more. Like, he actively worked on the script. He helped. Like, anyway, there's a reason why Halo's music is so recognizable. It's because of him.
Yeah.
Anyway, regardless, the point is, Chris and Alex tried to get me onto Destiny 1, and for the longest time, like, I liked the raids, but it was only really fun with friends, and most of the time, especially in college, I wasn't always able to be on the same schedule as my friends, like when we were in high school and all went to school at the same time. But,
and with what you were doing in college, definitely not.
I had stuff to do. Let's put it that way. Anyway, it's not like I could just party all the time.
Right.
Anyway, but the times that I did have playing games, nothing about Destiny really kept me when I was solo. So I kind of teetered off a bit, and was between that and Halo when I had time. And even then, I think the majority of what I actually played in college was Titanfall. And like, man, what a hidden gem that is.
Yeah,
in retrospect.
Michael reveres.
Yeah,
reveres that game.
Yes. Yeah. Lauds, reveres. Yes, absolutely. And it's totally deserved. I can't believe I ever missed out on it when it first launched. But anyway, the point is, Chris, not like recently, but He tried to get me onto Destiny 2.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hey man, it's a sale. It's like $20. And I'm like, for the base game. And I'm like, well, that is a third of a full price game. And this game is like a AAA, whatever. I'll be a sucker one more time. He's like, come on, get on, download it, and I'll play the first level with you until I have to go do something. I'm like, okay, fine. Like, I honestly had money at this point. Like, I was doing well with my job, and I had nothing better to do. I'm like, all right. So, and it was a way to connect with my friend, of course. So I went on, and we, like, he and I, this is with friends. We didn't really have much of a reason to make it past like the first mission or two when you get your light back. Like, he had to go for some reason, and I had to and I was left to kind of like explore on my own. And again, I found the same conundrum where, again, it probably is a great game solo, but it just didn't do it for me. Especially how the original way the story was told in Grimoire cards and stuff really deterred me initially. It was hard for me to trust again. Again, this is why I say erosion with a certain kind of brand when it comes to trust is a make or break sometimes, especially in the long term. So this was just a long-term echo of the ramifications of Destiny 1 just made apparent again in Destiny 2. So when Xbox announced that, hey, there's this new thing for Destiny coming out, do I think that they've improved since they've rescinded their contract or got out of their contract with Activision? Sure. Do I still think that's enough to get me to actually be all gung-ho about Destiny like I tried to be years ago and tried again recently? No. It's I don't care anymore, dude.
Yeah. And
it's a shame because it has so much potential.
It still
does.
It's also funny because we went to Guardian Con.
and not for Destiny. Like I went because you were going because you heard through social media that Game Attack was going to be there, and I had nothing better to do. So I'm like, all right.
Yep. So hey,
like a beautiful place to go explore. But yeah,
the year I went with you, I was just like, or the year I went without you, the one I went for one day, I just felt so lost. I was like, all right, there's this huge convention. I'm gonna stand outside of it at the little arcade area.
That's what we did, and we waited in the lunch line, and that was the best part was the food.
Hey, no, well, and the best part is, it is for charity.
They had. And the Game Attack game show or whatever that we were part of, that was funny. Like there was a lot of audience engagement. It wasn't just, hey, here's a bunch of booths, have at it. Like there were reveals, there were tournaments in Fortnite and stuff, but obviously none of us really give two hoots about Fortnite. So it's but for the right audience, and there was plenty of people there in that audience, it was fun.
And that was part of my, just to have a side little tangent. You're talking about the characters in video games thing. Honestly,
what about?
Honestly, Fortnite, I can tell that that's a Fortnite character when I see him because of the art style.
But can you tell which Fortnite character?
No, that I cannot tell you. But I can tell you, when I see a character from Fortnite, I can go, that's from Fortnite. Now, the popularity might be a huge factor on that. But, I'm like, that...
I don't know if I would be able to. You say you're able to, but I don't know if I would.
It has its own distinct enough art style, even though it kind of looks like the mobile.
Just a silhouette, though, like you were talking about earlier, or in a lineup of similar-looking characters from similar genres of games?
See, the silhouette, I agree with you. The silhouette, not so much.
That's what I'm saying. Silhouette, I probably wouldn't recognize.
Silhouette, not so much. But if I had to pick them out of a crowd and tell you what game it's from,
a distinct art style,
I'd be able to probably tell you that's from Fortnite.
Yes.
And art style can help do that. But none of these games I've really gotten that from.
I'm going to augment your side tangent here. Sorry.
Okay. Is it Halo?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
This is one of the bullet points, and I'm going to synopsize it.
Okay.
And again, even the full bullet point was essentially just a synopsis of a much larger. So, all right.
If it goes on too long, I'll start.
Please,
I'll let you know.
motion me or something.
Yeah.
All right. Weapons in Halo Infinite that were shown. Someone actually took... Exactly.
There was that red gun. I was like, what's that one?
Ravager?
Is that what it was?
It had 3 gill slits on the slide that had red plasma coming out of it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was about it.
So I didn't even realize there were undermounted blades on that because it just looks like a giant cubic prism thing.
Yeah,
and I'm like, this is a brute banished weapon, but just because you put some undermounted blades on it, that's not enough. Like I'm glad they kept it consistent. Brute weapons have sharp, spiky edges on it and blades, and can be used as melee weapons when you run out of ammo or whatever. That's like a traditional signature of the brute. I'm glad they got that right, but one step forward, a couple steps back, because again, if you put that in Destiny or in Overwatch, it looks like a gun from there. But that's not the gun I want to talk about, because man, there are like the Mangler and all this other stuff, and even the recognizable like the assault rifle. There's plenty to say. The one, if there's any I want to talk about, is the sidekick, which is the replacement for the pistol. Right? Look up a picture of it real quick. I probably have the very Glock or FN57 or Sig Sauer or whatever gun that this thing was modeled off of in my other room right now. Like, I probably have this same gun in my collection somewhere. On top of which, someone took and I'm sorry I don't know who exactly to credit for this, and I'm sorry this creates extra work for you, but if you took that gun like this person did and photoshopped it onto other black silhouettes of like hands, and you had to say which one is the Halo gun, this would not be your first choice or second or third. It looks so generic, and it's not like the functionality of it that I care about. It's the fact that, again, this is proof that they just keep stripping away the identity of Halo. And it's not like this is in addition to the already recognizable like Magnum or whatever from Halo CE, or even the ones from Halos 2 and 3 and beyond, even though they say they're trying to be iconic and respect the legacy and take all the best parts of the most recognizable, whatever, and move it on to Halo Infinite. This is actually a replacement. We're not getting any other pistol as far as UNSC like Magnum goes or anything. Same thing with the shotgun. People didn't like the CQ-48 or whatever Bulldog that was shown. It looks like guns from other games. It might function differently, and that might have been the reason why they changed it, but the shotgun that you used to know that makes that is recognizable from every other Halo game that it has ever appeared in is not going to be there. It's replaced by this thing. And no one can wrap their heads around why they decided to do that. And they said it's not going to be, they didn't say it's going to be in the game or not. Sorry, let me say that again. They didn't say that it's never going to be in the game, which makes me think, hey, if this is a 10-year roadmap with obvious DLC down the road, maybe they will try to keep the game, again, artificially going for 10 years by introducing DLC anywhere from a day up to 10 years after the game launches that has that shotgun back. They did the same thing with Gears 5. When you first played Gears of War 5, you couldn't play as the original, squad, Delta squad of, Dom, Marcus, JD, and Baird, Coltrane, whatever. Not JD, he's in Gears 4. Anyway, I'm probably going to get, flamed for that in the comments. Anyway, the point is, I don't care.
That's fine.
Yeah, I really don't care. The point is, you can only do that now, like through DLC,
right?
And who knows if we're gonna have to pay for this DLC, because while it's been confirmed that there will be no loot boxes like the rec system from Halo 5 Guardians, which don't even get me started on that, there will be microtransactions in Halo Infinite. That has been confirmed.
That's cool.
So they're just saying, well, it's not going to be loot box based. Well, when people said it's not, when companies were saying, well, it's cosmetic only, we still took issue with that. And now certain kinds of microtransactions are illegal in the UK. Like, it's obviously not a good thing. It's never been about, like, it's never been very Halo in the first place. It doesn't do anything for the consumers and all that jazz. Anyway, there's so much I want to say, but I'll shut up. Point is, weapon looking generic, like you were talking about, Halo has that too in Halo Infinite, and people are still thinking it's going to be all right. I don't know, man. I've seen this before. We're seeing it now. I don't like what I see.
Hey, that's perfectly fine, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry. But I gotta say what I gotta say.
No need to be sorry.
Yeah. I'm not. I just said saying sorry. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Kind of like that whole sorry, not sorry thing. That's these days. God, I'm old. All right. Anyway, let's go.
So next is Stalker 2. The one thing I said that was cool was the magnetic crushing pulse thing.
Yeah. I want to know what that is.
Yeah, that was like, okay, that's cool. And
is
then
it Alien? Is it?
I don't know. And then I put human in a beanie or probably a hoodie or whatever.
Oh, was there one?
Like the character at the end was like,
oh yeah, you're right.
Hoodie
you're
with
right.
a gas mask, probably.
I thought that was Crossfire X or something, or Crossfire.
No, that's a little later on.
Oh, okay.
Well, all right. And then
I put anything about this game.
I put probably a shooter. Let me look up.
It makes me want to go look at what Stalker 1 was.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing actually right now, and I'll just Stalker.
Yeah, you're stalking it.
Yes. Game. Let's play Stalker. It kind of almost seems horror gamey.
Origami? Oh, horror gamey. Yeah. I mean, I like a good horror game. I miss being scared.
I guess it's not. It just has,
suspense.
Desolate sort of things.
Grim. Yeah. Desperate. Yeah. That kind of environment. Yeah.
Literally says nothing.
Post-apocalyptic. Dude, what's with all these post-apocalyptic games that are on the rise now? Like
exactly. Yeah, I know
it's like
I don't care. I don't
especially
care.
If they all are almost cookie cutter. Like I get that they're different and some tropes.
I know there's nuance. I know there's differences,
nuance
but
and devil's in the details. But yeah,
you're doing okay. Next thing.
Yes, please. Let's go.
Okay. Next is Warhammer 40,000. I have Dark Tide.
I think it's a DLC for Warhammer 40K, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Was Warhammer a PC game originally? Because it feels like it would have been like a
Warhammer is like its own random ass thing.
Apparently, there's a lot of lore to it. Like, if you want to get lost in a universe, apparently it's a really good source for that. And apparently, so I might be interested.
Right here, it said it started in 1987. I think it's like
really.
I think it started as like
wow.
I feel like there's like tabletop stuff and stuff like that, like
Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeons and Dragons kind of stuff.
Yeah, Warhammer 40,000 is a miniature war game produced by Games Workshop based on Warhammer Fantasy Battle. It is the most popular miniature war game in the world.
The inner nerd in me likes this.
But the lore to that, Eric has mentioned.
Eric likes this game?
He's mentioned some of the lore to me before.
Wow.
But he that's all I really know.
Yeah. He's talked with me about it once. So if Eric likes it, it must be cool, I guess. I don't know.
No. That's legitimately it. Yeah. And then I put zombie looking things, which made me go.
That may be part of the DLC, or it may have been pre-existing. Who knows?
Yeah, and whatever. I'm sure I'm sure it actually has its deep lore behind it and everything. Yeah. So whatever.
It merits further investigation. That's all I'll say about it.
Yes.
But then again, so do half these games that we don't know anything about because they don't show gameplay.
And now we actually hit a streak that a streak of like 4 games at least that I'm actually like streak. And that was okay.
Phantasy Star. Is that next?
Not there yet. First off is Tetris Effect Connected.
Oh, of course.
Which I put. Like, I type these notes before I know what the game is, and I'm like, uplifting song. These people are definitely acting and not actually playing the game.
I think we all know.
And then,
they know that we know.
Yeah, and then I put group Tetris, and that's pretty cool. I don't think we've seen that with Tetris 99. I love Tetris 99. I'm not that great at Tetris. I'm not the biggest Tetris guy, but like group Tetris.
But Tetris is fun still. Like
it's like Mario. Like when you have when you have a Mario game and then you put 4 people in it, it's gonna be relatively fun. So
the oddest thing about Tetris Effect Connected or whatever was that this again, just holistically, if this is supposed to be Xbox's big showcase that shows off all the Tetris.
Yeah. It just seemed
that's cool and all that we're getting a new Tetris game. Like, it's probably one of the oldest video games that still is as popular as it is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
okay.
To me, I think it was
need a puzzle audience to appeal to.
Yeah,
like
that was my thing. It's like, okay, let's get a different genre in there. Throw in Tetris has this video up and ready to go. Let's do it.
I have no complaints. It's just
and
like
I guess it makes the most sense with Xbox because
just came off as weird.
Well, yeah, but I guess what I mean is it makes the most sense for Xbox because their online is the best. Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So, like if you did this on the Switch, it would be like, okay, but like,
just another.
will it load properly? Next is I don't have much to say about this game, but my interest is piqued about it, and that's the Gunk. Do you remember the Gunk?
I remember that advertisement. Yes. Yeah. So obviously, I'm pretty sure somewhere in your notes you have something about Super Mario Sunshine.
Yeah. Well, that was my general thought. Yeah. Or like, except in the Gunk you're soaking it up, I guess. So it's kind of like Luigi's Mansion, but also like Blinks the Time Cat.
I don't know that game, dude. I'm not even gonna pretend.
Blinks the Time Cat was an Xbox platformer where you were a cat and you could like rewind time or fast forward time.
Oh my god! I just got a blast from the past.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't know that's what that game was called. I've had a memory of that, apparently repressed for a long time from when I was a kid. And I guess I saw a TV commercial for it. Yeah. And I always wanted to know what that game was. And it's Blinks the Time Cat. I never knew that, dude.
Yep.
Oh, man. But, okay, so yeah.
So I put from the creators of SteamWorld, which I assume is like SteamWorld Dig, which was a indie game, I think, actually. SteamWorld.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. But, yeah, SteamWorld Dig, yeah. Which that's always been more of a 2D game, I'm pretty sure. So, it was cool to see them doing 3D. I said it was one of the better character designs because I like with that big, robotic arm thing. I was like, okay, like this is, you got me. This is interesting. Yes. I put you could soak up sludge. Now, there wasn't much gameplay. It was mainly just watching them soak up that
But at least
wall.
there was some gameplay. Yeah. And if you've seen some gameplay, I'm sure the rest of the game is going to be more soaking up the sludge.
Or the gunk, yeah.
The gunk,
I put sludge, but yeah.
Sorry.
I'll change it to can soak up gunk.
Yeah. I'm kind of was hoping, like, I don't know, just in my head canon, a bunch of, like, muck and grimer, Like, just kind of like...
Yeah. And then basically I put she grows an avocado plant, and then there's like a dog-like monster.
Oh, yeah. Made out of gunk or something, right?
Or like I think by removing the gunk, the plant then grows
it's been,
or
like,
something.
Infected by it. The dog
something
monster.
Like that.
Yeah.
So I
thought it was like something that okay.
Yeah,
like,
it's
I just
fine.
Felt okay about it. Yeah.
But to me, I was starting. This is when I was getting to that point of like, God, man, like everything looks the same to me.
Yeah.
Like, and that this was like, oh, okay, something like a little different,
Because we haven't had a game like this, especially from Xbox in. I mean,
ever.
Has there ever been a game like this? Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, kudos to the devs for wanting to try something new and aspire to. Yeah. Yeah. So
I'm all for just trying different things, man. Like that's what I want from the gaming industry is trying different things. You have this medium where you have limitless possibilities.
But do it not with your already established franchise, lest we become Halo.
Or Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Let's not forget Nuts and Bolts.
But that sort of thing. I'm gonna go on a tangent about Battletoads for a little bit.
I would love nothing more than
I've mentioned this before. The art style to Battletoads it's not my favorite. The new trailer makes me a little bit more into it. Like, I see they're going very comedic with it.
Yes, which is good, right?
That's cool, yeah. My main thing is, like, and maybe this speaks to me more because it's a franchise that hasn't been touched since, like, 94. Yeah. But when I think of a new Battletoads... What the year you were born? So when I think of Battletoads, when I think of them coming back, I want I guess the way I see it is like, oh, they're finally back. Like, it'll be cool to see like how they looked back then into now. But then when they completely changed the art style and things like that, it's like,
It's
why
like,
why couldn't you have just
made more of the same?
Made this thing you haven't touched in forever and make it modernized. Well, you didn't have to change. Like, it was good. You know, you didn't have to change what was. I don't know.
Sounds like Halo.
Yeah, but see, Halo's been consistent over the years,
right?
And I know that's, you know.
Well, consistent.
I don't know which ones were well compared to '94.
Yes.
You know, and I think I'm gonna enjoy Battletoads fine. I just think I would be more excited about it if they didn't change up the art style so much. But
fair enough. As someone who doesn't really care about Battletoads, because even though I share the same birth year as it and all that, like, I know it's fun. I played it with you at like Fire Betty's arcade bar and all that. Like, it's fun. I see the appeal. I remember you specifically, I don't know if it's in a video of yours that I saw or something, but you talked about the difficulty of that one Battletoads level where you like
that was when I did the reaction to Battletoads and cropped it all together. I called it the story of Battletoads.
Yes.
I think it got dislikes because people were thinking about the actual story of Battletoads, which in retrospect it was like, oh. But I just more meant like my personal story with Battletoads and how it happened. But yeah, anyway.
But yeah, no, I'm just saying, I someone, like I said, who otherwise doesn't care about Battletoads and obviously never like has, at least not as much as you have, like, I can still see where you're coming from with the whole like modernization for modernization's sake, and then oversteering a bit too much in that direction. Yeah. I totally can see that.
Yeah, and I feel like they're like when they redesigned Banjo-Kazooie for Nuts and Bolts, it was like the blocky art style. Like, I get it. It's like, I guess it's right thematic, now, but it will not. It doesn't stand the test of time like those original designs do. You know, there's a reason why people connect.
It didn't change too much over the time because man, there's so much I could say about that, but I'm not going to.
Next is this is the game I was alluding to earlier, and that was the Medium. Do you remember anything about this one?
Yes, it's where you play in technically two realities simultaneously. Let's talk about when we saw, and I don't think you saw this because you only saw this showcase, but there was actually there was an advertisement for the Medium when it was officially like announced, I think. On the May 7th, I want to say, third-party developer showcase or something.
It's a shame I really missed that. I didn't watch that. Yeah,
I'm thinking of something else maybe. Anyway, the point is, like, the Medium, I had an awareness of its existence, I think, unless I'm thinking of another game, because this could have been like a world premiere, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel like I've seen it before. Anyway, the idea is novel and unique, and I think the devs for trying for it, but we'll have to see more of it and what the actual gameplay is like, because so far I don't even know what I'm doing, what my character is. Why are we the only ones with this split personality between realities things? Like, what is going on? You have to, I get that like a lot of these games have been delayed and have, you know, maybe whatever else, I don't know, but the thing that I think we're seeing consistently from a lot of these games is this trailer that's pre-rendered and doctored up and whatever, specifically for what would have been E3. It is beautiful, but even if it looks great, it would still be at least nice to know what like, it is. Some context, if any. Like some build up. Like, come on, like this is your chance, kind of like a resume. This is your chance to show like you are an awesome person, right? Your game is awesome. Show us. You know, if you really don't have that much to show, okay, I can kind of understand why it would turn out like this, but obviously this game looks more than, you know, it looks pretty developed, at least as far as how it's going in its development cycle. But who knows what's happening behind closed doors. I will give this game a chance and I will remain open-minded about it, but so far I don't really know enough about it to grow attached at all.
I guess what opened my eyes or not opened my eyes, but what made me pay a little bit more attention to this game is, yes, the protagonist is essentially what I've been talking about.
Yeah, samey,
Kind of
unrecognizable.
generic human character.
Her alter ego, I remember, had white
Yeah,
hair or something.
yes.
So maybe
So the hair color changes, and I think that's cool. Let's see. It all starts with a dead girl. I said the girl is killed on a dock. The hair color change. I said
Sorry,
it kind.
dude. My headphones been on for 3 hours.
Yeah,
I heard what you were saying. I was close enough, but like, man, it's
I
starting to get
understand.
sore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said it. It kind of reminded me of the Upside Down from Stranger Things.
Yes. Actually, I didn't think about that, but yes, you're right.
But I just, and honestly, I think it's gonna be now. This is a bold statement to say because it's not a game I've
How
actually.
do you say something so bold yet so brave?
Yeah. I feel like it kind of reminds me like in the style of like what type of game is this? I guess it kind of reminds me of like Death Stranding, where it's more of like almost a walking simulator, and it's probably just you're walking around, you're interacting with things, and then you're seeing.
I think there's a detective story to it too, though, isn't there? I thought that was part of it.
Yeah, like you're trying to find
you're trying to figure
everything.
Yeah. So I can see how you'd make that connection, but
just,
I think
that was the first game that came to mind.
Animal.
Yeah,
I see why it would.
No, and I'm not saying it's an open world game like Death Stranding or anything like that, or these big expansive lands or what. I don't even know much about Death Stranding, to be quite honest.
Me neither.
But what I mean is like it's not a shooter. It's not a it could be. I don't know, but it seems like more of just like, okay, I just got to figure this stuff out by walking around and interacting with things.
It's a particular kind of subgenre. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of open world, I had this like. I talked about Gears of War earlier, right? And specifically Gears of War 5.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned that.
A little
bit. 3 hours, I've probably mentioned it. I don't know. Anyway, Gears of War 5's campaign, for the most part, and again, this is someone who likes story.
Mm-hmm.
The whole premise was that for the first time, it was truly going to be an open world Gears experience.
Yeah.
And people were relatively like, ooh, I like open world. Zelda Breath of the Wild had obviously come out by this point.
Mm-hmm.
It was hot. It was catching on. And
open
it was
Gears. That doesn't sound
pot. Right? That's
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But
no, meet my OneDrive. Thanks.
Oh, did something pop up on your computer screen?
Yeah, so meet my OneDrive is popping up on the on this video now.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. So I was saying that Gears of War, some people were skeptical about trying a new thing in a Gears of War game.
Yeah.
This is, again, like, yes, the game has to innovate, evolve, whatever, but if you're going to make an open world game, make sure you have the chops to do so and really, really understand if for every like cubic mile or whatever your metrics are for in-game units of distance and area and whatever, try to, like, just as a rule of thumb, put plenty more than enough in there.
Yeah.
Because especially if this is an open world, we're going to be there if this game truly has been made for longevity, a long time. We're going to want to go through things the first time, maybe, blitzing through the story part of the campaign or whatever. Maybe finding some of the collectibles along the way, but it shouldn't be designed to where you can get it all in one pass, because then it kills replayability. Especially with Gears of War, one of the chief complaints was not only are the environments samey, because like for the first half you're in a snow level, and the second half you're on a desert, but the desert sand is all like red, but the environmental hazards and the shape of them themselves are all kind of the same, and it gets repetitive. The different enemy encampments along the way are cool, and you can get even certain like mythic weapons from them, and gear cog tags and pieces of extra lore and whatever. But like, you could have done that in any Gears game beforehand and it worked just fine. And once you do all that, you realize there's a lot of open space that there's literally nothing to do in. Not even a reason to look at it like a piece of, like rock that looks interesting. Like nothing.
This seems to be a complaint with a lot of open world games.
Lot of people that try first-person shooters for the first time is where this complaint comes from. Or they don't do it the right way. A lot of people say The Witcher 3 did open world fantastically well because there's just so much. It takes a Herculean effort to do that. I'm not saying that this is an easy thing. Why aren't all these games doing it? I'm just saying, if you really are going to try to be that bold and make that foray into open world, make sure you're ready for it. And this is the same issue that's at the core of one of my talking points that I had about Halo Infinite being open world. So I just hope they're up to snuff. But every time 343 historically has tried something new, like one step forward, at least one step back. So I don't know, man. I have grave, legitimate, merited concerns about anything open world these days. And I think that some really have pulled it off. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are some game studios or game franchises or just a game out there in general that is done in open world to try to catch on to this craze, and they've done it well. I don't know the secret. I'm not a game developer, but I at least know that as a consumer, I can tell when an open world shouldn't have been an open world because there's just not enough in there for it to merit it being open.
And I guess this comes off on a point that I'll go ahead and say. I'm sure, I guarantee 100% they were like, try to make Gears more open world, and they were like, okay. But,
well, Gears 4 wasn't, Gears 5 was, I think.
Right. What I mean is, like, open world is incredibly popular right now. It's the sort of thing, like, people just love to play in these worlds, and they're like, every game should have more open world elements. And to me,
or wouldn't it be cool if this game that's never had open world did of this thing?
Right.
Good. Yeah.
My whole thing is, I know this is going to be incredibly controversial. Maybe
say it.
No, it's not that controversial. I'm someone. I don't need to play a game for hundreds of hours. Like if you if you can make a good game that's like a concise, like just a good package, like just a good solid
short,
game,
sweet, to the point,
like but you have
self-contained.
I would much rather have that, like just a solid, just a really solid game that lasts for like 10 hours,
guilty pleasure, sweet little gem, whatever,
over a big open world game where I feel like, okay, but like, why am I doing this? Like, and that's just me. That also just comes from the fact that I often feel like I shouldn't play games for that long, or like I want to try different things or whatever.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
So, I understand open world things have never been my type of game, but
Darren,
I just don't
absolutely agree with what you're saying.
I just don't think there needs to be an emphasis on open world stuff. Like, your game doesn't have unnecessarily. Yeah, you don't have to have games that are that long just for the sake of having games that long.
So you can advertise it like that, right?
Yeah. Like,
I absolutely agree. I think the thing that I think part of what drives that open world emphasis, games don't want to be labeled as too linear.
Yeah.
So they oversteer in the opposite direction and say, look, we're not linear. We're open world, in fact. Because you like open world games.
Because too linear has been labeled as a criticism for too long. And it's like,
you don't realize that most of the games you love are linear games.
I love linear games.
But when it does get too linear, it's bad as well.
Yeah. If it depends. If it's done in the right way,
Well, like there's a Final Fantasy game that's literally just all straight corridors.
Well, Final Fantasy wasn't real. Final Fantasy was known for exploration. Right. Being able to go to these different... And then you get that. And then you get that, yeah. So,
but that's not the only example. There's plenty of other things than just straight corridors that correlates to being a linear game. That's just the first thing that most people tend to think of.
Yeah. But, like, I don't know. Like, I'm thinking of, like... I know it's an older game, but I was capturing Ninja Gaiden, the Xbox game.
Yeah, for linear. Mission by mission, sequence by sequence. There's no room for exploration, really.
And it was a great game. I was enjoying every minute of it. Yeah. No. I'm not talking about the NES Ninja Gaiden. I'm talking about the Xbox one. The more modern one. That was a linear game as well. It was just like, okay, like you got to beat these bad guys. It's tough as hell. Like it's a tough game.
It is,
but it was rewarding. It was satisfying, and I was like, man, I'm really enjoying this game. And I know that's
never were you thinking, man, I wish there was more open world.
Yeah, I wish there was more for me to like. If you tuck your secrets away cleverly, then
linear's fine.
Yeah, like I don't know. I've never understood
what you're
it.
Saying wholeheartedly, yes.
Yeah. So
I think part of that goes into what I said earlier about how different I don't know if generations is the right word, but different, on average, different demographics value different things, and that changes what they value changes over time. We are not in the typical demographic of gamers or video game players, whatever. Like, obviously adults play games too, but like, let's be honest, it's always been about, like, when we were kids, there were a lot of games made for us. Same thing now, a lot of games are made for kids. Not like kids, but like teenagers, young adults, and pre-adolescents and all that. But the point is, I think that people who are in charge of these kind of publishing companies and these game developers, they do keep their ears to the ground about their demographics, and they do realize, just like we have, that what people value in games does change over time. And now what we're seeing is that side effect where values have shifted. Open world is hot.
Hence, I wonder. Now, it's not a game I play that much, but I wonder how much it attributes to, like, Minecraft. Where it's
that's a very solid point. I have no idea, but I'd love to know.
I've never really played Minecraft, but it seems like a world where you can do anything.
I did when it first came out. I'm like, ooh, there's only like 12 achievements, easy 100% game, and like I don't think I ever did it. I think I just couldn't figure out how to make like Ender something. I don't know. Anyway, the point is like Mojang. I don't know if they realized they were going to make a game that was so. Like a cultural phenomenon. There's no way.
It was one guy. It was
Was it?
Oh. It was Notch was his name. But and then he sold Minecraft to Microsoft and he can retire for the rest of his life.
But I'm just saying, like, it's kind of like the beginnings of Halo. They had no idea how big they were gonna hit it. And like, oh my gosh. Like now it's one of the hottest games on Xbox. Do we play it? You and I? No, but
not really. And
to what degree did its popularity, like you said, influence the emphasis on open world environments? It's a good question, and I don't know the answer to it.
I mean, I assume Minecraft's open world. If it's not open world,
what would you call it?
I don't know.
I don't know what
it's a game where you create your own world. You can kind of do anything.
I don't know how it would be called linear.
It's definitely not linear. No, it's just a place where you can create things.
Go anywhere, do anything.
Yeah. Let's see. Next. Okay. Now, this is a genre I have never touched. And we're talking about New Genesis Phantasy Star Online 2.
That's what it's called. I didn't know if it was Phantasy Star Online 3 or just a major overhaul to the systems of 2.
So here's the thing. I know Phantasy Star Online 2 came to Xbox recently, right?
I didn't know that. But okay.
That was like last E3. That's when it was announced.
Oh, you're right. That does ring a bell.
It came in like April of this year or something.
Yeah, you're right. I should have known.
Now, Phantasy Star Online is an MMO.
RPG.
But here's the thing, and I was watching Maximilian's reaction to it because Maximilian does play.
I know who he is.
You know, but he plays.
I didn't see his reaction though.
He plays some Phantasy Star Online, and Phantasy Star Online 2.
Sorry. Quick question about Max. Did he used to like work with Capcom in some faculty or degree?
In a small degree. He did. He helped promote the Marvel vs. Capcom games. With a series that he made.
I've seen his streams like maybe 3 times, and I know he likes fighting games, and I don't know. He talks about games intelligently, like he had a part in designing them or something. I don't know. He helped make the trailers for Killer Instinct. Oh, cool.
Or he did make the trailers for Killer Instinct.
Yeah.
But
all right. But sorry, go ahead. You were saying about him.
So I had watched that, before this, and basically from what I understand, so Phantasy Star Online 2 is mega popular in Japan.
I'm not surprised by the way it looks.
Yeah, and that came out around, I think it was like 2012. It's an older game. Fantasy.
Oh, is that the one with the box art that has like the giant star in the middle and these anime characters on the front? Well, that probably describes a lot of games, but I think I remember the. I remember the box art. I remember a box art from one of the Phantasy Star Online games.
Well, here's the thing: Phantasy Star Online 2. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Ignore me.
But Phantasy Star Online 2 came out in 2012 in Japan. And it came out in 2020 in the US. So it's an 8-year-old game.
Wow. So that's why it's like more of an update than a sequel. That makes sense.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, it's huge. It makes Sega a ton of money.
Right. Okay.
And also, yeah. So basically, sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
But yeah, it's huge.
As a huge so the branding of Phantasy Star Online 2 is mega popular. So so this is actually a new game. It's essentially Phantasy Star Online 3, but it's keeping the name Phantasy Star Online 2. So it kind of keeps that brand.
Same brand. That is clever.
Yeah.
Clever girl, tricky fish. But I just thought it looked like Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah,
I didn't know that's,
But it's an MMO. And that's what's so interesting to me, because MMOs, they're, like I said, they're not something I keep up with. But it is a new game. It's a brand new expansive world. I said the suits are sick. I really like. I do like how the game looks. And what I said is it's the fastest MMO I've ever seen. I don't know if you've ever watched.
That's not what I immediately thought, but I definitely agree with that now that I hear you say it.
With the combat and everything, how they were sliding around and hitting enemies. Like, normally when you think MMO, you think, okay, drop down.
Kind of clunkier.
That sort of thing.
No, it was very fast and fluid. Yeah. But I guess that's really where the technical prowess and showcase of the Xbox hardware comes to light. But and I think they had to wait for Phantasy Star Online 2.5 or whatever this is to show that off. Man,
I think I do think Microsoft probably has heavy pushing into this one, and they were like, okay, they probably invested in this, helped Sega.
Obviously, they did invested in it a lot. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. So I have no thoughts on it. I have nothing else to say about it.
I think for an MMO, it looks cool. It's a free to play. So I've actually thought about maybe I'll stream it one day.
Let's do it. You and I. Let's have a way. We're in quarantine. We can't hang out with each other. Let's do a Discord call and play this weird anime weeb stuff.
I would legitimately love to do that one day. I just need to find people.
We can even stream it, dude. We can even stream it.
Yeah, we could get. We could maybe get Michael in here. He has an Xbox One. Yeah, I would love to do that.
All of our nerdy friends. We should do this.
Michael's a busy boy.
Michael's not really nerdy, but still, anyone.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to try that.
Dude, this might just happen.
Yeah, probably not. I have a couple streams I want to do beforehand, but maybe in a little bit. Yeah,
that is exciting.
Yeah. Okay, next was Crossfire. It was by Smilegate Entertainment. It's by Remedy, and I said it looks impressive.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought too. I'm like, I might want to play this game, even though it's just another shooter-looking kind of thing. I got huge Division vibes, but I'm like...
See, I haven't played the Division, but yeah.
Oh. Do you know what? I remember when I played the Division beta, and this was one of the last times Michael ever texted me.
I was going to say
that. Going
this is Michael.
Division good?
Yeah.
And I remember on my original Xbox One console that's been sitting in my closet for years. I don't know if it's still there, linked to my account somewhere in my captures or whatever. But I remember pressing Xbox record so much, record that so much, because that beta was the glitchiest game I have played. And I played the Master Chief Collection at launch. I was literally, when you walk up a staircase, the physics didn't track that you got to the top. And so no matter which direction you walked, you can only go up. I was literally walking on air and shooting at people below. That was actually the funnest part of that game was the beta.
And it was Pat style, I'm sure. But,
obviously. But that's fair. So I got major Division vibes, and when I say that, I don't mean that I thought it was bad. What I mean is it's some sort of, again, post-apocalyptic looking shooter that has some sort of maybe looter component to it, like the Division. That's all I'm saying.
I need to actually look at
I like the art style. Looks like. The reds and blacks and grays and kind of the grittiness of it. Look good.
See, the fact that I'm looking up this game right now is not a good sign for me.
Yeah. It could be nothing. It could be a flash in the pan. It could be a flop. But I'm also keeping an open mind, and maybe it might be good.
I thought it was definitely the most fluid shooter I had seen.
Was there gameplay for it now that you're looking at it?
There's a little bit of gameplay, yeah.
I just don't remember it. And like you said, that might be a bad sign, but
and it might not actually be gameplay. That's also
because they usually like take away the user interface or heads-up display stuff.
Yeah,
that's the tricky part about this. Like people say like, oh, there's only X amount of gameplay time. Well, what do you consider gameplay? Like, like Halo Infinite, if you don't count the pre-rendered cutscenes where you don't have control of Master Chief, like that 9-minute demo wasn't actually 9 minutes of pure gameplay. Even though,
not at all.
Yeah. So anyway, just a side thought. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you have anything else to say about Crossfire? Or
Crossfire looked like it merited more investigation, like some of the other games we talked about. That's about it.
Yeah.
I would wish to know more about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go check out their official website. You know, like I don't know.
No, it doesn't have a website on the trailer.
Really? Wow.
But yeah.
Interesting.
Next, they had the guy talking at almost the end.
You mean Mr. Matt Booty?
Is that his name? I don't know.
There's Phil Spencer and then there's Matt Booty.
Oh yeah, that's right. I said they was really pushing Game Pass.
They both are, yes.
Yeah. Well, they all
obviously.
Are. Yeah. Xboxes. Yeah. I put Forza Horizons 4, Gears 5, and Sea of Thieves are getting upgraded versions for Xbox.
So there was some Gears to this. I must have missed that Gears update.
Yeah, they all he basically said was that they're getting the upgraded versions for Xbox Series X.
Okay,
that's
that
all
makes
it was,
sense.
like graphics wise.
Makes sense.
And then they said not all game studios have visited, so that gives us a little carrot, like, hey, no, this wasn't everything, we promise.
Yeah. And there's been more like evidence of that recently that other like Xbox execs have spoken up, like especially since there's rumored to be an August event where they mostly show off like the price of the new Xbox and maybe the release date, but who knows?
Yeah, and then
there's more to come for sure.
Yeah, and then the last thing was Fable.
Fable 2. It exists now.
Well, no, Fable 2 was a game. So was Fable.
Well, what is this again? Is this Fable?
This is just. I think it's a soft reboot.
Okay.
Because Fable 3 was the last mainline.
That's right.
Fable game.
Right.
And that was 2010. I think I saw.
Oh wow.
Let's see.
Man. That's how long we're gonna have to wait till Halo 7.
And what'd you say?
That's how many years we're gonna have to wait for Halo 7.
Yeah. But no, it Fable, oh, you said Halo 7, not Fable 7. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I got what you're saying. Okay. So the big notable thing about this is the company that made Fable, Lionhead Studios, is no more. They don't exist anymore. It was made by this guy named Peter Molyneux, who would always overpromise things. He would always be the guy who would be like, "This game is going to do things that no other game has done before," and then like
it underwhelms.
Yeah, always. That's like he's like notorious for that. He was the guy. Do you remember Milo? Do you remember Milo when I say this?
No.
Milo
I did it first, but no.
Milo was the thing for the Kinect, where it was like a little boy that you were talking to, and you'd like hand him the piece of paper, and then
like
he'd
a
grab
virtual
the piece
human
of
being.
Yeah.
I remember that same. I actually watched a YouTube video about that. I forgot that it was called Milo, but yes, I remember that.
So Peter Molyneux was the guy behind that, and like that all fell to the ground because the Kinect wasn't what people thought it was going to be. Like the developers didn't think the Kinect was, or they thought the Kinect was going to be more powerful.
Huge, yeah.
That sort of thing.
I'm sorry. Before you move on, there's something I'd like to add. Again, I know I said like I have a little mantra. This isn't about Halo, by the way.
Oh, okay. I was like, where are you going?
Big surprise! This is not about Halo.
Yeah. I
think, well, it could be extended to it. Look, the point is, I'm just saying this is like a little mantra that if I was ever this is something that speaks like more philosophically, like beyond just video games. This is about like politicians, and don't worry, I'm not getting into politics, but this is about like any Redder and audience. Okay, the most gracious service that I think a Redder can do to their audience is to make a promise and then deliver on it.
Yes,
and that's where this ties into what you were saying, if you catch my drift. And I think one of the most interesting things about being alive in these times and someone who's interested in video games is I know that there are plenty of times, even before us, when video games would have promises made and then either they weren't kept or the expectations were set high, and we only had ourselves to blame for putting them that high, and it just felt like it was under delivering, right? I don't care if the promise is bare bones and simple. A bare bones and simple promise kept has more long-lasting deliverance and effect than, and this is again just me broadly speaking. I wish more of the games we saw, or rather, I don't wish, I hope that the games we saw, at least even a small portion of them, even the ones we thought we weren't interested in, I can at least give credit to for delivering on the promises. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I think that's I think that's something to be admired by anybody doing anything.
Any Redder with an audience, anyone who's talking to another person, saying something, trying to sell something to another person.
Which I admit I have not been, even on this YouTube channel, I've not been the most
What's that I talked with you about earlier? Your other channel from like high school. It's like more Darren Pettit videos coming soon. And I see it's like from 6 years ago. We all do it. We all fail to deliver promises in some point in life. But I'm not saying that means you're automatically a bad person. I'm saying it would just be very refreshing, especially in this current climate, socially, politically, culturally, to have a reliable, consistent source of promises that get delivered on, even if they're small ones. You know? I think a lot of people are thirsting for that.
I can tell you the biggest one that I have going on right now, like I still think about this, is after the Sonic Mania video, I was like, I would love to do a review of Sonic Adventure. And that is still the case. I would love to do a review of Sonic Adventure. But right now, well, you know, I did the top 10s, which that was 3 big videos after Sonic Adventure. The Marvel, the Capcom.
What's one more?
And Smash Bros. No more top 10s for a long time.
Yeah.
But
top 10 things Darren's promised of all time.
But I don't want to do Sonic Adventure yet because I don't want 2 Sonic reviews in a row. You know, I don't want to be the Sonic guy. I don't want to be the Sonic guy. You know, I want to be able to review other things. You get what I'm saying? Like,
I get you. You want variety, but like, I don't think making 2 Sonic videos in a row would make you the Sonic guy all of a sudden.
Right.
Especially with the variety you already have. But it's your channel. You run it how you want.
No, well, you know, that's just how I am. I don't know. I have no idea. It's funny. After the Smash video, I have no idea what I'm gonna review. Like a
Sonic
review.
Adventure?
No. A review right now would just be. That seems like too much
to make this because
because
what else is there to
the channel for a little bit. I'm gonna try and do videos that I've had recorded for years.
to finally get those interesting out. To see younger Darren as well.
I still have a game feeder. I still have game feeders from 2016.
Oh my gosh, you do?
Yeah.
Yes,
I still have 2 from 2016. I have.
That's crazy.
I still have Japanese candy eating videos.
Oh yeah.
and then I have I record this next one is probably the most like
obscure or old or
not obscure, but it's the most like, oh, this should have come out a year and a half ago.
Blow the dust off of it.
This topic is no longer relevant. And it was me going through the Wii Shop channel on the last day it was up.
Dude, I would have loved to see that.
I think I'm still gonna put it out. You know, I don't know when. I honestly don't. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, this was like such just a just a. I went
Sweet Prince.
I tried. I think I went through all the pages and everything, and just reminisced, and you know, I'd love to. I'd love to eventually put that out.
Do a video just like that. I didn't watch them, but I remember them being in my recommended around that time because like everyone was saying goodbye. It's like when Club Penguin ended and
losing
they took
an
the
old
iceberg
friend
over, or something. Yeah, like when Ash Let's Go is Butterfree, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I also like Pokemon other than just Halo. But...
and so here's what I wrote down. So Playground Games is doing Fable instead of Lionhead Studios.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Fable. Yeah. Sorry, dude.
I put A Frog Eats That Fairy, and it was humorous.
It was.
The teaser was very short, and I said they probably just started this game, and that was the only thing they've made.
That is the entire sentiment that I got from this.
Yeah. Like, they were like, yes. And, Fable... Here's the thing with Microsoft. Microsoft is not like Nintendo, and it's not even at Sony's level. And I have my criticisms with Sony.
Sure.
Microsoft does not have many IPs. Why do
you think they hired all these studios to try to
exactly that's what they're trying to do? But
especially when Halo and Gears and Forza won't just do it anymore.
And that's the only thing I feel like this generation was Halo, Gears, Forza. And there wasn't much Halo. There was how many Gears games? 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, Gears 4 and Gears 5. I don't think they're any spin-offs except for Gears Tactics and Gears the Funko Pop thing for mobile.
And then Forza.
When they announced that at that E3 that they were gonna have that in the future, I'm like, no. And then it happened. I'm like, well,
okay. I think Forza. I don't know how many Forza games are made, but I feel like it might have the most on Xbox One.
Yes.
And that's not a bad thing. Like I said, waiting a couple years.
There's a huge audience for it and all that.
No, I mean it's not a bad thing for Halo or Gears either. Not having an overabundance of those games on one console.
I get what you're saying. You don't want it to seem like they're just pumped out periodically for getting them out their sake. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But Fable is one of those games that's actually closely tied to Microsoft. So I was like, yes. Well, okay, that's...
It's one of those, just like Halo, that's been there since the original Xbox. So, obviously people have been kind of like Banjo and Smash, been asking for it for a while.
Right.
And for a lot of people, even though not much was shown, obviously probably because it was set back and probably just got started on it, people were still over the moon to see that it is confirmed.
I don't think we're seeing that game till 2023. I don't think so.
I don't care. I mean,
that's fine.
I know they're great games from what people tell me, or not from people I have friends. Yeah. Other than you and two other.
Don't say that.
I mean, online. Well, I have good friends. I just don't have a large quantity, and I'm fine with that. Anyway, what I'm saying is online, I can sense that there's an overabundant desire for this Fable game, and it was confirmed. So as long as there's a Fable game that comes out, like I said earlier, it's a promise that was made, and it's a promise that's kept. Even if the Fable game that comes out that we eventually get is bad, at least people are going to be happy just to get Fable, which is a lot of what people are feeling about Halo that blinds them to criticism. They're like, hey, I'm just happy to get a Halo after 5 years. You know?
And I mean, it's same to me. I was ecstatic to get a Battletoads,
Yeah. And sometimes that is all it takes to sell a product. It's just creating that desire, that drought, and distance makes the heart grow fonder kind of mentality, and you can sell them whatever you want.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, Fable does nothing for me. It's not a series I'm invested in. But when a series hasn't been around for a long time
and
then makes a surprise appearance, those are my favorite game announcements. And don't get me wrong,
that's totally been what you love all your life as far as I've known you.
And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of and I should have more interest in new games, but new games. The thing with new games that's difficult is they have to earn my interest.
Well, that's why Smash Bros is so awesome for you, because there are always surprise potential abilities to be made and ground shaking things. And you might think you see a pattern of the last couple of characters that were released weren't whatever, or they were this or that, and suddenly X character's out, and you're like, where did that come from? Oh my gosh!
When Cloud was announced, I was like,
yeah,
I was like, wait,
didn't see that coming.
Or when Snake was originally announced, I remember being like, do you know who Snake is? I remember going to people, Snake from that M-rated game? He's gonna be in Smash Bros. A game I've never played, but So
yeah. So I
that
get like that's kind of like the lifeblood of these E3s is
yeah.
kind of creating a sense of maybe either suspense on what's going to be announced before the E3s
Hmm.
happen or the showcases happen.
Hmm.
And, that's what keeps everyone coming back is we just want to know what's under the hood. What are
Hmm.
you working on?
Yeah.
Are these rumors that we've heard so much about confirmed? Things like that. And that's really
Yeah.
what people go there for. And maybe to be surprised by something they weren't expecting. So
Yeah.
I thought with all these new developers, reputable ones that
Hmm.
Microsoft has been acquiring. Uh, I was hoping that there would be a new IP that would really
Yeah.
wow me and be like, hey, I might want to get an Xbox for this. When things were like Tetris and what's that other game called again? As Dusk Falls or like
Uh.
The Reason Why or something. Tell me why.
Exactly.
Yeah, like none of that.
Tell me what.
Aside
Tell
from
me
Tell Me Why,
why.
yeah, like
Uh. What was the other one?
As Dusk Falls.
Yeah, As Dusk
Yeah.
Falls, things like that.
But
Yeah.
I was hoping for a new IP from one of these studios that would be the Halo replacement. That would be the Gears of
See.
War replacement.
Yeah.
That would be the thing that would really make me go, you know what? I could finally let my fixation with these other IPs rest. They've had their 20-year stints or whatever. Let's try hopping on this new train. I tried that with Destiny, didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
Nothing here screamed. But like I've said, I want to be more open-minded about and I acknowledge I'm not a lot of the time.
And I should be too, in terms of newer games. I know we went through this list and we're kind of negative about a lot of
we
the
think
things.
We know we're writing it off already, but who knows, right? And that's again part of the appeal of E3s typically is like only time will tell. So as of right now, technically it's 12:41 in the morning, so my computer's showing it's August 1st. But this news is a week old. There's still some more things in development or that will be brought to light between now and December at the end of this year when these consoles apparently launch, I guess. Who knows? And there are more games that are being announced to come that we might get excited about. It might be that surprise that really blows us away out of nowhere. But is it healthy to, wait on that interminably? Probably not. Long term, it's probably not a viable strategy. To be holding out on hope, to be surprised. That's the thing that I've learned. Ironically, Halo is about delivering hope, and it actually just does the opposite.
Hey, I know I keep referring back to this, but for me, one of my greatest gaming dreams was for Banjo to make it into Smash Bros.
You damn did it.
And I waited for 20 years for it to happen.
So I'm waiting for my Banjo moment. But if it never comes, I think it's fine for me to be like, okay, I'm 26 years old. It's okay if it never comes. You'll be fine. So I was hoping this would be a year, especially with, like I said, a lot of the world's population trying to seek more entertainment at home.
Right.
And with this being this sort of not expansive era of technology like what we had when I talked about earlier when we were kids with the advent of the internet and computers, cell phone stuff, but even Starlink and these 5G speeds and frame rates and whatever, and these new technologies with Xbox and Sony and ray tracing and stuff that they're showing off, there is, I guess, some ripple that's showing, hey, there's some new technology, and I'm excited to see if there's a new IP that comes along with it that takes advantage of what that can offer games. And so, go ahead.
Well, here, I'm actually gonna grab something. I don't think I own this.
There's probably all sorts of things I don't know. Well, you own.
This is a recent purchase. So here, hold on.
Oh boy. Dude, I didn't realize you were wearing your Blockbuster shirt.
What'd you say?
I didn't realize you were wearing your Blockbuster shirt this whole time. Oh. That got me laughing.
Headphones
so what backwards. Is this?
So, this isn't even Microsoft related at this point, but
yeah, go for it.
We'll wrap it up soon. But this is Nintendo quirky dumb stuff that isn't gonna go past this one game. But it's these sort of things where they just you just try something different. And it actually isn't too different for Nintendo. But just from the little bit I've played, I've had a lot of fun. And that's Ring Fit Adventure. I don't know.
You were talking about getting that game.
Yeah, I was thinking about
it.
Like, I haven't worked out in a while. So it was something where I was like, this is just fun. It's a fun little workout thing. I don't know. Have you looked into that game at all?
No.
So basically,
because I do work out.
Yeah, but take Wii Fit, right? Take that, but then make it a linear RPG. To you run on this track, and then you come across an enemy, and then in order to defeat the enemy, you have to do crunches or do over the head presses and things like that. And it's dumb, it's quirky, but it's fun.
That makes me not happy for me as far as what I would want, but for others, I'm glad that something like that is a hidden gem that Titanfall was for me, eventually might finally catch on and garner huge popularity and attention, because we need more games like that. I never thought there would be a genre like that, but ever since the introduction of motion controls and the fidelity of what things like the Kinect can achieve, I think that this kind of game is in some ways more beneficial for society than other games, and that's I don't know how I feel about that exactly, but you know what I mean. This is a good thing, and I'm glad you brought this to the attention of anyone watching this video.
Well, it's not even, and I guess I'm kind of just bringing that up to say a point. It's a game that definitely did not follow the mold. It is definitely its own thing. And right now, because of quarantine, it's a huge success. They're selling out.
Right place, right time. They're selling,
right.
That's all it takes.
And that's what also happened with Animal Crossing.
Oh, Animal Crossing. Let's not even go there. Yeah.
But yeah, which now that I have more time, Devin, I'd love to go to your island or something at some point.
So, I'll be honest, dude.
I haven't touched the game. I haven't 2 months.
touched.
Yeah. That's fine.
When I'm at work, I've actually been playing a lot of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green on my Nintendo, or not my Game Boy Advance SP, and my Game Boy Advance original one, because I've been trying to complete the Pokedex in both games, and that's so fun. When I'm at work for long amounts of time and I don't have to do a whole lot sometimes at work, I mean that's kind of what I do, or I'm on my phone. I bring my Switch to work sometimes, and I have Animal Crossing on it. I promise I'll make this quick. Okay. I collected animals, you know how you can collect sea creatures, and when you get enough of them in the game, you could trade them in for a statue of one. But you don't know when the guy who allows you to trade it in for statues of them will show up. And so I have 3 of I meticulously collected 3 of each of the creatures that I wanted to get a statue of. But for whatever reason, coincidentally, when I log on, the darn NPC doesn't show up for me to make that trade. And so I kind of put it down for a while. And the only thing I want to do, despite the new updates that's been done and everything for swimming and all that, whatever, as long as that guy shows up the next time I log on, that little CJ Otter person thing, so I can get my one of the rarest sea creatures that I know of. I found 3 of over time, and I worked hard to do it. I just want my big rewards.
Long thing that
not the coelacanth.
Is that what it is now?
Yeah, okay. I have 3 of those, but there's another one too. Anyway, the point is yes, Animal Crossing I haven't touched for a while either, so I'm saying.
But I don't know.
I'll let them play it with you. Sure.
Yeah. I guess that was it. I just wanted to. I brought up I know the Ring Fit thing kind of derailed us for a bit, but I was just more saying it was it was a fun little creative thing, and I hope to see that more. I know that's a Nintendo thing. That's very Nintendo. And
it is.
In order for people to have peripherals and things like that, you have to have a ton of money to be able to, create the peripheral.
And with the Kinect, it originally didn't even work out well, so it's a very risky strategy.
And I'm not saying it has to be a motion control thing, but just it was a creative idea and they did it. And I just, I hope to see more of that from developers in this generation.
Yes.
In this generation, I think a lot. This most previous one. the PS4, Xbox
Oh
One.
yeah.
And then the Wii U and Switch are on this weird thing where they're actually kind of both considered this generation, the PS4, Xbox One, because the Wii U just kind of died halfway through. You know?
Yeah, oddly enough, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Nintendo's on their own time.
Yeah,
like, all the time.
Yeah. At least from what I've understood, it's like, yeah, this is essentially this
God
generation.
bless those Japanese madmen.
But you know, I would just love to see more innovation, I guess. I don't know. So
yes, and I just I wanted to say something about like
weirder
that.
games.
Yes,
essentially,
because I feel like there's a pressure. I don't know where exactly it comes from, and maybe it's just because I'm not smart enough to explain it. But there's this pressure to only do what's the safest bet, and not what's the most creatively imaginative, maybe risky strategy.
Right.
Maybe it won't have a good guarantee of paying off in the long run, but it's a really bold, unique, genuine idea. Think of Splatoon.
Yeah, Splatoon. I always think of like, and it's not even a game I've played, but I always, and you know, a lot of time you see that in the indie games.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Which isn't. I don't give enough credit to indie games, as you've seen.
I think Ori was an indie game at first.
That sounds right.
I don't know,
but when it comes to it, like like a game that I think about is like on PS2 called Mr. Mosquito, where you play as a mosquito and you go around stinging people. Games like that just don't exist nowadays, you know. And
there's a Untitled Goose Game.
But see, that's an indie game.
Yes.
What I mean it from like bigger developers, and
yeah,
you know,
I see what you're saying.
It just doesn't seem to happen as much, and
I don't know if it's because there's a lack from that creativity to draw from, or if, like I said, there's a pressure to not do that because it's not always a viable long-term strategy.
Right, and it you know, there's no guarantee that the game will work, that it'll sell.
It's a small audience that might pander to rather than a large swath.
Right,
so.
and also game development costs a lot more.
These days,
and that's
why.
That's why this upcoming generation games are going to be $70. I don't know if you heard about that.
But, I didn't, but I'm not surprised either.
And
you know?
And to be honest, I mean, games have, like, when you look at the economy, games probably should have costed more a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you think of the millions of dollars needed for even like like just logistics here. If you have at your employ maybe 10 people, and then you yourself, the developer, all maybe with varying salaries and whatnot, benefits, paid time off, who knows what, right? Perks. And then, of course, you have costs for every little thing, not just the games themselves, how they're packaged. You know, there are legal fees. Like, oh my gosh, Smash Bros. Ultimate, all of the legal fees alone is probably a staggeringly astronomical amount.
I think where Smash Bros. Benefits is that it's has such notoriety. Like
well, notoriety implies bad connotation.
Oh, sorry.
It just has. I get what you're saying, though. You're fine.
Yeah, it's so well loved. It's considered a celebration of gaming that if your character gets into Smash Bros, like if they're invited, it's like, oh, this is a good thing. Like we probably don't need to like I'm sure they still get a lot of money from Nintendo for it, but we don't need to like, you know, we don't need to bite off more than we deserve, I guess, for it, you know.
But you're right about like games being that way, especially in the future with how they've always, you know, been made so well. It sucks to like admit, we're probably gonna have to pay more, but at the same time, if you consider like penny per penny where it all goes to and how much actually goes back to the people who are creating the games, or to what degree they're going back to like the code monkeys at the bottom and then the leaders at the top and all that. Like it kind of does make you think.
And I do think, and you know, hopefully with game prices going up, maybe this is very hopeful and I doubt it, but maybe game companies might not be as trigger happy on microtransactions, you know, if they're making more money from the base game.
I think instead they'll be less
Yeah.
trigger happy on game developers, maybe smaller, unheard of indie studios with really awesome ideas, and they're more likely to shoot them down. I
Wait,
think instead of, like you said, they'll be more trigger happy when it comes to, or rather, how do I put this? They'll be more trepidatious about microtransactions than they will about. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Never mind. We've been going on for like 4 hours.
So what you're saying is you think instead of,
I think creativity will go before microtransactions.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
games that have really potential, they'll probably not care about as much as like a games with a good monetization model. I actually saw a I don't know if it was like DICE or GDC conference. Yeah. Well, I get, and we as consumers on our end of the bargain here, obviously we all are hoping for that.
Right.
Well, okay, that's an exaggeration, but I get what you're
A
saying.
lot of people, but a lot of people just pay into it, which is always ridiculous to me.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is like there is a video I watched. I don't know if it was like a DICE or Games Developer Conference from a certain year, but it was interesting to me how there was someone from a publisher of video games. I forget what's exact one it was, and I forget who this man was who was talking, but I remember what he said. And what he said was that, you know, when I have game developers come to me and they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with this awesome like story, or you know, this different kind of like game genre, or this really niche idea, or even this one that's not niche but like, you know, really pop, or another shooter, whatever, or like they have a really awesome monetization model. The publisher, at least from this guy's perspective, said most of the time, if they're worth their weight in salt and know what they're doing, will care more about like what the moment to moment gameplay is like, because no consumer in the right mind is like, ooh, you know what? This game has a really awesome monetization model.
Right.
Like a way for me to spend extra money after I bought the game. Like, you know, no one is going to buy your game for your monetization model.
Right.
And yes, you might have this, you might be not all focused on the monetization model and more focused on like, hey, I had this really awesome story that I've been developing since childhood that maybe you want to get into game design and it's awesome. But the gameplay itself, moment to moment, is kind of like lackluster, or it doesn't do enough to distinguish itself and really break the mold. And I think this kind of goes into what you're saying, because I really hope there will be more risk takers. I really hope there will be more who will break the mold in the future to come, you know?
And when it comes to, I guess, bringing it back to Microsoft, and then we'll probably wrap it up.
Yeah, at this point.
Bringing it back to Microsoft now we've only seen a small portion, but with Microsoft's other studios. Hopefully, I just hope that we see more games with more innovation. Hopefully some of these games that we saw that we didn't see much of offer more than we think they're going to offer. You know, and I know we were critical of you know, a lot of the games on this list, but as you said earlier about Halo, we've been down this road before. We kind of know, you know,
we are resigned to realistic expectations,
right? And
if you've known,
and I hope they surprise us. I hope they blow us away.
I hope so too. I hope I'm wrong about literally everything I said that was criticized, that I criticized 343 about. But that's what all these other YouTubers are saying who I've listened to, who are talking about, you know, even the ones who are very unlikely to point out any flaws. Even they're saying, look, the few flaws I do find, or the things that are genuinely concerning or troubling, especially since they're kind of like me, they're some of them are even older than me. They know more than me. Like my first introduction to Halo was like the first one I owned was Halo 3 on the Xbox 360. But I'd known about it by playing the games at friends' houses on the original Xboxes since then. So I wasn't even the first to the game. I was technically late to the game. 94, I was what, 6 or 7 when Halo Combat Evolved came out, and maybe like 8, 9, 10 years old when I actually first played it at a friend's house. So like, you know, I'm not even like part of that old vanguard of Halo. And even I, you know, realized, hey, I hope I'm wrong about a lot of these things. But traditionally speaking, if you've been around the block like a lot of these YouTubers, they're all kind of regurgitating the same stuff, and that's because we think it's probably going to be more of the same.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real.
Yeah. And I think I didn't play Halo until I was 13. I think in 2000. No, it was probably I think it was 2006. It was the summer between 6th grade and 7th grade. And yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I'm more of an optimist. I hope Halo Infinite is good, but nothing there blew me away, which is normally pretty bad for a Halo game. One thing I did think of is like I went shopping earlier today. Like I went to go get these headphones actually.
Oh, and, when we were talking on the phone earlier,
yeah. And I noticed, I went through the store, and now, of course, I have a bigger connection to Nintendo. But when a good Nintendo Direct happens, I think about that Direct for a long time. Like I'll think about it like when I'm, like, oh man, this game's coming out. Like thinking about these games while I'm doing these things.
Yeah.
I did not think about this conference at all when I was at the store.
Like I said, we couldn't really remember if the list wasn't in front of your computer what half the games were.
Now, that's not to say there aren't some games that have piqued my interest a little bit on this list, and I think the highlight for me, I think, was still Psychonauts 2.
You got me interested in it, so like
that's cool. I definitely got me
interested in Phantasy Star Online.
Look into the story of Psychonauts. I think you'd like it.
Maybe that's the thing though. You mentioned like Psychonauts 2, Phantasy Star Online, even like Warhammer or something that we were talking about. The way they were presented, especially following the flagship franchise essentially crumbling before our eyes in that demo, like on second pass, especially hearing it from your perspective, I'm actually intrigued by these games that my initial reaction was, I don't give about any of this really. I'm writing this all off because my first impressions count. And my first impression, which I assumed was the strongest since it's Halo we're talking about here, was the weakest. That kind of set a deterrent, a sort of tone for me to not like any of the other games. But now that you're talking with me about them, maybe just because you're my friend and not some TV screen, that I'm like, Psychonauts 2 sounds kind of cool. I would love to play Phantasy Star Online 2 with you and really like get all nerdy and dive deep into that. So it's interesting.
I am going to say, when it comes to Phantasy Star Online 2, I'm hesitant to get into MMOs, so
at this point, I don't care. Like, I don't even care about jumping down a rabbit hole. Please, any other rabbit hole than this one that I'm in and have been in for 20 years. Like, please.
I gotcha.
So anyway, I know you're not. I know you didn't promise anything. I'm not holding.
No. I'm saying
you have to play the game with me. You said.
Oh no, I'd like to play it. I'm just saying, I'm probably not going to be someone who streams it every night. That sort of thing.
Who gets straight up addicted.
Yeah. I'm hoping.
Said, Well, you said the word hope, and then you also said you're optimistic earlier. And
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying this is a little nitpick, and it's a pet peeve of mine, but I can't stand the phrase cautiously optimistic when talking about Halo. If I hear if I watch another YouTube video and I see in the comment section more people saying I'm cautiously optimistic from what we've seen so far, I'm going to explode. Like here's my reason.
I want to say it now, but go on.
From you, I would expect no less. It's like when I say a pun that's downright terrible, but I'm gonna make it because the joke was set up. Anyway, like the whole bugging you one earlier or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that those two words, cautiously optimistic, they betray the person who speaks them in the context of Halo Infinite. And that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say, but I'm just saying that it does irk me and draw my ire like nothing else these days. But I've got nothing else to be mad about. Like I've got, so that's it. I'm done. That's just a little side rant. But I can't stand people saying they're cautiously optimistic when they know darn well they're just they're in denial. They're in denial.
Anyway, I think that's a good time to wrap up. This one,
I'm gonna have to end on that. Shoot.
No, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. I think we're good.
But Darren, my notes.
Maybe some other time.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
But I appreciate you. I appreciate you putting that much effort into it.
Well, I like to put effort into the things I'm passionate about. So, speaking of which, let me take a moment to say that since I know this isn't the usual way you record these things, I appreciate the extra steps and hassle and accommodation you did for me tonight here for this video. And secondly, I have to say that your most recent video of your DLC characters you want in Smash was absolutely your best work yet, and I think all the hard work you put into it really did show.
I genuinely
if anyone
is
watching this video, of course, man. And if anyone's watching this video and made it this far, or just kind of skipped to the end, please go watch Darren's video on his channel. I'm not saying that just because I'm his friend, but like it actually is entertaining, even if you have no vested interest in Smash Bros whatsoever.
I appreciate that, buddy. I like to say it's 50 minutes, but it's a fast 50 minutes. That's how I felt about the video.
That's how I felt. Like other of your videos that are that long, I typically don't watch, and you know this. We talked about this.
I understand.
But like this one, I genuinely enjoyed, and
I appreciate that, man.
I think it's evident, especially when I've seen a lot of your other videos, if not all of them. I can see the little ways in which you're growing as someone who makes these videos.
I appreciate encouraging. That. Yeah, and that's how I always feel. With each video, I always think there's little improvements. Now, I'm gonna tell you about the Smash Bros. Video right now. There's not gonna be a video that's that complex in a long time. Like, I can't
challenge yourself.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. That thing took about a year. So, not that I don't want to, and if YouTube became more full time, I'd be much more open. Yeah, much more open to doing that sort of thing. But I captured, like I said, over 100 games for that video, and I have I can fill up an external hard drive essentially with the content for that. So, which I need to move off of the computer. Which is a little scary because there's still little things I'm like, the audio doesn't sound perfect to me, that sort of thing. And
wow.
So
you have an ear for that stuff, but I don't.
But but from everyone I've heard, it's people seem to be okay with it. So I think it's also just like, I'm done.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like all that turmoil that you're talking about, and like all that stuff that's scaring you off from doing this again. Don't think about that. Think about how good it felt. The weight that lifted from your shoulders. Now imagine doing that, but a bigger weight. It's going to cause more problems, take more time, probably cause you to go through all kinds of hell when it comes to that. But think of how much better you'll feel afterwards.
Don't get me wrong.
My only advice to you is challenge yourself to outdo what you did with this video.
Don't get me wrong. I'd love to do more ambitious projects. I think it'll have to be a point where I will have to get other people involved in order to do it. Like if
whatever
I got
it takes,
animators or something like that. Because right now that was all by myself, essentially. And
you're doing it all by yourself. I gotcha.
And
maybe you can get like Doritos to sponsor you or something. You could get some sweet ad revenue money or something.
It wouldn't be a Microsoft video if Doritos and Mountain Dew weren't brought up.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking about it. Or maybe it's just late and I'm hungry. I don't know.
Dude, I'm starving.
Let's end this.
Let's wrap it up.
Didn't we say we still gotta go eat? And this was like hours ago.
Yeah, I got a chicken burger in the fridge.
A chicken burger.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyways, guys, that was our Xbox our Xbox, what was this called? The Xbox games.
Xbox Series X first-party developer.
That was our thoughts on the Xbox Game Showcase, as I'll abbreviate it. The Xbox Game Showcase that premiered on July 23rd, 2020. And we're filming it a week later, and hopefully it'll come out tomorrow. I don't know. I do need to do the thumbnail, but I also need to work tomorrow. So
I gotta work tomorrow too. Shoot.
So I'll try and get it out when I can. But it should be up soon. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you so much to Devin for for coming up with this idea. Are you on the left side of the screen or the right side?
No, we're opposite right now. So at least on my view. So I don't know how it's going to come out in the video, but it's been really funny pointing in the opposite direction.
So what am I pointing at on your screen?
You are pointing to your right, but on my screen, it is my left. And I'm pointing the opposite way. Like right now, I'm pointing to my right, but to you, it probably looks like I'm pointing to the left, doesn't it?
Wait, I'm pointing to my right.
Yes, but to me, that looks like the left direction.
Oh, it's mirrored for you? Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, glad we had that talk.
Yeah. Anyway, and you're pointing to the right. Dude. Yeah. And of course, thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. Maybe we'll do something again.
This was a lot of fun.
Something like that. And thank you to everybody for watching this video. And especially if you made it 4.5 hours in.
Like, comment, subscribe.
Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It really helps out the channel. And you can be a member of the community. You can be a member of the Hyper Nation.
He said it.
Beautiful. And that's it. So, starting at this second, because I need to have the, not this second. Nope. Okay, I'm just going to close that. Okay, we are starting at 4:30, and now for the next 20 seconds, you'll see the spot to click the things, because normally I would have a picture of a squirrel at this point, and it's
our
not
audio
there.
Will be muted right now?
Like, no. The audio's going, and we've got 5 seconds, so I hope you all have a good one. Click one of those links, and bye!